It's time right now for the David Feldman Show. He's talking politics and comedy too. He'll tell a dirty joke if you want him to. He's just a lefty from way back. He's a union man with an Emmy for writing. Someday he's mad and he feels like fighting. It's time right now for the David Feldman Show. So get your ears on right, buckle in real tight. He's got a lot to say and he's coming your way. It's time right now for the David Feldman Show. So get your ears on right and buckle in real tight. He's got a lot to say and he's coming your way. He's got a lot to say and he's coming your way.
Welcome to the Mop-Up for November 8th, 2021. I'm David Feldman coming to you from a parking garage overlooking an air shaft somewhere in Manhattan where the temperature is 56 degrees and cloudy. By now you've heard about Travis Scott, the rapper, and the tragic stampede at Astroworld. The lawsuits against him have already begun. They're already suing Travis Scott. They're already suing Drake. And yet, no lawsuits against Alec Baldwin. No lawsuits against the producers of Rust. So I'm going to be taking your calls a little later on in the show. And by that, I mean, I'm going to open this up to the Zoom room, our virtual studio audience in the Zoom room. Do you think that Travis Scott is being treated differently from Alec Baldwin? I think so. I do. So we're going to talk about Travis Scott on the show today. And of course, new information coming out about the set, the Rust set, and the budget. The budget, the Hollywood Reporter has gotten its hands on the budget for Rust. And I'm going to talk about the budget and how it is identical to this $1.2 trillion infrastructure bill that got passed off as progress on Friday. We're hearing victory laps. We're hearing that, the Democrats should take victory laps for passing this $1.2 trillion budget deficit. And get your pad and pencil. There's going to be a little math. I'm going to show you, if we have time, why the Rust budget, which has been exposed, this is a key into capitalism and Hollywood bookkeeping, why this is identical to the infrastructure bill. Well, let's talk first about cats, shall we? Yes. Each year, the Humane Society euthanizes 530,000 cats. That doesn't include the cats who are abandoned and left to die. We know of 530,000 cats that are killed by the Humane Society. I have no idea how many other cats are killed. And there is only one place to get a cat. It is from a shelter. If your cat is not a rescue, you did something wrong. If you procured a cat, you did something really wrong. If you paid for a cat, that is wrong. And if you bought a designer cat, you did something that is evil. If you paid $3,000 for a Bengal cat, you And the individual who sold you that cat, the individual who bred that Bengal cat, are evil. And you all must spend 2 years at the Humane Society inside a cage. There is no excuse for selling, breeding, or owning a designer cat. If you have a designer cat, you are evil. If you're allergic to cats and think owning a hyperallergenic designer cat is the solution, you are wrong. The solution for you is no cat. When you buy a cat instead of rescue one, you are sustaining a market for designer cats. Now, if there is a market for designer cats, many of whom end up dead because they end up looking defective. I can't sell a cat like this. This is an irregular Chanel bag. I can't sell it. Where does it go? Where does that irregular Bengal cat go? Because nature isn't perfect. If you're a cat breeder, I can't believe there's such a thing when we're killing 530,000 a year that we know of. If you're a cat breeder and you're selling designer cats, they have to look perfect. And the ones that don't look perfect, where do they go? They die. They're killed. They're euthanized. And what does that say about how the people who buy designer cats, the same way they would buy a Maserati, what does that say about how they look at us? What does it say about them and how they view us as disposable? Their cats that they buy are disposable products because many cats have to die in order to get that perfect Bengal cat. The factory that makes your shirt in Bangladesh that burns to the ground with all the seamstresses there with them. There's no great leap from buying and supporting anybody who breeds designer cats to not giving a crap that that designer shirt you bought comes from a factory in Bangladesh that burnt to the ground because they locked all the doors and the seamstresses died inside of there. You don't care that the Amazon workers are forced to toil away in unventilated warehouses without the proper COVID protection protocols so you can get your ab roller manufactured by Guatemalans earning starvation wages. When you buy a designer cat, you are buying into this whole system of exploitation. You're buying into the whole idea that life is disposable. There is something seriously wrong with you, something immoral and evil if you require a cat with a specific aesthetic. Like I said earlier, it reveals who you are, and it's evil. There's no such thing as an ugly cat. Only ugly humans who think it's worth $3,000 to buy a Bengal cat. It costs $3,000 to buy a Bengal cat like Emilio, who I have up there on the screen. He costs $3,000. Alec Baldwin's wife purchased this $3,000 cat for one of their kids, and she brought Emilio with the entire brood up to Vermont 2 weeks ago to escape the paparazzi. And Emilio went with them, and then he went missing. And the Baldwins are so out of touch with what regular human beings go through. They called the police in Vermont and said, our $3,000 cat has gone missing, as though the police have nothing better to do than search for a New Yorker, a Hollywood elitist's $3,000 cat. That is white privilege. Would Travis Scott call the police in Vermont and say my $3,000 cat is missing? How do you think an African American would be treated if he called the police and said my designer cat is missing? We're visiting. My designer cat is missing. Now, here's the interesting thing about this sense of entitlement that people like the Baldwins and the Democratic Party writ large, this is the entitlement they have. They couldn't call the police if Emilio went missing in Massachusetts or Connecticut because Emilio is against the law in Massachusetts and Connecticut. Now, I'll talk about that in a second. He's also against the law in New York City, where Emilio spends some of his time when he's not summering with the Baldwins out on the Hamptons. More about that in a second. Emilio is also illegal in Hawaii. I'll explain why Emilio is illegal in Hawaii in a second. I'm not getting any of this from the tabloids. I'm not searching out the Baldwins. I'm getting this information from the Baldwins' Instagram feed. That's how out of touch Alec Baldwin and his ilk are. He just killed somebody, and he's trying to market to us sympathy. They're trying to sell us on his trauma, his PTSD. He and his wife are on Instagram telling us what they're going through. We're supposed to feel sorry for Alec Baldwin because he shot somebody, and that's traumatic. And we're also supposed to feel sorry for these people because their $3,000 Bengal cat is missing. This is the leadership of the Democratic Party. This is who Terry McAuliffe is. This is who the Clintons are. This is who the Obamas are. They are clueless. They are absolutely clueless as to the plight of ordinary Americans. And they are also tacky, and they have no class. Even though they have money, they have zero class. How tacky is it, A, to buy a designer cat, and then when your designer cat goes missing, when your $3,000 cat goes missing, forget that you just killed somebody. Your $3,000 cat goes missing, and you call the paparazzi in and the police and say, please find Emilio. Our $3,000 cat is missing. You have $3,000 to spend on a cat, but none to spend on a full-time armorer that will keep you from shooting somebody to death. This is who the Democratic Party is. And this is why they don't win. This is why, Alec Baldwin is Terry McAuliffe. Terry McAuliffe thinks if he holds a Bud Light on July 4th and does an Instagram video of him holding a Bud Light and flipping burgers, we're going to think he's just, regular folk. That's what he did from his vacation home on a lake in Virginia. That's like 100 acres, but he's holding a Bud Light to try to pass himself off as one of us. This is who runs the Democratic Party. Now, we can't pass Build Back Better because the money isn't there. The same way we couldn't pay for a full-time armorer on the set of Rust because the money just isn't there. I'm going to go over the budget for Rust, because this is important. I'm going to go over, get your pad and pencil out. I'm going to go over the budget for Rust, and it is going to reveal the lie of capitalism as it's practiced here in the United States. No money for a full-time armorer, but $3,000 for a designer cat. No money for the union workers on the set of Rust. Or when it comes to Build Back Better, no money for a safety net for the American people, but plenty of money for those tax breaks. Now, Emilio Eventually, Emilio, the $3,000 Bengal cat that Alec and his wife purchased for the kids, eventually Emilio made his way home. But I have to tell you, if I were part of the Baldwin menagerie, I would have torn away from that family as fast as I could have too. I'd be out the door. That's what Emilio, they took him up to Vermont. They had plenty of money to travel with the cat. The door was left open and he bolted, as I would have. I would have gotten as far away from Alec as I possibly could, and the wife. Are Bengal cats beautiful? Yes, because all cats are beautiful. But what happens when the breeder gets an ugly Bengal cat? See, if you're making designer cats, that means some of them are beautiful and some of them are ugly. So when you breed accidentally an ugly Bengal cat, where does that cat end up? Pretty much the same place the cinematographer ends up. Pretty much the same place the IATSE crew ended up when they made complaints. Out of sight, out of mind. Emilio is illegal in Hawaii. Emilio is illegal in Connecticut. And as I said earlier, Emilio is illegal in New York City. Emilio, Alec Baldwin's Bengal cat, is illegal in the city in which Emilio lives. This is not solidarity with undocumented workers. He is illegal because he is a murderer. Bengal cats, they're cute, they're adorable. We should not be breeding Bengal cats. So when Alec Baldwin brings Emilio from his estate in the Hamptons to his posh ski resort in Vermont, that also means that Emilio is visiting New York City all the time. Now, Bengal cats, there's a reason they're illegal in Manhattan and New York City, because they are only partly domesticated. They are half wild. Doesn't matter how many generations down from the original, I think it's an Asian tiger cat, that you can breed 5 generations down. They still are potentially dangerous, and they will always be wild. They will always be wild cats who, like Emilio, when the door is open, want to go outside and kill something. They're illegal in Hawaii because cats, especially Bengal cats, are a threat to other animals. When they escape, they go hunting and they destroy entire populations of birds. That is why cats must be spayed and neutered and kept indoors. They are murderers. I love cats. I've had close to 30 in my life. They're adorable. I was up on YouTube last night watching kittens. I love kittens. They're adorable, but they need to be spayed and neutered, and they need to be kept inside. They do not need to be bred. They do not need to. We don't need more cats. We need fewer cats, because we kill 530,000 a year in America that we know of, because nobody wants them. Cats are dangerous. They're funny. They're adorable. They're cute. I love cats. I really do. I joke about cats, but I love cats. But they are the only animal other than humans who will hunt for sport. And cats, like humans, are wiping out entire species of animals. One of Australia's biggest regrets, other than Mel Gibson, is that they allowed cats centuries ago onto the continent, and those cats are killing rodents and birds that they need. Any argument that the Baldwins can offer up for buying a designer Bengal cat doesn't hold water. I don't want to hear that they have a kid who is allergic to cats. You can go without a cat, period. We don't need new cats. We need to find homes for the ones who have been abandoned and keep them in the home, not outdoors. Breeding cats to perfection, like Emilio, means there were some cats born defective and must be discarded. Cat breeding it's so satanic, it's hysterical. The idea that anybody would breed cats when we're killing 530,000 a year that we know of, it's so evil, it's funny, and it's emblematic of the complete and total disregard for life manifest in the ruling class, which Alec Baldwin is a part of. He is a multi-millionaire. He never has to work a day in his life again from the 30 Rock back end that he must have gotten. I've read that he, agreed to lower his salary the last 2 seasons of 30 Rock as though that were magnanimous. I can't imagine his not owning a piece of the back end of 30 Rock. He is a multimillionaire who never has to worry about money. He is part of the white ruling elite of public radio here in New York City. He has his own show, Here's the Thing, on public radio. He hosts the Philharmonic. He's at the museums. He's raising money for the museums. He's at the galas and the film festivals out on the Hamptons. He rubs elbows with every Wall Street financier because the Wall Street financiers, like Emilio the cat, they live in New York City, and they also live out on the Hamptons very well. So Emilio, the Bengal cat, and Alec Baldwin rub elbows with the worst of the worst Wall Street financiers. Wall Street financiers who are responsible for rust. They are responsible for rust. I'm going to go over the budget in a second. And they are also responsible for this $1.2 trillion transfer of wealth from the federal government to the richest 1%, otherwise known as the bipartisan infrastructure bill. What is so infuriating about people like Alec Baldwin is he presents himself as a friend, as an ally of the working class. But he is running a false flag operation. Like everyone who gets to his status, who has the kind of money that he has, the laws do not apply to Alec Baldwin. If they say you can't own Emilio, the Bengal cat in New York City, Alec Baldwin figures, I just punched a guy for a parking spot. I'm not doing time. I can own an illegal cat. I can guarantee you that if Travis Scott owned an illegal cat or punched somebody for a parking spot, he joined the ranks of all the other African-American rappers who are doing time. But the law doesn't apply to rich white men like Alec Baldwin. Can't own a cat, a Bengal cat in New York City. Doesn't apply to me. I'm Alec Baldwin. You're supposed to have a full-time armorer on your set. Alec Baldwin says, I know, but I've been making movies for decades. I know how to handle a prop gun. I don't need to attend those gun safety meetings or even make them mandatory for the rest of the crew. I got this. I know how to handle a gun. Even though since 2003, there have been laws on sets. You are never to point a prop gun at yourself or anybody else on the set. He didn't attend the gun safety classes. They weren't mandatory. He forgot that you're not supposed to point a prop gun at the cinematographer. It was a combination, that killing was a combination of entitlement, arrogance, and of course, greed that killed. It was the greed, the sense of entitlement, and of course, the arrogance that comes with entitlement. That's what killed Baldwin's cinematographer. Now, I know that you're thinking, why are you harping on Alec Baldwin? Isn't he going through enough? No, as a matter of fact, he's not. I want justice. I want justice. I like Alec Baldwin, but he messed up royally, and I want justice. I want the same justice that Travis Scott is going to face. I want the same justice for Alec Baldwin that Travis Scott is going to receive, because Alec Baldwin didn't just impersonate Donald Trump on SNL. Alec Baldwin didn't just impersonate Donald Trump on SNL. He impersonates Donald Trump in real life. Alec Baldwin puts himself out there. He exposes himself. He's an exhibitionist. And by doing that, he offers up a window into the ruling class. Nobody's asking Alec Baldwin to go on Instagram and opine about IATSE and Colin Powell before he shoots his cinematographer. Nobody is asking him to spin the murder of his cinematographer afterwards. And nobody asked him to buy a $3,000 designer cat, bring it up to Vermont, and then lose it, and then try to use his missing $3,000 designer cat as a ploy for sympathy. Tough. I know he's going through a horrible, horrible time. He should have the class to disappear. But he's out front thinking that he can control this. He's smart enough. I can spin this. Well, you've opened yourself up to who not just you and your wife are, but the entire ruling class that controls the Democratic Party, because Alec Baldwin is the Democratic Party. He's the one throwing the fundraisers on the Hamptons that Chuck Schumer goes to. He is the Democratic Party. He is the Clintons, the Obamas. That's the Democratic Party, because they have no shame. And so the Baldwins right now are spinning and preening on Instagram and presenting themselves one way, lying to us. And while doing that, they pull the curtain back on who the rich and powerful truly are. And who they truly are, they're grotesque. They are ugly. They are ugly. They are double dealers who are constantly marketing to us, tricking us into forking over cash for their movie tickets or what they're selling on Goop. We're supposed to, watch their shows or endorse their candidates, all the while marketing to us on social media, that they're conventional, that they're just like us. They're conventional. They're not conventional. They're pocketing our money and wasting our time promoting causes that they themselves couldn't care less about. They only care about themselves and how they come across to others. That is what a sociopath does. They present Ted Bundy, Alec Baldwin, his wife, the Clintons, the Obamas. They are no different from Ted Bundy, although compared to the Clintons and the Obamas, I think Ted Bundy has less blood on his hands than the Clintons and the Obamas. They present as one of us. They are not. The hypocrisy is laughable. The Baldwin wife, she constantly beseeches the paparazzi for privacy while constantly updating her Instagram. Please stop taking our picture. Meanwhile, she's marketing to her 1 million followers on Instagram with photographs, because this is what the ruling elite does. They want to control the perception of who they are. The Baldwins don't want the paparazzi controlling the narrative. That's what social media is. It's been built so the ruling class can control the narrative. And they present their kids, the Baldwins pose with their kids after the murder, and they show themselves living their best lives. We see their best selves out in the open. The faces of his kids, I think he has 5 or 6 kids. Those are supposed to be blurred out. I feel guilty bringing up the menagerie of kids, but they're not blurring out the faces of those children. I think there's something seriously diseased about anybody who exploits their children that way. Those kids, like the gun Alec Baldwin fired, are props. I'm sure I know he loves his kids. How could he not? But they are props. Just like Bill and Hillary, Barack and Michelle, Joe and Jill, Donald and Melania, Mitch McConnell and Elaine Chao, they are craven, and they do not know right from wrong. They are where they are because they are amoral. Not immoral, amoral. They do not know right from wrong. They could pass a lie detector test if you ask them, do you think your good outweighs your bad? They are gaslighting themselves, us, their children. They are amoral. They know, like Ted Bundy, they present compassion. They present themselves as inspirations, and that we should mimic them, while all the while they are nothing to be mimicked. They are not role models. If anything, you should see how they act, the way they live their lives, and do their opposite. When you spend $3,000 on a designer cat, that's wrong. Then to call the police because your $3,000 cat is missing, that's wrong. When you then present to the world your $3,000 cat who's gone missing, you're beyond redemption. Your lack of taste, your lack of knowledge of how to market, you're just stupid and craven, which is what Baldwin and the Clintons are. Normal people don't behave this way. Normal people know that if you spend $3,000 on a cat, at the very least, you keep it to yourself. People say to me, why are you fixating on Baldwin? I'm not. I'm going to go over the budget for Rust in a second. Baldwin is a whistleblower, inadvertently a whistleblower. And this killing and the trials to come, although I don't think we'll see the kind of trials we'll see with Drake and Travis Scott coming to us from Astroworld. I think Hollywood and Wall Street will circle the wagons and protect the producers of Rust. They'll blame probably the guy Halls, the assistant DA, they'll blame the armorer. But more importantly, they will blame the cinematographer. I guarantee you that someone will make this the cinematographer's fault. They will blame the dead woman. Mark my words, they will circle the wagons. There will be massive settlements that we don't know about. And in the end, a blue ribbon report will reveal that it is the cinematographer's fault for getting killed. This killing and the trials and the settlements that we will not find out enough about, they will lay bare how business is conducted, not just in Hollywood, but in America. It reveals right now what the rich and powerful, the people who present themselves as our liberal allies, Democrats, it will reveal what they really think of us. Now, the Hollywood Reporter, get a pencil and a piece of paper and do the math with me. I apologize, but this involves math. The Hollywood Reporter got its hands on the budget for Rust. That's the movie where the cinematographer was shot to death. And it is everything I said it was 2 weeks ago, but worse. If you go back and listen to the show I did 2 weeks ago about Rust, everything I said was true, but 3 times worse. And I'll show you why it's 3 times worse, because of the budget. The budget for Rust exposes the invention that people in charge are entitled to more money because they've risked their own money. Now, this is really important. I know I tend to ramble and go on and on and on, but if you take away anything from today, you will learn that anybody who says the rich are entitled to more money because they risk their own money, anybody who says that to you is lying. We're going to go over the budget, which speaks truth to the lie that your boss, the owner of your business that you work for, is entitled to more money because he or she risked his own. Whenever the working class goes up against the rich say, "You didn't risk anything to build this business. I did." That's a lie. They risked other people's money. For example, the $1.2 trillion infrastructure bill. That is going to contractors. That money is going to AT&T. It's going, for the broadband. It's going to all the John Deere. It's going to the rental companies who rent, these lifts. This is tax dollars being paid to corporations and contractors, defense contractors who also make tractors. This is federal money being turned over to private enterprise so they don't have to risk their own money. Because the truth about American capitalism is the people in charge risk other people's money, like the government's money. They risk the government's money. People in charge, people like Bill Gates, people like Steve Jobs, risked other people's money and had nothing to lose. For example, Amazon, right? Amazon is a publicly traded stock. And it is not owned entirely by Jeff Bezos. He owns probably half of it, but not all of it, because he didn't want to risk his own money when he started Amazon. So he went out and got investors, which means he didn't have to risk his own money. And he gets half the company because of what is called sweat equity. Because Jeff Bezos came up with the idea for the company, he's entitled to half the ownership, even though he didn't put any money into it. That's how the lawyers structure the corporation. So while he's building Amazon, Jeff Bezos is risking nothing. He's getting rich. He's getting rich. He's drawing a salary from the investment. Amazon didn't make profits for more than a decade. Amazon was losing money for at least a decade. And then when it did turn a profit, it was barely making anything. I think they had revenues of like $46 billion with like $20 million in profits, right? So you would assume that Jeff Bezos isn't making anything because he owns the company. Bullshit. He's drawing a salary off the investment. The angel investors put money into Amazon for a piece of it, and he's drawing a salary as the CEO. So he's entitled to half the profits when it becomes profitable, and he's drawing an amazing salary while it's unprofitable for a decade. He risked nothing. In fact, if Amazon had failed, and I'm going to get back to the Rust, your head's going to explode when I tell you about what's inside the Rust movie, inside their budget. Your head is going to explode. And just to warn everybody, when I say get out the guillotines, I'm talking about taxing these people into oblivion. I am not advocating cutting off anybody's head, but this is they're cutting off my head. My head is about to explode. They might as well put me underneath a guillotine when I tell you when it's unbelievable. If Amazon had failed, if Amazon went into the dust heap of history, Bezos and his wife would have walked away with millions. They get a cut of the investment. When venture capital pumps millions of dollars into Facebook, Amazon, Apple, Microsoft, these founders, right? Gates, Zuckerberg, Bezos, they get a huge salary off the top. They don't risk a penny. They make a lot of money. And that's why the budget for Rust, Alec Baldwin's passion project, is so illustrative of how capitalism in America is a figment of the worker's imagination. They have sold us. They've branded capitalism. It's a lie. It's a lie. They don't risk anything. The people at the top do not risk a penny. They are guaranteed millions every step of the way, even when, as is the case with Rust, it goes belly up. The producers of Rust, Alec was one of them. Get your pad and pencil out. Alec Baldwin was one of the producers. His greed, their greed and disregard for unions and working people is incalculable. I'm going to crunch the numbers here. And again, it's the guillotine. It's time for the guillotines, not, with our tax code. We have to tax these people into oblivion. I'm now going to explain the financing on Rust, which is a window to the financing for every startup in America. The financing for Rust, the movie, is no different from the financing of every new company in America. This isn't just Hollywood. It is America's iteration of big business. So, pencils and paper out. As I said 2 weeks ago, and I don't mean to blow my own horn, but I'm going to blow my own horn and swallow what comes out because I got it completely right. I got it completely right, but it's 3 times as worse. So I said 2 weeks ago, Alec Baldwin got a piece of the investment. They always talk about, I'm going to sacrifice my salary for a piece of the back end. He has a piece of the back end on Rust, the profits, but he's got a piece of the front end. Before anybody shows up to work, he's getting a piece of the investment, right? I didn't realize how much. It's insane. The shooting budget, this is the Hollywood Reporter came out with this, and this is the second budget, the shooting budget. There's a pre-production budget that we haven't seen. The shooting budget for Rust was a little more than $7 million. Now, there are other, they call them tranches. There's the pre-production budget, which we haven't seen yet. We probably won't see it. It will remain sealed. Even when it goes to trial, it'll remain sealed. There's the pre-production tranche. Then there's the production tranche. That's the $7 million tranche. And then there's the post-production tranche. That's the editing. And then there's the advertising tranche. I'll get to all that later. And every step of the way, Alec Baldwin and the producers are skimming off the top of each tranche. So the production budget, $7 million to go shoot the movie. Not the pre-production, not the post-production, not the advertising and promotion budget, just the production. $7 million goes into shooting the movie. There'll be another investment later to hire editors, and you have to screen the movie and test it. That'll be another $7 million for post-production. It has to be $7 million because this is all about money laundering and tax breaks. They have to pump up the costs of the post-production the same way they pump up the costs of production because they need to show profits and losses. They're moving money through this LLC. People will invest $7 million into post-production for Rust the same way they invested $7 million for production, no questions asked, because they need to clean drug money. Whatever. The producers are going to get another $7 million. They're cleaning up money. It's a tax haven. They're getting tax breaks by showing a loss, by showing a profit, but it's in New Mexico and it's being shipped to an offshore account in the Cayman Islands. And there's something in the tax code that means the federal government owes you money. If I guarantee you that someone is investing in Rust and they put $1 million into Rust, and then Rust transfers the $1 million to the Cayman Islands, and because of that transfer, somehow the federal government pays the producer an additional $1 million in a tax rebate. If you think I'm kidding, Jeff Bezos, the richest man in America, there were a couple of years where he paid zero taxes. How do you do that? We've talked about this. So you want the budget to be as big as possible because this has nothing to do with making a movie. This is about moving money around. So while all this is going on, you have 6 producers plus Alec Baldwin, and they're putting a doughy face, a pretty face to all this, making it look legitimate. And because they're making it look legitimate, the producers get 10% off the top of each tranche of the investment. 10%. That seems fair. I mean, that's what an agent gets. Why shouldn't the producers get 10% for fronting this tax scam / money laundering operation? So that's the $7 million production budget. Then once this hardened dingleberry is finished being shot, then they have to edit it. That's another $7 million. Maybe it's $10 million. They need to then spend money taking it to the festivals, and that's a whole new budget for advertising. And the producers will need another $7 million for that, of which they take another 7%. And don't forget, every step of the way, forget the 10% off the top of the investment, they are also charging the company for services that are never provided. They are busting out the movie. It's a bust out. $7 million for production for a 3-week shoot of Rust? Are you kidding me? Who's making the money? It costs $7 million. Where's that money going? It's not going to the crew. It's not going for film stock. Where's it going? It's being stolen. So here's the math. On the first $7 million for production, actually that's the second $7 million. There was probably another $7 million for pre-production. The producers got 10%. And if you look at the Hollywood Reporter's breakdown of the budget, $750,000 was set aside for the producers off the top. Just, they went in there, the producers all got the total of $750,000 that was split by about 6 people. So there was no risk for the producers whatsoever. They'll say, when they're negotiating, they'll say, we only get the back end. We're risking our money. They're not risking their money. They're risking drug money. They're risking dirty money, and they're skimming 10% off the top up front. Baldwin, according to the Hollywood Reporter, according to the budget, he got $100,000 as a producer from this tranche, from the production budget. There was a pre-production budget, there's going to be a post-production budget, and then there's going to be a budget for promotion. So off the production budget, he got $100,000 as a producer. The other $600,000 was split among the 6 other producers. For less than a month's work, he gets $100,000. Then he earns $150,000 as the lead actor from this budget, from the production budget. But he also wrote the movie, and we don't know what he got for that. He probably got, I don't know, $700,000. I don't know what they paid him up front from the first budget, pre-production, to write the movie. We don't know yet. This little so-called passion project, this little independent movie that he just has to make. I'm going to guess, not knowing anything, that Baldwin thinks in big round numbers. I'm going to guess by the time he showed up on the set, he already had $1 million in his checking account from the producing, from the acting, and from the writing he got before the movie even went into production. And the way this plays out is Alec sits in the Hamptons with sycophantic lawyers and accountants, all competing to show off for him how much money they can make for Alec Baldwin for as little work as possible. That's part of the game they get off on. And no risk whatsoever. In fact, and this is in the budget, there's a $300,000 contingency fee. I looked that up. What does a $300,000 contingency fee mean? It means that the producers split $300,000 if for some reason production is shut down and the movie never gets made. Like if there's a shooting, if a killing, and you have to cut production, just shut it down, the producers split $300,000 among themselves from that $7 million budget. There's a $300,000 kill fee. There's no risk whatsoever. $300,000 for a kill fee, but no money for a full-time armorer to make sure Alec Baldwin doesn't kill somebody. Alec Baldwin got all his money up front, and baked into that contract is that $350,000. Is it 300? I can't tell. It's either $350. It's $350. I'm sorry. It's a $350,000 contingency fee. Split 6 ways. They all got $60,000 for destroying the movie, for shutting it down. When Alec killed his cinematographer, he automatically got a $60,000 kill fee. Meanwhile, the 24-year-old armorer, working 12 to 14 hours a day for a month, 7 days a week, got $8,000 total. Plus, she had to do more than just be the armorer. which is why she wasn't on the set when Baldwin killed the cinematographer. Now, the only reason we know all this, and I'm not fixating on Alec Baldwin. This is a window into the lie of capitalism. This isn't capitalism. This is theft. This is mob shit. This is really mafia shit. The only reason we know this is because Alec Baldwin killed the cinematographer. Those guns were going off days earlier. Had the guns that went off days earlier killed somebody and it wasn't Alec Baldwin, we wouldn't know anything about this. The movie would still be getting, pun intended, shot. They would still be shooting this movie if the cinematographer died on the set, but it wasn't Alec Baldwin who fired the shot. They would cover this up. Had the person who fired the kill shot been a crew member. And we wouldn't know about the budget. We wouldn't know about this if one of the crew members fell asleep driving home from the set of Rust and hurtled into a van carrying a family of 6 and killing everybody. We wouldn't know about this. We would know that an accident happened, but we wouldn't know the accident happened because the producers reneged on their promise of providing hotels near the set and not 50 miles away. See, IATSE, the union, had been promised hotels near the set because it's exhausting to work a 12 to 14-hour day, especially if you have to get up and drive 50 miles to the set and then drive home 50 miles. They had been promised in the contract a hotel near the set, but when they arrived, the producers said the money wasn't in the budget. Our hands are tied, the money isn't in the budget. So the crew had to drive 50 miles each way to stay at a crappy hotel in Albuquerque. No money in the budget to keep the workers safe, to keep them from falling asleep on the road and killing people. But when Alec Baldwin shoots his cinematographer to death, there's $350,000 for the producers. That's the fee they get because the project has been killed. The mafia calls something like this a bust out, and it really is. It really is a mafia bust out. And most businesses in America go bankrupt, they go belly up, because most of them are bust outs for these mobsters. You raise $7 million and then you run all your expenses through this fictitious LLC called Rust Movie Productions, LLC. Rust Movie Productions, LLC. It's a figment of your imagination. They set up this company in September. It's been around for 3 months and it's going to disappear and it's going to have no money. They're just running money through it. It's literally a shell operation. And the way you bust it out, the way you $7 million for production on that movie, where was that money being spent? Well, the producers were buying things that can be passed off as necessary for the production of the movie, charge it to the movie, but keep it for yourself. How many bottles of expensive wine? How many antique watches? How many pieces of 19th century antique art were purchased using that $7 million, claiming it was for this period piece, even though it never made it to New Mexico? It was shipped directly to the producer's home or Alec Baldwin's home up in the Hamptons. We'll never know the gifts that were paid to the producers and to Alec Baldwin. We'll never know those gifts that came out of the $7 million budget. We know producers of The Wolf of Wall Street gave Leonardo DiCaprio a $3.2 million Pablo Picasso and a $9 million Jean-Michel Basquiat, as well as Marlon Brando's Oscar statuette. And then Leonardo DiCaprio was forced to turn all those gifts over to the federal government because it turns out the producers of The Wolf of Wall Street got caught running a money laundering operation. Google it. The Wolf of Wall Street, fun movie, was a money laundering operation. How appropriate about a huckster on Wall Street. The movie turned out to be a money laundering operation. And Martin Scorsese's the director, and he plays it innocent. I'm just a director. I'm an artist. How could I, Martin Scorsese, spot a money laundering operation? Look at my entire body of work. Where would you get the idea that I, Martin Scorsese, would ever concern himself with mobsters laundering money? I mean, sure, I directed Goodfellas, and there was that scene where Paulie takes over the restaurant. He becomes a partner because Joe Pesci can't behave, and Paulie uses the restaurant to bust it out, to order liquor that goes in one door and out the other. He racks up debt until the restaurant goes bust. It goes out of business. But that's a restaurant in a movie, but it's not a movie. Yes, movies are bust outs. They are mafia bust outs. They are identical. These movies are the restaurants in Goodfellas, or the sporting goods store that Davey ends up turning over to Tony Soprano because he got into the executive poker game, and he's a compulsive, degenerate gambler. So he lost everything, and Tony took over his sporting goods store, and they busted it out, right? Watch that. I think it's in the third season. They start ordering airline tickets, putting things on the sporting goods credit that they have no intention of paying back. And Russ Movie LLC, that's a manufactured bust out. You run liquor through it, you run airline tickets, you run trips to France, first class trips through this, and then it shuts down after the shooting, and it never shows a profit. Alec Baldwin, I guarantee you, was guaranteed $1 million in his pocket the day he showed up on the set. But the IATSE crew, they couldn't get paid. They could not get paid. So they walked off. They walked off. And the police escorted them off. The day Alec Baldwin shot accidentally, he didn't do it on purpose, shot the cinematographer, the police were called in to escort the IATSE crew workers off the set, even though they were just peacefully disassembling their equipment. The police were called in to escort them off the set, even though they were owed money. They couldn't get paid. New reporting on this, and it's really important to follow this because it's a window into how business is done in America. The crew is telling the Hollywood Reporter and the Los Angeles Times that they couldn't get paid. There was reportedly paperwork problems. How familiar are we all with paperwork problems? Anybody who does temp work knows this game, this hamster wheel. And it's how the producers on Rust float money. And this is what the Los Angeles Times was told about what was going on the set of Rust. The workers, the crew, the below the line, the saps, the people who actually make the movie, they're asked to fill out a stack of paperwork when they show up. bring your passport, bring 2 IDs that prove you're an American citizen. And that takes an hour to fill out all that paperwork. Then the producers conveniently lose the paperwork. How many times has this happened to you? How many times has this happened to me? They lose the paperwork, they claim, but they don't tell you they lost the paperwork. They don't call you and say, hey, we lost the paperwork. They wait until you say, hey, I've been here 2 weeks. I've been here 3 weeks. I haven't been paid. And then they say, let me look into it. And they come back and say, oh, you know what? You need to fill out the paperwork again. This was going on the set of Rust. The old, oh, you need to fill out the paperwork again. Sometimes they'll say it's your fault, right? Most of the time they're magnanimous and they say, we gave you the wrong paperwork. And then while that money is floated, sitting in the bank, collecting interest, you're forced to wait another 2 weeks to get paid as you fill out the paperwork. If you're lucky, they don't make you fill out further documents. We've all been through this. And the accountants, the people who, the associate producers, they watch you to see how angry you get. Because the angrier you get, the happier they are. Because this is also about the sadistic thrill that comes from power and exploitation. It's the heady high that comes with getting something over on someone. You're not like this, but there are people who are. That is the creative joy that accountants and lawyers get, and producers get. The joy they have is watching you squirm. They enjoy it. They do. I know it's hard to believe, but they do. They like the idea that you're not getting paid, and they have that power over you. It's not only about greed. It's also about sadism, like Emilio the cat, who, hunts for sport. Humans hunt for sport. They're enjoying watching you go down, watching you get angrier, because they hate themselves and they hate the people they work for. And so they take it out on the people who desperately need to get paid, the crew. They take it out on the crew. They kick down. They kiss up, kick down. So yes, it's about money, but it's also about the cruelty. They are mobsters. Most of the people in charge of these corporations, which are money laundering operations, they have a mobster mentality. And mobsters become mobsters not just because they want money. They become mobsters because they enjoy the thrill of hurting somebody. They're in it to either X somebody out or break some knuckles. You're behind on your payment? I can't wait. Let me go crack his knuckles. You all know people like this. They wear suits. They put on cologne. They are mobsters. Alec Baldwin is a very cruel man, but he's also very smart. So while he punches someone because that person is in his parking spot, he's smart enough to know that's wrong. He's smart enough to also lie to himself and do things that convinces him and the people around him that his heart is really in the right place. So he can't wait to support liberal causes, because when you support and speak out for liberal causes, that convinces himself and everyone around him that he's not a sadist. But I can assure you, Alec Baldwin is a sadist. I can assure you that he is a sadist. And he's terrified. He's very smart. And because he's an actor, and a pretty good one, he's in touch with his emotions. And he sees his sadistic side. That's his job, to identify his emotions. And he doesn't like what he sees. So he works very hard to try not to come across as a sadist, but he is a sadist. On a very visceral level, when Alec Baldwin showed up on the set with $1 million already in his pocket, on a visceral level, when he was tapping into his emotions to act, he knew that he was delighting on a visceral level that he is surrounded by people who are getting financially screwed while he has $1 million in his pocket. He identifies it because he convinces himself he's exploring his senses to get to the character. But he knows he's delighting in the fact that the people around him haven't been paid yet. And if you were to go up to Alec, because he will present as one of us. So if somebody had the temerity on the crew, somebody had the temerity to walk up to Alec and say, hey, man, I haven't gotten paid yet, he would be apologetic. He would go, those effing producers, I hate this system. And because he's a great actor, method, he will tap into that period in his teens when he was working at the ice cream store and got screwed by the guy who ran it. He'll actually believe. Watch his Instagram when he comes out in favor of IATSE 2 days before he shot the cinematographer the same day he screwed IATSE. When he's saying, I support IATSE, he's tapping into that part of him that believes this shit. He's lying to himself and to the people. I'll look into it. But he won't, because he doesn't care, because he has the money and he doesn't want you to have it. And meanwhile, on the set of Rust, those producers, Google them. They're despicable. They're the children of bankers. They're despicable. The producers sit around doing nothing. They're staying at the best hotels, dining at the finest restaurants, and they're sitting on the set in their director's chairs with their names on it, and they're face down in their, iPhone 13 playing Candy Crush. Trust me on this. They're playing Candy Crush because they're craven, no talent morons cashing a check by risking somebody else's filthy money. And Alec Baldwin is 63, so he's smart enough to play these producers. And he plays them by making them feel that they're actually part of the creative process. He plays them. He plays them so they'll want to raise more money for a future bust out, for a future money laundering scheme that he can call a passion project and walk away with, at the very least, $1 million. They'll look up from their Candy Crush. One of these idiots, will say, Alec, you should look to your left when you say that. And Alec knows how to play them. He'll say, wow, that is such a brilliant note. So good. So good. I've been doing acting for 40 years. That's a brilliant note. So brilliant. And the producer will be happy. He'll think he's creative. And he'll think he's more than just a money launderer. And the producers will be happy. Everybody's happy. Alec's happy. Everybody's happy except the crew. Or the people who pay $15 to sit through Rust, this fetid, trichinella-infested viral gastroenteritis that Alec Baldwin tries to pass off as a morality Western. Why am I picking on Alec Baldwin? Because, as I said, his killing of the cinematographer rips the sunny liberal mask off America's diseased brand of capitalism. If Alec Baldwin and his wife choose to live their lives and their children's lives out in the open, if they choose to brand themselves as ordinary people with ordinary struggles, when Alec Baldwin brands himself as a friend of labor and goes on Instagram 2 nights before he throws the IATSE workers off the set to say, goes on Instagram 2 nights before and says, I support IATSE's right to strike, then I will use Alec Baldwin, the budget for Rust, and him as a window into the psyche of the ruling class. Alec Baldwin, and I do feel sorry for him, he is a very sick man. He was sick before he fired that shot, and he's going to be even sicker afterwards. And I feel sorry for him, not as much as I do for the cinematographer's son and the widower, but Alec Baldwin brought this on himself by propping up a system that divides the world into 2. People you can use and myself. That's who Alec Baldwin is. He divides the world into 2. Those I can use and myself. Those who get served and those who serve. He is to be served. People around him serve him. He was using everybody, including the producers, who were also using everybody. The crew, though, the people who actually make the movie, like the cinematographer who ended up dead because they want to make a movie, not a killing, they end up getting killed. The crew was being exploited. The Los Angeles Times is now reporting that crew members were promised a hotel near the set, right? And they were, instead, the contract was the agreement. It's a Hollywood agreement. Doesn't matter. They were instead given a hotel 50 miles away. And when the crew complained, the producers made T-shirts. They made T-shirts mocking the crew members for whining about not getting their hotels, right? They treated that promise that they had made to the crew as a joke. Look it up in the Los Angeles Times. There was no money for hotels, but the production staff found the money to make custom black long-sleeve T-shirts that read, and I quote, Error 404, that's an internet term for an error, housing not found. And then they spent the extra money for printing on the sleeve for it to say Albuquerque is an hour away. They printed that on the sleeve. Think about the sadism, the mockery of the working man. We promise you a hotel near the set, and then when you complain, you say it's not in the budget, which is a lie. And then when you complain, they have the money to make a T-shirt to give out to the rest of the crew to make fun of the crew for not getting their hotels. Think about the kind of mind, the sadism, the contempt for humanity that it takes to go and make that T-shirt, and how out of touch you are. It's almost as though you would go buy a $3,000 cat and then ask for sympathy when Emilio, your $3,000 cat, goes missing. It's the arrogance, it's the entitlement, it's the contempt for everybody, including yourself, to make a T-shirt that mocks the crew for wanting a hotel near the set, the hotel that was promised to you. This is evil. This is America's iteration of capitalism. I was promised a hotel room so I wouldn't kill myself driving home after a 14-hour workday, and all I got was a lousy T-shirt making fun of me. So what if you promised the crew hotel rooms? We changed our minds. So what if Bengal cats are outlawed in New York City? I'm going to spend $3,000 on one anyway. The laws, the basic laws of human decency, don't apply to the ruling class. One day I'll say I support IATSE on my Instagram feed. The next day, I'll watch as they're thrown off the set by the police. I'll narrate a PETA video telling people to boycott circuses because of how they abuse elephants. That's what Alec Baldwin does. He narrates a video for PETA telling us to boycott circuses because they abuse elephants. But I'll spend $3,000 on a designer cat that is outlawed in the city I live. PETA doesn't know until now that their spokesman spent $3,000 on a designer cat. Alec Baldwin will write a piece for CNN entitled "The Path to a Better Planet." He writes, "Here's a fact. Human activity is fundamentally altering the planet. We are causing what scientists call the sixth great extinction, erasing countless species from the face of the planet." What, are you talking about humans or your cat, Emilio? Then he writes, I love this, "We are, without much or not nearly enough introspection, destroying the planet." Introspection. Alec Baldwin is telling us we lack introspection and we're destroying the planet. He has 7 kids and counting. He drives a Cadillac, a tank, throughout Vermont. He has a power boat, and he made his crew members drive 100 miles a day instead of springing for a hotel. We are causing the sixth great extinction. No, you're causing the sixth great extinction, Alec Baldwin. We, without much or not nearly enough introspection, are destroying the planet. No, you're destroying the planet. How many private jets, Alec? On his Instagram, his support of IATSE, he talks about, when he's not praising the life of Colin Powell, Alec is talking about how he supports IATSE, and he hates how Hollywood has been taken over by the marketers. He says everybody who runs Hollywood is a marketer while he's marketing bullshit to you. He claims to hate the bankers. Go watch his Instagram video 2 nights before he kills the cinematographer. He talks about how he hates the bean counters, the bankers. Meanwhile, he's doing commercials for Capital One. How many millions did Alec Baldwin make doing commercials for Capital One, which offers poor people $300 that they don't have at 27%, at 27% interest, biblically usurious rates? He's the face of Capital One and the face of the Democratic Party. He's the one doing all the fundraisers on the Hamptons for the Democratic Party. According to the New Republic, Capital One collects $23 billion in interest per year. $23 billion in interest. What is that? Like at 30% interest rates? An average that works out to $181 from every family in America, but it's not every family in America. The Federal Reserve says most of that money is paid by people who are poor at 30% interest rates, Alec. You know who uses Capital One? Poor people to pay for a crown on their teeth. Poor people who can't afford to get their teeth fixed, their kids' teeth fixed. There's huge money. I was reading the Wall Street Journal. There was huge money in poor people putting their medical expenses, especially their dental expenses, on a credit card and then paying 30% interest. But Alec Baldwin is the face of Capital One, and he's supposed to be the liberal Democrat, earning millions off the suffering of the poor. because of Capital One. Kind of reminds me of Joe Biden, the senator from the great state of credit card country, Delaware. But he's going to lecture us about liberal values. He's going to lecture us about climate change and Donald Trump. Capital One is evil. They run about 80,000 experiments a year trying to figure out, they hire physicists to help them figure out that perfect combination of payment options, interest rates, and prizes to keep poor people in a permanent cycle of debt. Their business model is debt, keeping poor people in debt. They don't want poor people to pay off their debt because at 30% interest a year, why would they want poor people to pay off their debt? Why would they want Medicare for all? Why would the credit card companies want the government paying for your dental when they're making $26 billion a year off poor people who have to put it on their credit cards and stay in a permanent state of debt? That's Capital One. And that's who Alec Baldwin and Joe Biden is the face of. And that's why we lose. That's why we lose. That's why the Democrats are not trusted, because we got Alec Baldwin fronting for us. And, if Alec Baldwin, if his Twitter account were still alive, right now, he'd be the person celebrating Nancy Pelosi and Biden for passing that big infrastructure bill. He'd be saying it's huge. 1/3 of American bridges might collapse in the next 10 years if we don't do anything. According to the American Society of Civil Engineers, we need to spend an additional $2.6 trillion on roads, bridges, and tunnels in the next decade to keep the tunnels and the bridges from collapsing. This infrastructure bill that these neoliberal hacks like Pelosi, Biden, and Baldwin are celebrating as a win, it's a lie. It's not $1.2 trillion. It's only $550 billion in additional spending. The other half, more than half, was already earmarked for infrastructure. It's what we normally spend on infrastructure. They've only added $550 billion to infrastructure. And it's going to add to the budget deficit. We have to spend 2 more weeks to have the Congressional Budget Office score Build Back Better, right, to the social safety net bill. We want to find out if we can pay for it. But the bipartisan infrastructure bill is going to add $250 billion more to the budget deficit. But Manchin and the GOP, they call it fiscally sound. Why? Because all that debt, all that money is going to contractors who will overcharge and underpay. It's not going to the workers. It's going to the contractors. It's a transfer of tax dollars to the wealthiest 1%. So, of course, that infrastructure bill can add $250 billion to the budget deficit. They don't care. That money is going to Manchin's friends. It's a transfer of tax dollars to the wealthiest 1%. Is Cyrus here? Because I just want to say, I'm rambling here, but is Cyrus here? Okay.
Oh, we haven't seen him yet.
Okay. So let me just, sorry, I'm running along here. According to The Economist, infrastructure, the kind that this bill, Friday's bill, is, it's notoriously padded. It's going to cost 25% more. Infrastructure, when you build bridges, when you build tunnels, they are notorious for overcharging by 25%. The Big Dig in Boston, and there's all this foreign bribery. I watched the San Francisco Bay Bridge get rebuilt about 8 years ago. They were using federal money, California money, and they were buying cheap cement from China, and the bridge kept falling apart and cracking because those contractors wanted to overcharge and underpay. And what about the guarantee of using environmentally safe cement? Cement accounts for 8% of greenhouse gases. There are carbon neutral ways to make cement. I don't see that in this 1.2 infrastructure bill. There's actually cement that can take CO2 out of the environment. They're not using that. So let's all do a victory lap for this infrastructure bill. A victory lap for what? For breathing? For doing what every other country on the planet has already done and what we should have done? Yeah, let's give Washington credit for doing what it should have done 20 years ago. It's like when your landlord finally fixes the faucet after 10 years and now you can take a shower instead of a bath, and you're supposed to be grateful. We have crumbling bridges and roads. Our tap water is poison. And now Pelosi and Biden have finally gotten around to addressing some of it, and they want a cookie. Oh, thank you. The Democratic Party flushes the toilet and thinks they deserve a parade. All right, you're listening to the David Feldman Show. Yes, there are good things in that 1.2, that $550 billion infrastructure bill. Yes, there are good things in it, but it's 20 years too late. I have more to go. I'll have to talk about this later on in the show. You are listening to The David Feldman Show, davidfeldmanshow.com. Friend me on Facebook. Follow me on Twitter. And office hours every Friday night. Dan in the newsroom? Is Cyrus here yet? Okay. Why don't we do this?
Yes.
Oh, you are there. When
Yes.
did you? I apologize. Let me do this. Let me load some more snark. We're loading snark. Let's take a 90-second break, and then we will come back with screenwriter Dave Cyrus.
It's time right now for the David Feldman Show. He's talking politics and comedy too. He'll tell a dirty joke if you want him to. He's just a lefty from way back. He's a union man with an Emmy for writing. Someday he's mad and he feels like fighting. It's time right now for the David Feldman Show. So get your ears on right, buckle in real tight. He's got a lot to say and he's coming your way. It's time right now for the David Feldman Show. So get your ears on right and buckle in real tight. He's got a lot to say and he's coming your way. He's got a lot to say and he's coming your way.
Welcome back. You're listening to the David Feldman Show. What am I doing here? Did I do it right? I think so. Joining us from Brooklyn. Are you in Brooklyn?
Sure.
You're probably off in Hollywood, I bet.
No.
He is. Just got nominated for an Emmy for his work on Saturday Night Live. He wrote the movie The King of Staten Island, which everybody should go watch. They love it. And he's also a roast battle champion. Please say hello to our friend, Dave Cyrus. Hello.
Hey, how we doing?
We're doing great. I'm feeling great. I'm actually getting some sleep. I just
good.
took
I'm
a, I
glad to
don't know
hear
if
it.
you watched the first 90 minutes of the show, but I took a very long nap during the first.
Yes. Yes, I caught a few seconds of it, and I feel like I know everything you said.
Right. Yeah. So how are you?
I don't know.
Travis Scott. Let's talk about Astro World for a second.
Yeah, let's talk about that.
If he were white, the lawsuits, it would be different, wouldn't it?
I honestly don't know. What I do know is that Travis Scott was the organizer of this event, right?
Yeah.
He created the event. So he was the creator of the event. He was the person on stage when it happened. The buck does kind of stop with him, doesn't it? And I don't know what you're referring to in terms of the racism in the lawsuits, because I don't know what the specifics of the lawsuits are. I can tell you this: the one that there is a lot of responsibility here for the people who were organizing this, the people who were responsible for security and safety. However, there is also a very disingenuous bent to when people start trying to say, and it's amazing to even hear these words say out loud in this year, that the lyrics are what the problem was, and that they start parsing through old songs of his saying, well, these lyrics are violent.
Right.
And it's like, if you really believe that this kind of violence happens because of the substance of the material being sung, you are either a liar or have no idea what you're talking about.
Right.
They did the exact same thing at Woodstock 99. They said that, well, clearly the reason there was violence and sexual assault at this is because Megadeth has lyrics that say,
Really?
who sells, but who's buying?
Is that what
And,
happened?
Yeah. There were a lot of people who tried to claim it. And there's a new documentary that just came out where they have these 20-something-year-old music journalists just basically saying that the late 90s were an evil time, and people who liked music then were bad people.
Right.
And that's why people got hurt at Woodstock. Not because the organizers were dangerously corrupt and incompetent,
Right.
and did not provide security, did
Right.
not provide water, tried to literally squeeze these people for more money than they could get by saying, well, you'll die of starvation and thirst if you don't pay as much as we're hiking the money up for the water from
Right.
$5 to $15. No, it's because Limp Bizkit yells.
Right.
And that's what's so disgusting about this. Any event with this many people will have dead bodies if you're not responsible. I'm sorry, didn't just as many people almost die in Israel a few months ago at a giant faith rally? Was there
Travis
something wrong
Scott
with
was playing Israel?
No, yeah. But no, there was a giant event of all Orthodox Jews where people died because of a crush of the crowd, because it has nothing to do with what's on stage. When 50,000 people are in one place and you don't listen to the organizers who say you need lines, you need aisles, you need security to have access to everyone, bad things happen. Coachella is not known for having angry, violent lyrics in the musicians, but people still get hurt there because men, by the way, just on the side, away from the crushing, just the sexual assaults of Woodstock, I don't trust men of any music liking. I don't trust men who like any kind of music. If you put them in the wrong situation, you have to expect them to do something horrible, because men are horrible. Right. And you need to treat us like animals and not allow us to do these things, because there's only so much we can force each other to behave, to act like human beings. A lot of men out there are just truly monsters. And when you put them in a sea of people and they can clearly see that no security is going to get to them, bad things can happen.
Right.
And
so they have to change. They have to change.
They don't have to change.
No, they have to change the focus.
Doing.
No, hang on for a second. I'm saying they have to change the focus. And the same thing with Rust. The conversation immediately turned to gun safety when gun safety on movie sets is not an issue. It never happens.
It's been 30 years since this happened with Rust. Yeah, and this was about two things. Number one, that you can't let low budget movies cut these corners because people die. But number two, someone essentially is guilty of, at very least, manslaughter.
And it will be the cinematographer.
Someone put a live bullet in a bunch of dummy bullets, and Alec Baldwin is not qualified to look at a dummy bullet and know it's a dummy and not a live bullet.
He's qualified to sit in on the gun safety classes.
No, he was a producer. So he is responsible in that sense because he is a producer, and every producer in that movie is somewhat responsible.
But you're never supposed to point a gun. Gun safety laws, you don't point a prop gun at anybody on a set.
I know, but
he's Alec
director
Baldwin.
of photography wanted, well, yeah, but he wasn't the one saying, I want it down the barrel shot. Someone told him, we need you to point this way to get it down the barrel shot.
And so they will blame the cinematographer. They will blame, they will, I guarantee you.
A lot of people are guilty here.
No, but they will blame the cinematographer for telling Alec Baldwin to point the gun at her. And they will blame the victim. That's how it works in America.
Okay, David, hold on a second. If the director of photographer,
hello,
the gun that he did, and he shot that gun and killed someone who wasn't the director of photography, would that mean that she wasn't responsible?
Hang on, you broke up. You broke up.
Not responsible at all because he got shot.
You broke up.
Is
Say
the
it
director
again.
of this movie? Okay, is the director of this movie less responsible because he got shot?
No, I'm talking about how this is going to work.
No, answer the question. Is the director less responsible for what happened on that set because he was the person who got shot and lived?
He's responsible because I would assume that he knows guns, what the protocol is as the director. He should know.
What I'm saying is that if this director of photography had not been killed, she would be one of the people who would be held responsible for this if it was someone else who got killed.
The cinematographer.
If she was the person, if she was the person who made the decision that he had to point the gun down the barrel in order to see down the barrel.
So, she should have been overruled. These are all young, inexperienced tier 1 crew members.
Yeah. And everyone who is in a position to overrule that is partially responsible here.
Right. But they will blame the cinematographer.
Well, I think that if the other people there said she was the one who made the decision of where the gun was pointed, then it does mean that it's a little bit less of the person who pointed the gun's responsibility of doing that, and a little bit less of their mistake. A lot of people here are responsible, but I do think that you're right, it's not about gun safety. When something hasn't happened in 30 years, it doesn't sound like this is an epidemic, but it's still something that has to be very seriously looked into. But we can still talk about Travis Scott.
Yeah, let's talk about Travis Scott. Now he is paying the funeral expenses for everybody who died at the Astroworld Stampede. Refunds, he's refunding the tickets. It's obviously not premeditated. He's a performer. He was doing business with Live Nation. But the lawsuits, Ben Crump is suing him. They're claiming that the tragedy was preventable. Obviously, and I guess there have been a history of injuries at his performances. Really? How many?
Yeah, I think that there is in that sense, absolutely. I'm not going to say that it wouldn't happen if he was, Kid Rock. I don't think that's necessarily true. I don't know. Maybe it would be easier. Maybe it's going to be easier to get people to believe that he's responsible because he's black and racism. But I will say that, I go to a lot of concerts. I've been to a lot of very small shows and festivals as well. People get hurt. Mosh pits are a place to get punched in the face. And that's why I'm saying everyone who goes in these concerts, the very idea of saying, you should have not gotten as excited on stage because people wanted to see you is ridiculous. And people are kind of making that argument. They're saying that Drake is partially responsible for this, with things he said. It's like, look, Drake is not exactly the most aggressive singer. So let's not, I think that this idea that the music was bad and that's why people do this this happens at religious festivals. Right. This can happen anywhere with this many people. And what's going to happen now is you're going to see more strict protocols probably of how crowds this size can be controlled. I mean, Coachella does a lot of things that they learn from Woodstock that prevent dehydration, prevent the ability, prevent it to be impossible for an ambulance to make it to a body in the middle of a mosh pit or in the middle of a crowd. You know, I've been to Lollapalooza, I've been to Warped Tour, I've been to a bunch of these things. You know, when you're in the middle of that sea of people, you do get the impression that if something happens, no one's going to do anything, and no one's going to be able to help you.
Yeah.
And
now you're a live performer. You've been on shows with me. My shows are very sexually charged. There's a fevered pitch of testosterone.
Yeah, but women, no one dies because women are throwing their panties at you.
No, I'm throwing my panties at the women. That's what I do. I throw my panties at the women, and it excites the crowd. And I wear 6 pairs of panties before I step on stage.
You're a performer.
You're a performer. And I just throw my panties at the crowd.
Mm-hmm. That's what I'm saying. I just think it's so puritanically ridiculous.
Most of them are clean, by the way.
Yeah. Good. I'm glad. Well, the ones on the outside, sure.
Yeah.
Just, I mean, the very idea that we're going to look at, you know, that's people always do. They try to blame. They're going to try to blame him because that's how you get money. Because if you say that it's gross negligence, that's where you get your real cash. And I don't know that that's the truth, but Travis Scott, unfortunately, was not just the person on stage; he's the person who ran this festival. Right. So he is very responsible in many ways. But I don't know that there's any evidence that this was any different than any other major festival. Just sometimes things happen.
Right. Hey, you don't listen. It's a tragedy, and Travis Scott. I don't know the whole story. I just know that he didn't. That was not his. That was not on his set list. For a stampede.
I'm sure he's devastated by this.
Yes.
And I don't have any reason to believe that Travis Scott cut any corners that other major festivals did, unless that evidence comes out. You know, right. I think we have this need, and you know, it's called proportionality bias, I believe, where people cannot accept that horrible things can happen by coincidence and accident. They need to blame people. It's exactly why people saw COVID and needed to believe that billionaires were conspiring to do this, and governments were doing this on purpose, because they are terrified to live in a world of chaos where where a butterfly can cause a chain reaction that kills 1 million people.
Right.
It's so much easier for them to live in a world of supervillains. And I think that's what's going on here a little bit. People see this tragedy, they see a terrible thing, and they say, I want someone to hang. I want someone to be brutally punished so that we can feel like these things don't happen unless bad people make them happen. And that's just not the world we live in.
So explain this to me. I was going home last week, and I pass a club, and people are lining up around the block, and they're young, obviously. Yeah. And it was a Saturday night. And I was on the phone with a friend, and I said, I would line up to get out of that club. I mean, so that's how out of touch I am. So 50,000 people at Astro World, right?
Yeah. You know, I'm not a big festival guy either.
So how could you not?
I like to go to small shows.
I know I'm old. I know that. If I were, you know, your age or younger, I would but I don't understand how you could be among 50,000 people and not have a panic attack. Forget the stampede. How can you not have a massive panic attack just being surrounded by all these people, knowing that you're trapped, that you can't, that's going to be really hard to leave, that you have to wait your turn to leave?
I think when you're a kid, there's so much energy and excitement about being around so many other people.
Somebody in the chat room said drugs help. I guess
they do. I mean, there's a very old joke about, you know, because look, there have been a lot bigger concerts than this and no one got killed, you know, and I think it's more coincidence than not, I think is the problem. Because, I mean, look, Phish has shows this size, has had probably thousands of shows with this many people, and they've never had any major problems like this. But it's also because they're more of a well-oiled machine of knowing how to put on giant festival shows.
So you're going there for more than just the music. You're going there to...
It's a social event.
It's a social
It's exciting.
Event.
There's so much... Think about when you're a kid, teenagers want to go to the mall. Why do they want to go to the mall? They literally just want to be around other people. There's an element of possibility, of hope, of just ways that you can have fun because you're this endless sea of like-minded people your age. There is something about being a teenager that makes you desperately want to be around large groups of other people your age.
Right.
And these people love Travis Scott. He's a good musician. Right. And this is the only opportunity they have to see him live. I wouldn't want to go see my favorite musician with 50,000 people. I'd rather go see him in a small club. But
now, what about the fact that, let me ask you a question. Again, it's a tragedy.
Yeah.
It's in Texas. What does that suggest?
I don't think there's really, honestly, nothing to me. I don't think there's anything that, I'll put it this way. The only way Texas would have been a factor to me is if this was in the summer, because in the summer, it is more irresponsible to have these kinds of festivals in places like Texas because the heat is a very big factor in what kills people. You start seeing, people get exhaustion. But that's the thing. This was in October. This was like around Halloween. It wasn't that hot. So if this was in July, more people.
You're frozen. And if this were July, you wouldn't be frozen.
Aside from that, I don't blame Texas.
I'm sorry?
Sorry. If this was July, it would have been worse. But, I don't think there's anything specific about Texas to me because honestly, these were teenagers. I don't think the teenagers of Texas are embodying the kinds of problems that you may be implying.
Right.
These were a lot of minority kids. These were not the rednecks that you're associating with Houston or Dallas or Texas or any part of Texas.
And there were kids. I mean, there were young kids there.
Yeah, a lot of kids died, honestly, because they're kids. And
like 14.
They were small.
And younger.
So they were more vulnerable to getting trampled. And here's the really weird thing about this. I just want to say what's the big story, I think, about what's going on here. There are two very different stories about what happened. People on the ground are saying that when Travis Scott started his performance, the whole crowd just started crushing towards the center, towards the front, to get to the front to watch the show, which is a danger if the crowd is too big. But then another group of people were saying that it was a stampede of panic when they saw a security guard get dropped by one of the people there. That a security guard, and they said this is not a rumor. The police have confirmed this. The security guard was jabbed with a hypodermic filled with heroin.
Right. I was going to ask you about that. Do we know that's true?
At least I can say I saw a police officer claiming it was confirmed that the man was revived Narcan, and it was an opiate that he was injected with. And, it's not the hardest thing in the world to imagine happening at a concert where people are doing drugs and someone's trying to get away from a security guard.
And did that create the stampede away from the heroin or towards it?
They're saying that might have caused a panic of people running. And there's a thing with that where the smallest thing can have a chain reaction at these kind of events. Because at that event in Israel, which I guess even more people died, no one even knows what caused the panic. They just know that a small group at some point panicked about something and it spread exponentially and everyone started stampeding. So it doesn't take much.
Right. Also, I looked at the Apple video. Apple had some kind of live streaming. Travis Scott he asked if everybody was okay. And from his perspective, it seemed like it was okay. And from my perspective, from the Apple stream, I guess I was looking at what Travis Scott saw, and it looked like people. It was hard to spot.
Yeah, I don't.
And the examples that they give, like David Grohl stopping his set because a kid needed to. The kid was in the front row. Where they say, "Why couldn't he have been like David Grohl?" When you're looking at 50,000 people, it looked like they were jumping up and down.
I agree with that. I think that people are really trying too hard to make Travis Scott the performer guilty here, when Travis Scott's only guilty as a producer. He's guilty because he owned the thing, and that everyone who's on that level is guilty. But I don't think he did anything from the stage that was what people are trying to make it out to be, that he somehow caused this to happen. His presence caused people to rush the stage, just being there. He didn't say, hey, go hurt someone.
How much of this is a supply chain issue, in that we are having trouble finding people to come to work? They can't, what if they just couldn't find the right number of people to do security?
Well, then they should have offered more money for security.
I'm just saying that this is
I don't know. I have no idea if that's the truth. But if you say we couldn't find security people, well, then you weren't offering them enough money. And that's the way the world is. That's supply and demand. If you can't get security, you pay more for it. Right. And you can't skimp on security. And the really dangerous thing here would be the sort of, if there was ever an acknowledgement by someone at the top, we don't want that much security, we want people to have fun. If that kind of decision was made and there's proof of it, then you're really talking about a tremendous amount of trouble. If there was a conscious decision to not have enough security. But the fact is, there's a lot of people who organize these events who are now saying, oh, we consulted. We said do blank, blank, and blank, and they didn't.
Right. So let me, again, this is a tragedy, and and it's very sad. It really is.
No, it's horrible. It's horrible. It's horrible every time this happens.
Yeah, and I don't mean to, but with the supply chain issue and it being Texas, and yes, I'm politicizing this because everything is political. The minute you step out of your home, it's political. Texas is very insistent that we go back to living our lives. And we're in the middle of a pandemic, correct?
Yes. Pretty much.
We had 50,000 people on top of one another. It was outdoors?
Yes.
50,000 people on top of one another. I'm not going to even ask you about masks, okay?
Yeah, I don't think there was very much mask wearing.
Right. And if this were a country concert, the panic would have been that somebody was jabbing security guards with the vaccine, not heroin.
Yes.
But that's,
yes.
But
that'd be a much bigger deal. Yes.
Much bigger deal. The idea that that Texas is in denial about what this country is going through, that they would allow a concert with 50,000 people and assume there isn't a supply chain issue, that would assume that there isn't a worker shortage, that we can throw the same type of concerts we had before COVID, and that workers will show up. There's arrogance in that state to assume that we can just do what we used to do.
I mean, there's a lot of guesses in that statement, but it's very possible that it's the truth, that they had a cavalier attitude to security and safety. And basically, maybe it is possible they said, well, this is how many security we could get. I don't know. I have no idea if that's true. They very well could have had a full complement of security and it wasn't run properly. Or they could have had as much security as they thought they needed because someone underestimated it.
Right.
This has happened many times in history, and it doesn't happen as often now as it used to. I feel like in the 70s and 80s, this happened more commonly.
Well, The Who.
Oh, yeah, exactly. The Who is a great example. Altamont is a huge example.
Oh, right. Altamont.
Great White. I think 100 people died.
In Rhode Island.
At not even that big a concert.
2003.
Right. Like a significant percentage of that crowd died. But that was also gross negligence of using pyrotechnics inside. This was different. But this does happen a lot. And it used to happen more often because concerts used to be a bigger deal. Used to be that was basically the only thing you could do as a teenager. And they had less. And, it used to be legal to have one door for an entire stadium that could open. And there are ways that we change this, but giant numbers of people are really dangerous. And this has absolutely nothing to do with this. You should be allowed to do a concert where you have a paper mache devil that you cut in pieces and blood squirts everywhere, and and people have giant plastic guns or what. Like, you should be allowed to put anything you want on stage, if, in my opinion, to, within reason, and not be blamed if that's why people get violent. People could just as easily have trampled each other at a Wiggles concert if you had the wrong if you had the wrong kind of precautions. So we need to let go of this whole idea that Travis Scott's lyrics, or that he needs to be less aggressive in the way he grabs a microphone. No, you need to have goddamn security at your event.
Right. I just want to point out that Dave Cyrus and I are comedy writers, and the chat room right now is torturing us.
Oh, yeah?
Have you looked at the chat room?
I try not to. No. Why? What do they have to say for themselves?
No, I can't. Don't repeat any of it. It's just don't. It's highly inappropriate and not fair to.
Well, I'm seeing a lot of
no. Don't read it. Don't do no.
A lot of people seem to love things I said.
No. I'm talking about jokes. I'm talking about gallows humor.
Oh yeah,
there's some gallows humor that is coming over the transom from the. Speaking of gallows, oh boy. Well, here we go. You think the chat room? You think the chat room is?
Yes, we got a funny group here.
Yes,
but of course, that's a guy who knows a lot about crowds. I bet Mr. Breslin does.
Let's bleed into our next guest. We're going to talk about Travis Scott.
I do have a question. I would like to ask Mark.
Mark Breslin, the founder and president of Yuck Yucks, the largest comedy chain in the world, and he is also a Canadian royalty. He is seriously. He's like a duke or something. I'm being serious.
I actually really wanted to ask Mark. Honestly, what comedian ever had the most effect on an audience in the sense of route? Is there a comedian that ever actually got crowds rowdy to the point that you had to prepare and know about that in advance?
Well, a lot of people did crowd work, and that was their job, is to whip them up. So it's difficult to single anybody out. I mean, Kinison would play that role, certainly. I would play that role. In fact, I loved when the audience would get so riled up that they were one step away from rushing the stage. They had to be one step away from it. If they actually came to me, I was terrified and I would run off the stage.
And that's comedy, though, where it's like 300-400 people tops, and it's manageable.
Well, depends how many. You ever had 300-400 people come after you?
I've had 4 or 5.
No, probably 300-400 people who want your scalp. Not a pleasant thing. And I would deliberately do that.
You used to do open pugrim night, didn't you?
I'm sorry?
You used to have an open pugrim night, I believe, on Tuesdays.
Well, I think you're thinking of the first Yuck Yucks, which was on a Wednesday night. But it was no. It was a different kind of vibe in the room. It was all pretty sophisticated people, because you had to be kind of sophisticated to know that the show even existed. So, you'd have poets sitting next to women in mink coats, sitting next to academics, sitting next to mobsters. It was a fantastic mix, but nobody ever got violent or weird about it.
I used to host a show in L.A. For like a year and a half, and in that year and a half, 2 people tried to fight me from the crowd, and I wasn't even screwing with them. I wasn't even making fun of them. Literally, it was just because it was a bar that had a surprise comedy show, and people would just get mad at me. Drunks would get mad, and I didn't even know the guy was trying to stab me until afterward. Literally, a guy's trying to get on stage. They're like, "Oh, this guy wants to say something," and they were holding him back. And then afterward, they're like, "That guy had a knife."
Yeah, when I would go on tour, especially out west in Western Canada, which can be very rough, and we would be booked into biker bars. And I don't know if you can tell just by looking at me, but I'm not a kind of a biker bar kind of guy. They would smell that right off the top, and I was in danger for the entire show. I was decked out cold. I was knocked out cold in a suburb of Vancouver in a really rough bar by a lesbian biker. Yeah, funny to you now. Not so funny then.
Did you really get punched by a lesbian biker?
I was knocked out completely. And, you know, I should have realized something was wrong when we had booked the show and it said, you know, gay biker night, also yuck yucks.
Nice.
When you're second in the bill to somebody's sexuality, you kind of know that maybe this isn't for you.
By the way, you know who gets it worse than any comedian? Are the wrestlers, especially old-timey wrestlers back before people really knew how fake it was.
Right.
Classy Freddie Blassie has had a fake eye from getting hit in the eye with a hard-boiled egg by a fan. He'd been stabbed multiple times because you go to these small towns, you're attracting the crazy people who think this is real. I bet soap opera actors deal with this.
Yeah, we've booked a lot of wrestlers. A lot of wrestlers do comedy clubs now. They're not particularly funny, but, you know, they tell sort of witty stories about their careers. What amazed me is when they would draw really well. And these people would know these wrestlers back to front. They knew everything. So they would tell stories that would start like, all right, remember in '86 when I fought the Sheik? And everybody would cheer because they would know that.
Right.
And I sat there as if I were watching people discussing Greek literature in Greek. I had no idea what they were talking about.
Honestly, there is one really good stand-up from wrestling, and the rest are just jocks who think everyone wants to hear their stories.
It's a good one.
Oh, Mick Foley.
Yeah, we booked him many times.
No, Mick Foley's a genius. He's actually
we booked him many times.
Yeah,
but I had no idea what he was doing. I think I went to a wrestling match once in my life. I had no interest in it. We just booked it because we knew it was a good booking. But I didn't know what they were talking about. I had no clue what they were talking about.
Now, I created a stampede the first time I worked for you. I'm being serious. In Vancouver.
Yeah.
Oh, when you walked the crowd?
I was walking the crowd every night. And I also, I've done that before where people just ran out.
Let me tell you, in that city, in Vancouver, you can make fun of Jews. You can make fun of blacks. You can make fun of gays, but you better not touch the whales.
Right. That's
you go after the whales, they're coming after you.
That is exactly what happened.
This is the last thing I'll say, and I'll let you guys talk. Mark, tell me if you're familiar with this. I feel like you probably have heard this story. You've probably seen this video. Very famous video from the 90s, I believe, of a guitar comic getting heckled.
Dennis Miller bought that guitar. Go ahead.
Oh, really? Oh, okay. So the guy is getting heckled. He's trying to do his parody songs, and this guy in the front row is just being a complete troll, bothering him, won't stop. And at one point, the guy puts his back to the comedian, I guess, to go to the bathroom or something. And the comedian smashes the guitar over the guy's head, knocks him unconscious, and then goes, "You all saw it. He was coming right at me."
I think that was Kelly Rogers.
Is that who it was?
No.
He's an old school New York comic, and he was famous for his parody that went, "I'm being followed by a big Negro." Big Negro.
Hang on. Hang on for one. I have to step in here because I not only watched that video, and I will play it on Thursday's show. Dennis Miller and I watched that video over and over again, and he called the guy up and he paid thousands for the guitar. Excuse me, I'm eating into Mark's time, but I don't know the name of the guy. I think his name was Kelly. I think he's playing Oklahoma.
Oh my God! Right now?
Yeah. Well, and he's being heckled by a guy in the front row. And he's a guitar act. I've watched this. Like the Zapruder, I'm telling you, we would watch it. Like Dennis would go, "Faldo, get in here. I want to watch this." And go ahead, Mark.
If it's Kelly Rogers, he's really funny.
Right.
I don't like the acts, but I think Kelly Rogers is really funny.
I don't think it's Kelly Rogers. Anyway, hang on. Let me just tell you.
Just post the video in your chat if you want to take a look.
So the guy, I have it memorized. So he's trying to shut up a heckler who's in the front row, so nobody can hear him in the back. And he goes, "Okay, shut the fuck up. Okay, shut the fuck up. Where are you from?" And he tells him, he goes, "Okay, because you're from Oklahoma. That's the OK state, or in your case, the homo state." called the guy a homo. And the guy stands up because he didn't want to be called.
Different time.
And Kelly takes the guitar off the straps and says, "Oh, get on up here, motherfucker." And he starts swinging the bat like it's, a Louisville's, like it's a Tom Tresh bat. And the guy comes to the stage and he El Kabongs him on the fucking head. Hang on, it gets better.
I thought it was from the back, right? I thought
it's the back of the guitar. He was smart enough not to destroy the frets. And then he flips the guitar. You see the back of the guitar broken, but the frets on the front. And he puts the pick in between the strings on the fret. And he goes, what do you say, folks? He had it coming, didn't he? And you hear, I swear to God, you hear the guy, "I want my money back." The guy's on the floor. And so Dennis called the guy and bought the broken guitar for a couple of grand, and it would hang in the writer's room.
That's great.
It was, and I don't know who, probably a guy named Mike Carano probably ended up with that guitar. That is, sorry, that's a piece
story.
of my life.
Right. Have a good night, guys.
Good night.
Good night.
Violence to hit somebody over the head with your guitar and then think the show could still go on after. Like he thinks the show could still go on.
Greg Campbell.
I'm sorry?
Greg Campbell, who's a comic who now lives in England. He's from Canada. But while he was in Canada at one of my stages, there was a guy who was really, really acting up. He took the mic stand, the flat end of the mic stand, and just pummeled the guy in the face.
Wow.
Knocked out the pole.
Were you able to, did he still pay his ticket?
I don't think he paid his bill, no.
No, that's sad.
But he didn't sue us either.
I'm sorry?
He didn't sue us either.
Yeah, can we talk about that, or is that too?
Yeah, sure.
Well, I mean, what happens if you book somebody and they they beat up an audience member?
Well, we had a problem with a guy who stirred a drink with his dick. It was New Year's Eve, Vancouver. Again, Vancouver. The guy was, kind of yappy in the front. The comedian pulls down his pants, takes out his dick, takes the guy's drink, and stirs it with his dick and gives it back to the guy.
That must have killed.
It killed. I wasn't there, but I heard it killed. We had to buy the guy a new drink, obviously. And I thought if he wanted to take it even further, he should have stuck his nuts in the drink and said, "There, a lychee cocktail."
Wow. Well, wait a second. Now those drinks are cold.
Yes.
That. And so he sued?
No. The guy wanted an apology. I gave him an apology and some tickets to another show. That's all he wanted.
So Mike Ward. I haven't talked.
Yeah, Mike Ward.
I haven't spoken to you since Mike Ward. Tell us who Mike Ward is. Tell him what happened.
Okay, so Mike Ward is famous, but really only in Quebec. Quebec has a whole ecosystem of stand-up comedy that nobody else knows about anywhere else in the country because they perform primarily in French. So Mike Ward, and there's a bunch of other guys like this, there might be even as many as a dozen, could sell out Place des Arts, which is a place in Montreal that has like 2,500 seats, and they could probably sell it out for a week going. They could do 7 or 8 shows. That's how popular the guy is. That's how well known he is. He's a very edgy comic, and he was doing a bit, and this was quite a while ago, this is like a decade ago, on overrated Quebec celebrities. So he included Celine Dion. He included other people that you would know if you were Quebec. And one of them was a kid named Petit Jérémy. And Petit Jérémy had some facial issue. He needed reconstruction on his face. And he had some disease that caused his face to be looked kind of off, and he was famous because he would be trotted out to sing the national anthem at sports games, and it was, one of those things where everybody would go because he was kind of pathetic looking, and you pitied him as much as you might have enjoyed it. So he made fun of him. And this is all in French, so I can't repeat the jokes, but it was all in French. And the kid and his parents sued Mike Ward, saying that it hurt his feelings, and he was being bullied at school, and he was suicidal. My guess is he was probably being bullied and suicidal anyway. But it went to the court. It went to a kind of quasi court, which is not an actual court, but a kind of recommendation court. So it has no real legal status, but it's the place you go before you go to a court of which is actually legal. And they ruled against Mike Ward and ordered him to pay $45,000 to the child and his mother. Ward refused. And it wasn't that he couldn't afford the $45,000. He could have simply paid it and made the whole thing go away. But it was an issue of pride and an issue of idealism on Mike Ward's part. He believed that comedy has to be free. We see that issue coming up again and again and again, Dave Chappelle. And they took it to the Supreme Court of Canada, and it ruled against the child and his mother and ruled in favor of Mike Ward. Well, what Mike Ward can't get back is what I would estimate is $300,000 to $400,000 of legal fees that I am thrilled that, Mike Ward can afford. He's rich. He's really famous in Quebec. He's done shows for me in English just to try them out, but it's obvious French is his first language. French is his métier. And it's a victory, not just for Mike Ward. It's a victory for two things. It's a victory for all comics who want to speak whatever they want to say, and it's also a great victory for bad taste.
How was the kid he made fun of?
Well, the kid is now, I guess 18 or something. And, he went on TV and said he was disappointed with the outcome, that he'd had a horrible time with the things that were wrong with him. And Mike Ward only made it worse, but he accepted the decision, and that was that.
Well, and yeah. I mean, my position on this is, yes, Mike Ward should be allowed to make fun of anybody. But why? Yeah. But why? Why make fun of? Okay.
He wasn't making fun of him because he was a child. He was making fun of him in spite of the fact he was a child. It wasn't all that much different when I did my Terry Fox jokes, when Terry Fox was, running across the country with cancer.
Hopping.
And I was ruthless.
Remind us who Terry Fox is.
Terry Fox in the late 80s, early 90s, had cancer. He only had one leg, and he ran across the country to raise money for cancer awareness. And my joke was, hey, remember when Terry Fox ran across the country? Yeah, I tripped the fucker. So now, what was the joke about? Was it really about Terry Fox, or was it about heroism and our blind acceptance of heroism? Heroism to me is to be made fun of, not Terry Fox himself.
Right.
And I think similarly, Mike Ward wasn't making fun of the kid. He was making fun of the way that the mediascape created a hero out of this kid with minimal talent.
Right. So
it's not always pretty, and sometimes there's collateral damage.
Right. Have you ever been offended?
No, I don't think I could do my job if I were offended. I'm trying to think if there's anytime I'm actually offended, I'm laughing. I'm laughing that I'm offended. I think it's really funny that somebody could get me to be offended. No, I don't think in any real way I've ever been offended.
Well, what do you know? But you have a young son.
Yeah. And I hope he grows up to be the kind of person who's so tough that he's not offended.
Okay. But did you teach him? I'm curious. Do you teach him there's a time and a place for certain things?
Well, he's a bit young for that now, but no, that's not true. I'm sorry. Yes, I do sort of teach him that, because I always say we take him to the shows all the time. And some of the comics he sees are really way out there. And there's fuck is every other word and all this, completely sick humor. And he laughs, but he also knows that it's for the stage.
Right.
Even myself, David, I was always a person, I never swear. I only do it as part of an act. Right. And when I started doing stand-up, people from my high school would say, you got to go down to Yuckex and watch Breslin. He swears. He does jokes or he's a stand-up comic. He swears because it's so unlike me to swear. I never swear in the house.
Right.
Neither does my wife. We don't swear unless it's part of some, art project.
Right. I don't either. I make disgusting jokes. I always feel you don't need to swear. You can be disgusting without having to resort to vulgarity.
Well, you have to understand how vulgarity was particularly political in the mid-'70s in Canada, when no one ever swore on stage. It was kind of an unwritten rule that you did not swear. So for me to say fuck on stage was revolutionary at the time. Now it's nothing. In fact, I probably resent the fact that everybody is doing it, and it's become so much part of the language that it's actually taken all the power away from those words. But at the time, it was really radical.
Right.
Radical.
Right. And my quarrel with this is I don't mind that Mike Ward is making fun of the kid, but there are things that he wouldn't say. He would, there are things that there is the illusion of free speech. I'm talking about sex. I'm talking about race. I'm making fun of crippled people. But Mike Ward, the people walking the edge, don't go after the truly powerful. The people, I'm not talking about the politicians, the people who really are dangerous. At least I don't know enough about Mike Ward, quite frankly.
I don't know. He might have a bunch of Mark Zuckerberg material. I don't know.
Right. But even Mike, what I'm saying is what's passed off as edgy. And I don't care if people want to go after whomever, but it's real edgy is going after the people who can destroy you. And therefore they need to be destroyed.
Well, I don't think that's interest. I'm think
sorry?
That goes with Mike Ward's act.
That's not his act, but it's not really anybody's act. It's there's this thing.
I've said this to you before. If somebody did that, you'd have 30 people in a room watching and going, "Yeah, that's great."
Right.
My audience, the audience in a comedy club, they're not political in that kind of way. You might get a laugh or two if you went after Jeff Bezos, but then it would stop because they're just not that interested. And in the end, as I've said, I think everybody would like to be him. So
to be Jeff Bezos?
They want to be rich. They want to be rich. They want to be rich and powerful. They do not question the inequality of life so much as they want to be the guy on the top.
Right. You and I want to be Jeff Bezos, but most people are normal and wouldn't want to be Jeff Bezos. You and I would want to be Jeff Bezos.
Well, I wouldn't want to be Jeff Bezos specifically, but there are other people that I wouldn't mind being more like.
If you had
$500
billion, how much fun would you have? Wouldn't you buy the Washington Post just to destroy it, to keep it in business so that you could just have just the front page would be attacks on ex-girlfriends and...
No, because then people would stop reading it. But what I would do is I would rename it the Washington Compost. It would be very subtle, and it'd be in that same kind of script, and then everything else would be the same. And yet, with that title, it would change the framing of every story.
Wouldn't you, if you had the New York Post, forget the Washington Post, You know how much fun? Here's what I would do if I had $100 billion. I would start a New York Post in like Westport, Connecticut, in the Beverly Hills, and I would just go after hedge fund. I would treat hedge fund managers the way we treat celebrities and write gossip columns about them and follow them and just try to make their lives miserable the same way we try to make Alec Baldwin's life miserable.
Yeah, maybe. I'm not sure that that's what I would do, but that's the sort of the plot of The Magic Christian, if you remember.
Yes.
The movie?
Yep.
A movie that just didn't get enough attention at the time.
Is that Terry Southern?
Yeah.
Terry Southern and Badfinger.
But he wrote it.
And Badfinger.
Yes, that's right.
And Ringo.
When was the last time you saw the movie?
Before it came out. That's how old I am.
Watch it again.
It's what would people be willing to do for money?
It's really interesting, and it's way ahead of its time.
Right. They have people swimming through shit for money, right?
Yeah.
Right.
It's a game show where they swim through shit to get toasters. Sorry, but too funny.
Yeah. What do you read? Are you reading?
Oh, please don't embarrass me. My friend Ralph Ben-Mergui wrote a book. I've got to read it because I'm in it, and I got to know whether I should give it to my lawyers or not. But this is a guy who he's a Canadian celebrity, and I went to school with him. He started off as a stand-up comic at Yuck Yucks. Then he became an actor. Then he became the lead singer in a rock band with our friend Joel Axler for a couple of years. Then he landed on his feet as a midday talk show host, one of those midday shows. I think the show was even called Midday. He was very pleasant. And then after that, what did he do? Yeah, he was an advisor to the Green Party, and then an advisor to the Liberal Party. And now he has become a kind of non-ordained rabbi. And he has a podcast called Not That Kind of Rabbi. So he's an interesting guy. And I've got his book, and I owe it to him to read it. So that will be the first book I actually get to.
This is the longest you've gone with being...
No, but it's been a long time. And I know I counted. I have 8 books on my night table waiting to be read.
What about getting a garbage book? Just like, when I'm not in the mood to read, I'll read, Rob Lowe's autobiography, which isn't that bad.
It doesn't, because he has the word blow in it. No, I can't do that because my time is too valuable and I'm really aware that I'm wasting my time. So if I'm going to read, it has to be something that has some value to it.
Where are we with COVID and where are we with comedy in Canada before you go?
Well, Saturday night, I went down to my club in Toronto, and now there are no capacity limits anymore. And I was so thrilled to see there were 230 people sitting in a room, laughing and just going crazy and glad to be there. And the room holds about 300 people, but when you have 230 people in it, it looks busy, it looks full, and it was just a breath of fresh air. I hope it continues. I hope it continues across the country. We still need more shows, but at least you could see that it was coming. You could see that it's changing.
Yeah, and it is flat in America. It's flattened out. So hopefully we've turned the corner on this.
Mark? Well, it's really flattened out in Canada. We have, in Toronto, we have 90% vaccination. And I'm very excited about the pill that Pfizer's coming out with, because I think that's a real game changer in the sense that, so I got sick. Okay, no problem. I'll get the pill from my doctor, and 3 days later, the symptoms will be gone.
Right.
That will make an enormous difference. And still, even so, I know a lot of people who have been doubly vaxxed, young people, not old people, and they're still getting it. So I'm still careful, and my wife is still careful, and we have an unvaccinated child at home. So we're still being, cautious.
Great. Go see comedy in Canada. Go to Yuck Yucks. Support and enjoy live comedy. Mark Breslin, founder, president of Yuck Yucks, largest comedy club in North America, if not the world. Thank you, sir.
Thanks, Dave. We'll see you again soon.
Yeah, I'll see you hopefully next week. Let us now go to California, where Howie Klein and Dr. Daniel Lee are standing by. Are you there, Howie?
I am here.
It's good to see you. Thank you for doing this as always. We have a special guest. He's running for Congress, I believe. He's supported by the Blue America PAC.
We're in the. He will be. We're in the final stages of vetting. Although we're not really vetting him anymore. He passed with flying colors. He's an amazing candidate, as you're about to find out. We're just waiting to see what the district is going to be, and we'll know on Wednesday. California is redrawing its all of the LA City districts very radically, and so no one knows exactly where his district is going to be. But yes, we're definitely going to be endorsing him.
Karen Bass, Congresswoman Karen Bass, represents the 37th district in California. She was up there. There was a possibility that Joe Biden was going to pick her to be vice president. So she is giving up her seat. If Joe Biden, and our next guest is running to replace her, if Joe Biden was thinking of Karen Bass as a vice president, Howie Klein, how good a congresswoman could she possibly be?
Well, she was better than average, and that's about all I can say about her. She was okay. She's not AOC. She's not Cori Bush. But on the other hand, she's not a blue dog. She's an okay standard variety, garden variety Democrat, a little bit better than that. I had high hopes for her. She had been I think the speaker or the majority leader of the state assembly, and I kind of had high hopes that she would turn out to be a much better congressperson than she did. She's okay. She was an okay congressperson. Now, our next guest, on the other hand, when I said that Karen Bass wasn't Cori Bush or AOC, we're about to meet somebody who is going to be Cori Bush or AOC. Of course, Daniel won't be. He'll always be Daniel, but people will be talking about him, holding him up as a model, the same way they hold up AOC and Cori Bush and Ilhan Omar and some of the others as models. This is an amazing candidate, like one of the best we've ever had on the show. I know you always regret when I offered to bring AOC on the show and you were kicking yourself and saying, oh, why didn't we do it? Why didn't we do it? Well, now you'll be able to pat yourself on the back because Daniel is at least as good as that. Hopefully he'll be in Congress to prove that to everybody.
Welcome, Dr. Lee.
Thank you for having me. And thanks for that incredibly positive and vocal support, Howie. Happy to be here and happy to join the conversation.
Good. Well, we're glad to have you, and I'm sure I'll beat David to say it that we hope that we'll have you back again many, many times in the course of this campaign and once you become a congressperson as well.
And I will do the honors of telling our listeners to go to danielwaynelee.com and donate money. danielwaynelee.com, and as Howie talks and introduces Daniel Lee to you, you'll see that we need to get him money as soon as possible. When is the California primary, Howie?
It's in June. Is that right, Daniel?
Yeah, it's June 6th or June 7th. But because Karen Bass is running for mayor, she's not running for Congress. So a lot of people think there's going to be a special election, but it will be in line with regularly scheduled elections because she's focusing all of her energy on running for mayor of Los Angeles.
Right. And whether she wins or loses, she's done with Congress. Although she I kind of think she's the front runner right now to be the mayor anyway. But that's neither here nor there. I noted that there was a new map proposed today. It's in a way, it's kind of foolish to talk about the new maps, because I was told that if a map comes out, a map that came out 3 weeks ago and a map that comes out today, and neither of those maps is more likely to be the final map than the other one. They're just putting maps out because people suggest different things, and we won't. But on Wednesday we'll know. And I'm not even going to ask you if you have any inside information on this, because no one has any inside information on this. Am I correct?
Yeah, I mean, I feel like what I've heard from people that I've spoken to about it, they just said November 10th, we'll know something that's closer to the final maps. Everything else has been speculation, because in one, districts were merged, and another, like a lot of the Black and brown population and District 37 was cut out. And a lot of the more recent ones have been sort of close to the same as the 37th district has been for about a decade. So it's hard to tell. And I'm looking forward to Wednesday, because we want to know. There are strategic decisions that we got to make based on the shape of the district, and we want to be able to make them now. We know we're going to be running against a corporate Democrat. We're not exactly sure who yet, but we know it's going to be someone who has progressive language skills, but who doesn't actually push progressive policies forward, and is more in the mold of Karen Bass, who I appreciate. I think Karen Bass, for the role of a Congress member that doesn't necessarily put climate change as a priority, she was fine, but she's not progressive and she doesn't push. And I think in the context of both the climate crisis and COVID-19 pandemic and the economic fallout that happened, we need people to push, and we need people that know how bad the economic part of COVID-19 has been for people, not just in the 37th District of California, but around the country.
Let me go back for 1 second to what you were just saying about pushing, if you don't mind. On Friday evening, or Friday night, the Democrats voted overwhelmingly for only conservative, hard infrastructure bill, and a deal was made that supposedly House conservatives, Democrats, will then vote for the social spending bill. Although neither Manchin nor Sinema, both being senators, were party to that agreement. So it looks like that agreement isn't worth a piece of toilet paper. There were 6 Democrats who didn't vote for, who said we've just been had, and they refused to go along with the Progressive Caucus, who basically waved the white flag. And yet it's very, very hard to vote against a popular bill like that. People don't know the intricacies. They don't know the infighting that went on. They don't know what the bill could have been. They just know that, some roads are going to get fixed, and some transportation, and some lead pipes, and there'll be some things done and that are popular. So it's hard to vote no, but yet there were 6 Democrats who did vote no. Where would you have been on that bill had you been in Congress? Do you want to talk about that with us?
Sure. Like for me, how in our conversations, I think where I would be, but I would have been with the 6 Democrats who voted against it. But I would have also been very passionately lobbying people in various other districts to tell them why they should vote against it. I think I don't want to say this, but I always say it anyway. The Democrats' policy when it comes to negotiation, and I think this has been true under Barack Obama, and it's been true under whoever is the Speaker of the House, is preemptive capitulation. Like they think about what we can get rather than what we can ask for, and pushing to, make that larger ask, which is my negotiating strategy. It's like, okay, I might actually want a $10 trillion infrastructure bill, but in that context, I'm going to ask for 20 trillion. I'm going to make sure that my ask is much higher than the minimum that I think we should be doing for the American people. I think, this bill is it's incredibly disappointing. And I read a few things today that said like about 550 billion of it, or around 500 billion, was just normal spending that we were going to do anyway. So talking about it as like 1 point whatever trillion is just intellectually dishonest. All of that spending just would have happened anyway. So what we got was like 5 or 0.7 trillion or 0.9 trillion. But we need more. Like there was a chart that I shared a couple days ago on Twitter that compared what we're getting in the infrastructure bill to what weapons manufacturers and or fossil fuel companies get each year, just without having to really negotiate. And it pales in comparison. We just went through an unprecedented pandemic. We're not done with it, but the economic part continues to affect people. And it's mostly working class people and middle class people. The people at the upper echelon, they're not feeling it. So they can be fine with saying, oh, trillion. Like, I think there needs to be a whole lot of education in the general populace about billion and trillion, because it's a lot. But in the context of government spending, it's much less than the Democratic Party wants you to think it is. And it's much less than we give the corporations. And it's much less than we give to fossil fuel companies, coal companies, oil companies. It's much less than we deserve. And we need to say that. I think, one of the flaws with some of the 6 that voted against it was not taking their show on the road. I was very happy to see Bernie Sanders, running an ad in Joe Manchin's district, because he was holding stuff up. And I don't want to get off on a tangent, but like right before I got on, I saw in my email from the New York Times, Maureen Dowd talking about how wokeness, canceled this with the Democrats. And it was like wokeness is, and I'm like, what? Because, if we were passing something that was woke, it would have, at least $5 or $6 trillion more. It would be 10 trillion at least. But, what we've compromised on is very small. What people are pushing in terms of Build Back Better is small. And unfortunately, I'm in that pessimistic camp that's like, okay, we passed the infrastructure bill. A lot of moderate Democrats say, okay, we passed that. Now I'm going to vote for Build Back Better. I think instead, a lot of them are going to be advocating to make it smaller, because that's what they do. That's what they get influenced to do, because a lot of their funders are people who don't want government to do as much, so the private sector can come in and charge a whole lot more for all of the services that are essential to people in this country.
Daniel, the stuff that you just have been saying is music to the ears of our listeners. I know they're just loving it now, and they're probably sitting there with their jaws agape and saying, where'd you find this guy? And I didn't really talk at all about that. It just all of a sudden, we're introducing you out of the blue. But you're the vice mayor of Culver City, one of the biggest cities in the district. Can you tell us how the work that you're doing on the city council there and in the Culver City government, how that's preparing you to be a member of Congress, and how people can look at the job that you've done there and say, yeah, this is the guy that I want to see representing me in the U.S. Congress?
Sure. And I'll try to be brief, and you let me know if you wanted me to talk about something specific that I did.
Go on as long as you want. People meeting you for the first time, we want them to get an idea of who you are.
Sure. So I have worked with a lot of different groups in terms of organizing in Los Angeles County for quite some time. Prior to being elected to the Culver City Council, the biggest issue for me was closing down the Inglewood oil field, which is the largest urban oil field in the United States. It's an oil field that's surrounded by millions of people. Millions of people live within about 5 miles of this oil field. A lot of them in Culver City, a lot of them in Ladera Heights. Most of the communities are actually ethnic. A lot of them are weirdly, and this is sort of a nuance, but like weirdly affluent ethnic communities, but ethnic nonetheless. And it's one of the reasons, and it's one of the stories about Los Angeles that people don't really talk about. This is an oil town. People think Los Angeles is Hollywood, but, you know, our biggest industry is really like importing, exporting. You know, that's why we have the Port of Los Angeles, the Port of San Pedro. But then again, on the other hand, this is an oil town. Like if you look up where there are oil derricks or refineries or anything like that across Los Angeles County, you will find them everywhere. You'll find them close to Beverly Hills High School, to parks in Beverly Hills, places in Culver City, places in Van Nuys, places in Long Beach. This is what Los Angeles was actually built on long before Hollywood actually, you know, became this economic force. So that's one of the reasons that I was propelled to city council here in Culver City. And one of the things that we did that I'm very proud about is that we basically voted to close down the Inglewood oil field in Culver City because it was a non-conforming use and we had some legal backup. But as a result, Los Angeles County, a couple of weeks after we voted to close it down in our, you know, semifinal vote, I feel like I've taken 7 votes because of the way city councils work. Los Angeles County voted to phase out neighborhood oil drilling in the county. That's a huge thing. We're waiting for LA City to follow up and to really join us. But that was a propelling factor for me. And that's one of the things that I think is one of my wins and one of our wins as a council.
What are you up against? I found this really interesting because when you drive from LAX into Los Angeles, you pass all these oil wells. How many gallons of oil are we talking about? And what are you up against in terms of taking on the frackers and the oil companies? What kind of lobbying were they doing?
So I'm not sure about like the amount of gallons, but the oil field is almost 100 years old. It's been operating for a long time. In the last 10 or 15 years, it's been owned by like 4 or 5 operators. ExxonMobil was one of the owners like 15 years ago. But in terms of opposition, one of the things that I've had to push back against specifically is jobs. And that's the thing that people talk about and they get union support when you talk about phasing out coal plants or oil operations. We, as part of our provision for closing the Inglewood oil field, we added a provision for a just transition so that we could help transition workers who work in dirty fuel industries into other union jobs. For a while there was much more of a focus on really transferring them from like a union fuel job to a union clean energy job. But to be frank, the clean energy sector is not as unionized as the, you know, dirty energy sector. So I pushed and I continue to push for us to just transition them to a union job. And there's a housing crisis in Los Angeles. It's shared by a lot of California and a hell of a lot of the country as well. We can transition those folks who know how to work on things like pipes, who know how to build things, who have, you know, a variety of skills within specific trades to jobs that are union. They don't have to be clean energy sector. If people want to move into those, that's good. But otherwise, no. And I reached out both to IBEW, Local 11, which is the International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers, and to the building trades. And I told them, hey, look, we're going to do this. If you want to focus on something, focus on what we do that would benefit your people. Focus on the just transition aspect of this, because I tell people over and over again, people think, you know, we're going to phase out fossil fuels in like a gradual way. But I tell them, look at the Industrial Revolution. Look at the emergence of automation in the factory sector in the 20th century. Look at the impending revolution that's going to come from artificial intelligence. It's going to be a cliff. It's not going to be gradual. So your workers at some point will be out of a job if you don't work to train them in clean energy technology and construction and fiber optics and a variety of fields that are unionized right now. And I think that's incredibly important. But in Culver City, we've also passed rent control for the first time in the city. The city has not ever had rent control. I'm the only renter on the council. I think I might be the only renter that's ever existed on the council. We toughened our polystyrene ban. We passed an apology for our city's history of racism. And as a provision of that, we included I feel like I'm using provision too much, which is why I'm delaying. But we included a provision for reparations. So reparations in the form of housing, because Culver City is one of the places that has been the most redlined in Los Angeles County. So we want to try to address that through housing policy. And in terms of reparations, we're one of 2 cities in the entire country that's passed a reparations bill. Additionally, we passed hero pay for hospital workers. A lot of cities thought about it in California, but we're the only city in California that's actually done that.
Is Sony headquartered in Culver City?
Sony headquarters is in Culver City.
Do they plead poverty?
Sony has actually been a fairly good partner.
Do they create jobs, good jobs over at Sony, and do they add to the tax base?
They do. Sony has been a good partner, not only in the context of the tax base that they add, but also in terms of their contribution both to city events and school board events. They could do a hell of a lot more than they do, but they have been a good partner. One of the things that we're facing, and one of the things that I want to actually tackle in Congress, is Sony's here. The headquarters of TikTok in the U.S. is here. Apple Studios finished their building, so their production headquarters is here, and Amazon Studios is done with their building.
Are you paying them do you give them tax credits to build there?
No, none of that has happened. No, they came in of their own accord. Culver City is very historic in the film community. Of course, Gone with the Wind was filmed here. Various other films that are important in the context of film history. My undergrad is in film. Filmed here in Culver City. Before Hollywood was Hollywood, people were shooting in Culver City primarily. So some of the new media companies see it as a way for them to have more legitimacy. What I'm working towards now is trying to see what we can get Sony, Apple, and Amazon to do about housing. Because when a $1 trillion company moves in, and Apple and Amazon have been $1 trillion companies, when they move in, people get scared. They're like, am I going to still be able to live here in a year, 2 years, 5 years? So we've been pushing on to Amazon and Apple to see if they could actually build housing. Even if they build housing just for their employees, that would hate.
So they paid their fair share of taxes.
Because of Prop 13, they do not. Prop 13 was a property tax bill passed in the late 70s and went into effect in the early 80s in California. So our property tax has been sort of restricted, since that time. So while they do participate in community, they participate on a voluntary level. Their taxes are nowhere near as high as they should be. And I've brought this up a number of times, and one of our more active residents brings it up, and I try to confer with my colleagues, but they don't seem interested. I would be very interested in a large corporations tax, because Apple and Amazon have been valuated at $1 trillion within the last few years. I know a lot of places where they have offices are probably thinking the same thing, but I think it makes a whole lot of sense. Like, if we're going to provide for our people here, and there's a company that, for whom $1 million or $2 million or $5 million really doesn't matter. They could probably make it back in a day and a half, if not 4 or 5 hours. We should really consider a large corporations tax, which is why I was really.
Well, what about Howie? Howie, how are you on time? Can you go longer tonight?
No, I can't, but Daniel probably can.
Okay, then can you go a little longer, Daniel?
Sure.
Okay, so I have some more questions, but let Howie.
No, go right ahead, David. That's all right.
No, you go. No, I please, Howie, please.
Okay. So Daniel and I haven't met in person yet. We're going to be meeting in a few days. We're going to be having dinner together. but he's working on an introduction to Blue America members and Down with Tyranny readers that I'm very, very excited about. The tentative title, I don't want to give too much away, but the tentative title for this piece is Beyond Bernie Sanders. And the reason that it's beyond Bernie Sanders is because, well, actually, Daniel, why don't you explain, instead of me explain, why we came up with that title, Beyond Bernie Sanders?
Sure. Happy to. For me, like, I became a Bernie Sanders fan, and I became more knowledgeable of him when he did his filibuster, I believe in 2010, 2011. But I believe, like, a lot of the organizing for younger progressive folks has been focused on him. And a lot of the people who are really passionate have not really grasped his message. You know, not me, us. Our campaign slogan is, it's up to us. Because while I do feel like I have great ideas, as I sort of explicate in this piece, a lot of the ideas that people like to characterize as radical or like asking for too much have existed in other countries for many decades. Some have existed for over 100 years. The first social health insurance program was enacted in Germany in like 1887 or 89. These are not new ideas. These are not ideas that haven't been tested. These are ideas that are old. These are ideas that actually, frankly, could be improved upon. But in America, we are behind the curve. We are behind the curve of acknowledging people's humanity in a way that says, yeah, you should not go into debt if you're sick. Yeah, you should not spend 50 to 70% of your monthly income, however you get that, on housing. That should be a basic understanding. Paid leave for women and men and non-binary folks should be the standard. Universal pre-K, which I'm glad to see has not dropped off the list yet, should be the standard. But also, and one of the things that I hear from a lot of young families, universal childcare. I actually hear that childcare is much more, especially in California, it's much more expensive than their rent or their mortgage. There are a lot of things that we allow to be characterized in the media / the media characterizes them that way. We don't like give consent. They are characterized as, you know, asking for a handout, like we don't pay taxes. They're characterized as asking for something for free when we give huge tax breaks to the richest people in the world, like Elon Musk and Jeff Bezos. We need to get over that. We need to go over that and start iterating newer ideas that adapt to the 21st century. Something like access to universal internet should be a standard. There should not have been kids very early on in the pandemic going to places like Starbucks or McDonald's or Burger King and sitting in the parking lot just so they could have internet access so that they could actually go to school. Everyone should have broadband internet access. That should be a standard. But really the focus of the piece is to characterize the things that Bernie Sanders has pushed in the last few years as no-brainers. They are not things that are controversial. They are things that recognize the humanity of everyone. And I think we can do much, much more than that if we challenge ourselves to really push back much more passionately on their characterization as, you know, radical.
You know, I'm gonna have to jump off in a second. I'll leave you with David, but I just want to say something before I go, which is that I think a lot of the people who are listening right now are very excited about the idea of Daniel getting into Congress. There's not a candidate like Daniel in every district. There are very, very few people anything like Daniel. We don't have many in Congress. We don't have many running for Congress. There were 6 who stood up on Friday and said no. Only 6. Daniel would have been the 7th. There aren't a lot of people like Daniel. Daniel's can win this race and go to Congress and represent everybody, not just people in his district, but the whole country. The same way that Jamal Bowman represents the whole country, the same way that Rashida Tlaib represents the whole country. We need to get behind a candidate like Daniel when there aren't that many of them. It's important. So usually I ask people to go to a Blue America page, the Blue America page, and in a week or two you'll be able to do that. But for right now, there's also a page that I use before we officially endorse candidates, where we can raise money for candidates. And Daniel is one of the only candidates who's on that page, and that's the Down with Tyranny page. So that's the name of my blog, is Down with Tyranny. And if you go to Act Blue and look up Down with Tyranny, you'll get to a page where you can donate to Daniel, or you can go to Daniel's own website and donate to him there. It's really important that you do, even if it's $5 or $10 or $20. That's how grassroots campaigns work. Daniel's not going to be getting money from the oil companies. You just heard what he had to say about the oil companies. They're not going to donate to him. In fact, they'll probably donate to anyone who runs against him. They don't want people like him in Congress. He represents us, not them. So whatever you can give would be really appreciated by me, by David, and by Daniel. So please do. There's no such thing as a contribution that's too small. And with that, David, I'm going to leave Daniel with you.
Thank you, Howie. Howie Klein is the founder and treasurer of the Blue America PAC. Read him over at Down with Tyranny. We didn't get a postmortem on Tuesday's elections. We'll do it next week. The best way to thank Howie Klein is to go to his website and give money to Daniel. To be continued, Howie. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Bye-bye. And see you on Saturday, Daniel.
Ethan.
Thank you. We're talking with Dr. Daniel Wayne Lee. He is vice mayor of Culver City, California. And go to danielwaynelee.com and give him money. I'm going to ask you two hard questions that I ask every candidate who comes on the show. The first one is, are you for Medicare for all? And then there's a follow-up.
I'm definitely for Medicare for all. I usually just like to state that it should include dental, hearing, and vision.
Right. This is the tough question I ask. Do you support getting rid of health insurance companies, putting them out of business?
I do. And I feel like, one of the big conversations is around using some of the existing infrastructure for some healthcare companies to allow, some type of transition period. I'm not sure if I'm in favor of that, but I feel like that might be an interesting compromise.
Right.
To some degree, I myself actually have a number of chronic pain conditions. And anytime I have to have, a procedure or a test or whatever, it has to be approved by an insurance company. I think that should be your doctor's decision.
Right.
Like, you and your doctor should talk about that. We don't need insurance companies if we have universal health care. If we take care of the health of everyone in our country, to include residents, to include immigrants, to include people who might be here traveling as tourists, then we have no need whatsoever for insurance companies. And of course, they are not huge fans of me.
Right.
For that.
We didn't mention that you're a veteran.
Yes.
You served in Iraq?
I did not. I served during the time we were in Iraq. I was lucky. I was in the Air Force.
Right.
We actually declared war on Iraq when I was in basic training. So a lot of us were paranoid that we would be there soon.
Right.
My unit did not end up being sent. It's partially because my specialty when I was in the Air Force is SATCOM, wideband telemetry, and space systems. And we used to collaborate with the Army and the Marines, but now they actually do that job themselves. So there was less of a need for my particular specialty. So,
Ronald Reagan told us that he served in World War II. Where did he serve? He served in Culver City, processing film. But he would talk about his service. He described liberating the concentration camps. He was in Culver City. He liberated film, literally, of the concentration camps. And he told the lie so often that he believed it. So this is my one tough question. And did the Taliban attack the United States on 9/11?
That is sort of a difficult question. It was more of, I would say, from what we know, an organized group of people in coordination with Osama bin Laden, who more or less responded to some degree, and I don't want to let them off nicely, but they responded to U.S. foreign policy. A lot of the policy that we have precipitates these responses that might seem untoward. But if we go to places like Afghanistan, if we go to places like Yemen and Somalia, if we go to places where there are drones basically dropping bombs on people that we haven't declared war on, we can understand a bit more why an attack was motivated. We were attacked, yes, on 9/11, but what we don't talk about more is how our foreign policy precipitated that. We don't talk about it in the context of immigration either. You know, we talk about our southern border, but we don't talk about the policies that we push and the corporations that we push in areas in South America that make it so people have to migrate. We're seeing the beginning of climate wars. Wars around natural resources, mostly water, but also other things. And a lot of things don't have the type of deep analysis that they need to have in order for us to have well-informed foreign policy. Right. So while we were attacked, there was a lot of things that were leading up to it. And there's a lot of information that we had, President's daily briefing, many days, many weeks, maybe even a year. I think there might have been something shortly after George W. Bush was elected that told us that the Taliban would like to attack in the United States.
So I'm gonna push back on this. Are the Taliban and Al Qaeda synonymous?
No. The Taliban,
did Afghanistan attack the United States on 9/11?
Afghanistan did not.
And did the Taliban order the strike on 9/11?
It was more of an Al-Qaeda thing, but I think it gets into a very gray area there, because I feel like, and you know, I can be better informed on this, but I feel like there is a degree of gray area, at least in the way that we have characterized things with the Taliban and Al-Qaeda. I think to some degree, there was organization amongst a small cell with a plan in mind. They carried it out, but the Taliban, by and large, is concerned with Afghanistan. The Taliban,
who was more responsible for 9/11, Pakistan or Afghanistan?
That's a difficult question. I'm not sure if I can answer explicitly, because as we saw to some degree when, you know, the Osama bin Laden raid happened, there are a lot of stories that came out around that time.
It's a rude question to ask, and I don't mean to be disrespectful because you served our country. But it is my humble opinion that when General Mark Milley, the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, testifies 2 months ago and says that the Taliban have taken over Afghanistan, we have to keep an eye on them so they don't attack us again like they did on 9/11, he's doing a disservice, first off, to the people of Afghanistan, and then secondly, to our troops and to our national security when, as I understand it, we were not attacked by Afghanistan. We spent 20 years fighting in Afghanistan, fighting people who had nothing to do with 9/11. And it's a lie that is told over and over again, and it's disrespectful to our troops, it's disrespectful to the American people, and it allows more troops to be, if they can get away with this lie, then they can create more lies. Did Saddam Hussein attack us on 9/11?
Of course not. And I feel like, it's a broader conversation around.
I'm not trying to be disrespectful or rude.
No.
It's just, and I understand. I also understand that people in the military, people who are veterans,
I went there. There was a period, and I think you might resonate with this.
It's difficult for people who are in the military to come clean with themselves and the American people that the war in Afghanistan was a 20-year lie. The same way Iraq was a lie, the war in Afghanistan was a lie. It's a painful reckoning. But until we do that, especially, and I don't mean to be disrespectful because you served, but until the military will admit that Afghanistan was a lie, a 20-year lie, that the Taliban did not attack us, it was Al-Qaeda maybe working. I mean, bin Laden was killed in Pakistan, and he was from Saudi Arabia. Mullah Omar did not want the United States to invade Afghanistan. And until we as Americans say this was a 20-year lie in Afghanistan and a 15-year lie in Iraq, we will keep doing this over and over and over again, and we will exploit more and more of our own troops. We're not doing.
The point I would like to make is, and the point I was trying to make
again,
is,
I apologize if I'm being disrespectful to you. I'm not trying to.
No worries on that. But the point I was trying to make is, when Osama bin Laden was killed in Pakistan, there were a lot of stories that came out where it was more or less an open secret. Everybody knew that's where he was. Everybody knew that he was there. And it was an open secret that there were certain factions within the Pakistani government and in other parties that weren't in power at the time, but in Pakistan, who were, openly supporting them. And a lot of our U.S. foreign policy is obviously motivated by money. That's one of the reasons why, with Khashoggi and Saudi Arabia and the Crown Prince, we've basically been sort of limp-fisted in terms of our reaction. If that was, anybody who's supposedly on our list, if that was North Korea, we would have been bombing them for 2 years by now, or 3 years. I think there needs to be a reckoning in terms of foreign policy with the American people, because there are a lot of us who are characterized as, crazy lefties who basically say, hey, we should not fight any more wars for profit. We should not allow people to convince us to get into wars, no matter how eloquent they are. Colin Powell could give a good speech, but he also talked about, WMDs and all of this hidden stuff that did not exist. Not exist. And most of the crimes that people held up to justify going into Iraq had happened a long time ago. And of course, there's the fact that, we were actively arming the Taliban, in the late 70s, early 80s. That was American foreign policy. A lot of the so-called conflagrations that we have and the enemies that we have around the world were produced by us. They were produced because we were intervening on the part of corporations in the military-industrial complex. They were produced because that's been our foreign policy for most of the history of this country, and we don't actually talk about that. Right. So while there were groups of people who had connections to Afghanistan, who might have been involved in, 9/11, like you said, a lot of people came from Saudi Arabia. A lot of them were trained in Saudi Arabia, and we don't push back on that, and we don't try to hold Saudi Arabia to account because there's so much money involved. Yes. That is it. It's depressing to hear, but it's true. It's about money.
Right. Daniel Wayne Lee is running for Karen Bass's seat in Congress. We think it's going to be the 37th congressional district. We'll know in a couple of days. Go to danielwaynelee.com. Please give him money. He's endorsed by me and Howie Klein, more importantly by Howie Klein. So that's all you need to know. Give him money. You do not take corporate donations.
We do not take corporate donations. We don't take donations from fossil fuel companies or developers. We don't take money from corporate PACs. Progressive PACs, we do. But we're trying to run a completely clean grassroots campaign fueled by people who are passionate about, really showing an empathetic and humanitarian side, both for domestic policy and foreign policy.
Los Angeles, every time I talk to people in Los Angeles, they say the homelessness is astounding. And you, in your campaign, talk about having a home is a basic human right.
Yes.
The head of DreamWorks, Jeffrey Katzenberg, got to meet with all the powerful people in Los Angeles to get to the bottom of homelessness. And if I had him on the show, I would say, look in the mirror. Who is to blame for homelessness in Los Angeles?
I think it's a lot of us elected officials and policymakers.
But specifically, who's to blame?
In Los Angeles City, I think a number of the members of their city council, obviously to blame. But
who's paying who's donating money to? Who are the people who are giving money to the LA City Council to keep homelessness going? Who's to blame?
It's affluent people like Jeffrey Katzenberg, but then it's also people like the police unions that actually hold a lot of power and a lot of sway, not just in Los Angeles, but in cities around California and around the country.
But why are there no homes for these people? We're told it's a mental health issue. Well, if you live on the streets, that's going to create mental health issues. If you have public housing that's livable, we all have mental health issues, but it won't be as pronounced because you have a place to live. So what is preventing Los Angeles from building affordable and free housing for the people of Los Angeles? What's keeping the city from building these homes, these buildings?
It's very hard to track, but I tell people the fossil fuel lobby is big in California. The healthcare lobby is big in California. But I feel like the real estate lobby is the largest lobby in California. And for the most part, if you've been in Los Angeles in the last 15 to 20 years, downtown LA used to be sort of a ghost town after 5 o'clock. People in work. There are a couple bars open, but most people are gone. And there were some homeless people, but there weren't nearly as many as there are now. Now, all of the land that was there and all of the old historic buildings that were there, instead of being used for SRO housing or homeless housing, is luxury housing. And I have fights. And I need to leave for our council meeting in about 10 minutes. Yeah. But I have fights with my colleagues because they believe any housing at all is going to help because, it's going to drive the price down and the market and this and that. And for me, I'm like, the people who are feeling it the worst don't have time to wait on the fucking market to make things livable for them. They need housing now. They should be our priority.
Right. What is the best interest if you're a real estate magnate and you can control LA City Council, you can control the market, what do you want? You want rents to be high. Is that correct?
You want rents to be high, and then you want to create condos and housing developments
that are expensive. You want to make it so that the average resident of Los Angeles is paying 1/3 to half their income on housing, right?
Exactly. And when people mention what you just said, which is the housing burden, it's usually 30% or above. I push back a little bit because I know people at a number of different income levels in Los Angeles County who are paying 50 to 70% of their monthly income on housing. And they have very little to do anything else. When people talk about saving and poor people just needing to save, and it's like, well, what do you save? $1 a month? Because there is not much left. You don't just have to pay for housing. You have to pay for food. You have to pay for health insurance, since we don't have single payer health care, since our assembly members and state senators, say the right thing, but they drag their feet. It's expensive to be poor. Right. It's super expensive to be poor in Los Angeles. And there are so many people who are on the precipice of being in unstable housing and possibly being unhoused. Right. And that should be what we're focusing on, not building more luxury housing, but building housing that people can afford, or that we can put unhoused people in for no charge as quickly as possible.
I want to be, I know you have to leave. Why can't the city of Los Angeles build low income or free housing? They used to do that. That used to be something cities did, not partnering up with realtors, private public partnerships, but just public housing. We used to do that in this country. What would be more efficient? What would be more bang for our buck? Spending tax dollars on public housing that's built and run by the government, or partnering up with a realtor? What's more? Where do you get more bang for the buck?
Well, I'm a huge advocate of public housing, of government-built housing, but also of community land trust that are held in private hands, but private hands in the community, so that there's permanent affordability. The problem with these public-private partnerships is there are affordability covenants that usually last 10 or 15 years. Some of the good ones last 50 years, but then things become market rate and people are set aside. There's Article 34 of the California Constitution basically says that no government can build public housing in the state without first having a referendum of the people. And there are some positive signs in the last few years. LA County and LA City passed Measure HHH, and Measure H was supposedly designed to facilitate the building of more housing. Almost every council member has had a super difficult time actually building it. Some, I don't know if they've had a difficult time. Some just basically didn't want to do it.
Last question. The infrastructure bill, $55 billion towards broadband. You were talking about universal internet and broadband. Why can't the city provide broadband and compete with Spectrum, AT&T, and Verizon? Is the 50 some odd billion dollars on expanding broadband, isn't that just a transfer of wealth to the internet companies?
I think it was on either ProPublica or a couple different groups that were advocating for net neutrality. There was a huge push a few years ago for public internet, for public, fast, free, available internet. The telecom companies effectively lobbied legislators, both at the state, county, and local level, to squash it. There was a point where almost every major city in the country was considering having municipal broadband, which would have been incredibly competitive. You could still pay more to get like slightly faster broadband from a private company, but it would have driven a lot of these companies out of business to some degree, because if you look at the speed of our broadband compared to countries like England, especially compared to like South Korea or Japan, we don't, not just for like home internet, but also cell phone, we pay way too much and we get way too little. if we actually did have municipal broadband or some type of state or federal program where we just made sure that the internet was available, widely available to everyone who needed it, no matter where they were, then these companies would exist or their profits would be reduced. And that's why they lobbied so hard to kill municipal broadband. I was looking forward to bringing something similar to Culver City because we have slow broadband downtown near our city hall. But, we are a small city. We could cover the entire length of our city for not much money. But the telecoms, they pay state legislators, they pay federal legislators, they pay city council members in sort of sideways ways that are hard to track to not bring these type of proposals forward. And there was a concerted effort, with AT&T and Verizon in particular to kill municipal broadband, something that, should be like telephone service. It should be like water. It should be something that, it's something that you need to exist in the 21st century. And it's not something that should, break your bank or cause you to have to make a decision about paying for broadband or paying for, food for your kids.
You're the mayor of Culver City. You have to get to your meeting. So I'm going to cut you off. You're the vice mayor of Culver City. There's a meeting. Please come back. I'm going to do everything I can to help get you elected to Congress. You're fantastic. DanielWayneLee.com. Will you come back, please?
Definitely. Anytime you like.
Thank you. Go and I'll plug away. I don't want you to be late and end up blaming me. Thank you, Dr. Lee. We haven't even touched on the doctor yet. Go to DanielWayneLee.com. WAYNE Lee, that's 2 E's, DanielWayneLee.com, and give him money. The primaries are in June of 2022. It's sooner than you think. It's sooner. The midterms start January 1st. Look at the calendar. So he's going to be in the heat of it, and he's endorsed by Howie Klein. Thank you for taking time to be with us, and I look forward to seeing you in Washington.
Thank you for having me, and I hope to talk to you again soon.
Yes, please come back. Thank you. Everybody go to DanielWayneLee.com. That's DanielWayneLee.com. When we come back, my old friend, Johnny Ross, will join us. You're listening to The David Feldman Show, DavidFeldmanShow.com. Friend me on, how's it go? Friend me on Facebook. Follow me on Twitter. And if you would like to sit in our virtual studio audience, go to my website and sign up. We're going to take calls from the listeners. John, I didn't get to you. I apologize. John Hayes. When we come back, we will talk to the brilliant Mr. John Ross.
It's time right now for the David Feldman Show. He's talking politics and comedy too. He'll tell a dirty joke if you want him to. He's just a lefty from way back. He's a union man with an Emmy for writing. Someday he's mad and he feels like fighting. It's time right now for the David Feldman Show. To get your ears on right, buckle in real tight. He's got a lot to say and he's coming your way. It's time right now for the David Feldman Show. So get your ears on right and buckle in real tight. He's got a lot to say and he's coming your way. He's got a lot to say and he's coming your way.
Welcome back. Welcome back. Welcome back. You're listening to The David Feldman Show, davidfeldmanshow.com. Please go to danielwaynelee.com and donate what you can. $5 makes all the difference in the world. You'd be amazed. Let us now go to Deerfield, Massachusetts, where comedy writing legend and gentleman farmer John Ross is standing by. Hello, John.
Where's my video?
I don't know.
I hit start video, but I don't see anything. You see anything?
I don't see anything. Let's see.
Stop it and restart it, or stay?
I think, let's see. Stop video. I'll stop the video. And now I'll start the video. And
start my video. Now I have a little thing I can click.
Come on, you can do it.
I clicked it, nothing's happening. Should I rejoin?
You could rejoin. Is there a cap over your lens?
Aren't you funny?
Okay, go to preferences.
Wait, what? Go to preferences? Yeah.
In Zoom. Go to your Zoom preferences and tell me what video says.
I was in my Mac preferences.
Well, we'll get to that in a second. But what does your Zoom preference say? I would prefer to be doing Joe Rogan's show instead of David Feldman.
Zoom preferences say where video. You want me to hit the video?
Assel says what? Assel says what?
What you just said.
Someone has a kid.
So I don't know what to hit here.
Okay, so if you go to Zoom and you go to the preferences and you will see, go to video. What does camera say? FaceTime
HD camera built in.
All right.
I think I should get out of here and come back.
Come back. We'll be here.
I'm going to reanimate.
You're going to reanimate, and we will do Community Billboard.
Oh, shit. All right. Sorry, folks.
No, that's okay.
All right. Goodbye.
Let us now go to
his shutter.
Let's go to a pretentious douchebag somewhere in upstate New York. Hello, pretentious douchebag.
How are you doing, Jag Officer?
Very good. You're looking well. Thank you.
You are too.
Thank you for... So how's John Ross? Have you seen him lately?
Oh, yeah, I saw him. He was standing around an empty food court, moisturizing his elbows for half an hour.
We have to get Mike Rowe on again. I haven't had time to... we've been so busy with the midterms. Not the midterms. What did we call these elections? I can't remember, but they're over. Great office hours and hours.
Oh, we had a great one.
Yeah. Now you had to leave early, right?
I had to leave early for towards the beginning of the event, but I showed up at the end, and I remember the two major history podcasts were going at each other.
Oh my God! This is getting really ugly. As you know, Arjun hosts what podcast?
Deep into History.
Professor Adnan Hussein and Henry Huckamaki have a podcast. What's that called?
That is called
Guerrilla History.
That's Guerrilla History, but I was thinking because of Brett O'Shea is also one of the hosts. Yes.
And it's getting ugly. It got really ugly. Team Guerrilla History versus Team Deep into History at office hours and hours. People are choosing sides. And I've said, hey, there's room for both. But, the American people want competition. They want to see Arjun going up against Professor Hussein and Henry Huckamaki. And the American people want blood. And it got really ugly, the fighting between Team Guerrilla History and Team Deep into History. I'm trying to be a peacemaker, but it's not working.
After office hours and hours, it was past 8 o'clock, so we're officially past the ending point, and Arjun started it all.
Yeah.
He said those guys are a bunch of hacks.
Right.
And then Adnan was there, and he said Arjun's ears look funny.
Yeah.
And some asshole said it's not very difficult to tell.
You made me laugh really hard. You said anybody can tell you what happened. That was so we're going to launch our own podcast called Guerrilla Future and Deep into the Future. That was so funny when you said that. Well, let's talk about our community. And I would say guerrilla history and Deep into History is part of our community, right?
Well, yeah, I sent you some pictures a few minutes ago, and I have a couple of things here. This coming Saturday, November 13th at 4:30 Eastern Time, Valley Vox Theater honors Gratitude Month by celebrating solidarity with a screening of the 1952 film Salt of the Earth with special guest Professor Marianne Cummings.
Ah.
We know her.
Wait, yes.
In the film, Mexican-American workers at New Mexico's Empire zinc mine protest the unsafe work conditions and unequal wages compared to their Anglo counterparts. When an injunction stops the men from protesting, however, gender roles are reversed and women find themselves on the picket lines while the men stay at home. So you can get tickets to that by going to get the free Zoom link at Valley Vox at Twitter, or email them at valleyvoxtheater@gmail.com, and theater is spelled with R-E at the end.
Okay. This is, I hope I don't crash. Hang on. This is from last week.
That's from last week.
Oh, sorry. Hang on. What was the name of the file? Hang on.
I put a date in it so it's obvious.
November 8th.
Oh, yeah, that's the one.
Okay. Here we go. Oh, okay. Garlic.
This is from Glenn. He is planting these with his new pointy dibble, which I've never heard of this tool before.
Well, we'll use it. And does he make the garlic?
Yeah, he grew the garlic, and you plant the individual cloves, then you get garlic next year. And I still think that's a threat towards you, and it's an attack because he knows you don't like garlic, so that's why he keeps posting that.
Okay. John Ross is coming up in 3 minutes, and we're on time.
Figured it out. I'm back.
Okay. This is Tom Weber. What is this?
This is Old Man Winter Blowing.
Watch it.
Wasn't that your nickname back in the late 2000 teens?
And where can we buy this?
This is a pen drawing of the mythic figure of Old Man Winter blowing his chill upon the earth, digital color and highlights added on his iPad. And you can find this and many, many other artistic works at tomweberart.com.
And speaking of blowing,
whoa,
this is Joseph beautiful artwork. If you want to have relations, you need to give people gifts before, during, and after. Where do you go?
You go to josephbrintonjewelry.com,
right,
where he makes his own jewelry from scratch. He makes them himself.
It's beautiful.
They're fantastic.
Really beautiful. And our friend, look at that. She's so great.
Yep. So this is Kristen Calabrese, otherwise known as Chartreuse in the Feldo community. There's a gallery going on in LA called AF Projects. And this painting is called It's an Illusion. And she says, this painting is of the White Oak Stairs at the Art and Craft Museum on Wilshire. And she says, I painted them looking head on, collapsing any outline that would make it obvious that they're stairs. I think that if you get close to the painting, the perspective of the steps reveals itself, and the white spots on the painting are actually unpainted areas. and she was thinking about the past and present disappearing as we climb the stairs into the future.
Fantastic.
It's awesome. So the hours on those on the show are 11 to 5 Tuesday through Saturday, and the show runs through the 21st, and that is at 7503 West Sunset Boulevard in Los Angeles. And the website is www.afprojects.com.
She's amazing. She's absolutely amazing. She really
it's fantastic. Is. She sent me a few new pictures of other paintings, and I was going to throw up the picture of the sink again with the eggs, because that's the most fascinating one I've seen. But she sent me a new batch.
Right.
So
fantastic. And there's Ralph Nader's Radio Hour. That's
the most recent post is Ralph welcomes Miranda Massey, director of the Climate Museum, and institution focused on the intersection of art, climate science, justice, and activism, and that aims to make people feel that collective action is both possible and necessary, and the only hope we have of saving the planet. And Ralph answers questions, and I took a screenshot of the website just to show that the Congress Club, like shortened square banner off to the right that you can click to join in and participate.
Excellent. How do people reach you, sir?
Go to dentfeldman@gmail.com. Send me an email, and we'll get your shout out up.
Thank you, sir. Dan Frank. Nothing gets done here without Dan Frankenberger.
And now we're going to go on to John Ross. And the last time we saw him,
yes,
he was standing in a casino count room, jumping up and down for half an hour.
Really? We'll have to talk to him about that.
That's the news.
Thank you, my pretentious douchebag. Going now to Deerfield, Massachusetts, where my old friend John Ross is standing by. I want to alert the affiliates. We're running 12 minutes behind, but we're going to do a full segment with John Ross.
No, I yield my 12 minutes back.
No, you don't. No, you don't. Look.
How dare you?
Uh-oh.
I heard earlier, how dare you forget Kenny Moore's name?
That's right, Kenny. I apologize.
I worked with Kenny not that long after that. I'm the one who came back and told everybody that story.
You brought me, I was living in South San Francisco, and you brought the clip up and visited me. Yes, you did.
I was the one with the tape because I worked with Kenny and got to hear the story from him. He was still
okay. Hang on for 1 second. Hang on, let me. Okay. Yeah. Because we have people joining us, and they may start from the beginning because it was mentioned earlier. Who is Kenny Moore? What is this clip? This was before YouTube.
Yes, this was before YouTube. And you actually had to have a VHS. And Kenny was a comedian. I can't remember where we were. I think Texas somewhere. And I'm working with him, and I had heard the story, and I asked him about it. And he was still serving community service. You know, he had, I don't know how many hours he had to do for this thing. But this guy, and you could tell he'd just been on the road too long.
Right.
You know what I mean? It built up.
Right.
And so he's on stage, and this guy is in the front, and he's just jabbering, and most of the crowd can't really hear it, but he's just yelling all kinds of stuff. And he plays a song, and the guy says something, and he says, well, where are you from, man? And the guy goes, Oklahoma. And he goes, oh, yeah. And he goes into an Oklahoma joke. He goes, yeah, your license plate says Oklahoma. It's okay, right? Because I guess the initials for the state are okay. So he goes, it's okay. He goes, yeah, we're not great. We're okay. And it's like, it doesn't get a big laugh. And then he says, I guess, so I make you an Oklahoma.
Right. That's the joke. That's it. Right.
Because what do they call people from Oklahoma? Oklahomians? Oklahoma? I guess you're an Oklahoma.
Right. And the guy, like,
I don't know how, you can't tell from the video because the guy's out of frame. And so he kind of starts to stand up like he's going to do something. And Kenny just goes, and you see that's the moment. Because when we watch it like the Zapruder film, you watch this moment when his eyes go wide, but his pupils get small. It's like a cartoon.
No.
Like you can see the white all the way around his eyes, and you can almost hear the snapping sound in his brain. And he takes the guitar off, and like you said, he holds it like a baseball bat, and he goes, "Oh, get on up here, motherfucker." Which is a thing we all began to say all the time.
Yes, that's how I would introduce, when I was hosting stand-up, I'd say, Larry Brown, get on up here, motherfucker. Go, get on up here.
That became a refrain that we all used to say all the time. And then he steps, and it's framed, because it's, everybody used to just, Kenny had the tape because he was taping himself. That was the crazy thing. That's right. Now I remember. This is one of the reasons he was so mad. He needed a tape of himself for a gig.
Right.
To get a gig. And he really wanted this gig. I don't know if it was a TV thing or something. But they needed it like the next day. And this guy was just fucking up his set, and he needed this videotape. So that's the reason he was taping in this club in the first place. And so the way it's framed, he goes, "Oh, get on up here," and then Kenny steps out of the frame.
Right.
And then you see the guitar swing through the frame, but you don't see it make contact. But you hear that cartoon, like with strings popping and wood cracking. And then when he steps back and you see the back of the guitar is gone, it's like a comedy thing.
Right.
And then he takes the guitar, and like you say, all of a sudden that pick appears, and it's like just muscle memory. He sticks it back in the frets and the strings, and he goes, and you can tell, like, he's come back to his senses.
I just remembered. Yes, go ahead.
And he knows this isn't good.
Right.
And he goes, what do you say, folks? The guy fucking came at me. And people were like, no! And he goes, all right, show's over.
Yeah. All right, show's over.
And he walks out, and like you said, you hear the guy go, "I want my money back." And then you hear somebody else go, "Did you fucking see that?" Like somebody who's near the camera.
That was uncalled for.
That was uncalled for. That's right.
Right.
People were yelling.
And then the MC jumps up on the stage and goes, "Hey, how you doing?" Remember that?
Yeah, that. And then it cuts out. The tape I have done barely has him. He walks back on stage and grabs the mic, and it's kind of like, "Whoa, hey, well, now what?"
I remember you bringing that tape over. It had to be 30 years ago.
Yeah, probably.
Or 28 years ago. I remember sitting and just rewinding it over and over again. And I remember our saying, the fact that he swings the guitar, as you mentioned, out of the frame, so we never see the person he's hitting. Yeah. So it's left to our imagination. We don't get to see the guy's head split open.
Right. We
just see the damage done to the guitar. It's clean. It's acceptable. It's just, yeah. So is he still around, Kenny Moore? And Dennis bought the guitar.
Yes, I heard that. I couldn't.
We used to touch it for good luck. I used to walk over and go, just to feel.
I wonder how much did he pay for it? Do you know?
I think he would. I remember he bought it. He said, "It's brought me so much joy. He deserves a couple of grand for it, just because it's brought me so much." He just did what we all wanted to do to an audience member.
Well, yeah, I mean, I'm sure Kenny was glad to get it. It wasn't worth anything to him anymore.
It should be in the Smithsonian right next to Steve Martin's white suit.
Right. Yeah, it's arrow going through the head.
Yeah. I mean, this is one of the great. I suspect Mike Carano ended up with that guitar. I'll have to reach out to him. So, how are you? Are you excited about this infrastructure bill and Joe Biden, and he's back?
You know, I am. I don't know what the answer is, and I'm not gonna claim I do, but it really feels to me like, you know, this show is, there's so many brilliant people, and that guy you just had on, Daniel Wayne Lee, he's a brilliant guy, but dude, there are idiots in this country. They're not paying attention. They don't know any of the stuff. Like, I feel, you know, I talk about the ball bearing factory, right? What is the thing that is that you get to the heart of to win the war, that you cripple the other side? The Republicans found it, and it's the elections.
You're just as you're getting to.
They fixed the elections now. What?
No, you were frozen. Unfreeze yourself.
I'm saying they've gone unstable. Why would that be?
Well,
am I back?
Are they talking about you or the internet connection? You're a little frozen. Okay, it's not me, it's you, which is how I break up with everybody. It's not me, it's you. Well, you're frozen. Okay. Well, while we're waiting for John...
Am I back?
Well, yeah, but you're kind of frozen.
Am I back?
Sort of.
Yeah. I feel fine.
Okay. Keep going. So you're saying that it's like the ball bearing factory. You have to bomb the ball bearing factory.
Right. You go to the thing. What is the thing that if you stop it, nothing else can go forward?
Well, the internet connection would be one of those things.
And the Republicans found it. It's a. Now I see you. Do you see me?
Yeah,
this is embarrassing. This is like this has never happened to me before.
Sure.
I swear to God, this has never happened to me. I've never had this problem.
Remember Laura Keitlinger's big bit about the guy who couldn't get it up for her? Do you remember her bit?
Oh, this is so frustrating.
Yeah.
No. Tell me.
I forgot it. I blocked it out. No, she had a bit like I was with a guy who couldn't get it up for me, and I try to be caring and compassionate. And I said, "You're really sick. You should see something." I don't know, but you're frozen. My mind is elsewhere. This is I'm
trying the other internet.
Try the other engine.
I'm trying the other engine. How's this? Am I better?
Yes.
Better now or now? Tell me Laura Keitlinger.
No, forget Laura Keitlinger. She was great on. She was great as Albert Brooks's girlfriend on Curb Your Enthusiasm. So the ball bearing factory.
Right. So elections are already like what percent of the population does a Democrat need to get to vote in order to win a seat? Like we got to win 60%. Right? In order to win a seat, right?
Right.
And you need 60% of the Congress to get anything. So we really need to get 70% in order for anything. And now they're attacking all of the people who count votes, right? All the people who work in elections, those are like volunteer jobs. They're shitty jobs. These people are all being attacked. Their families are being threatened, and they're quitting, and they're being replaced. It's like, it doesn't matter what the hell Daniel Wayne Lee says about he can't get elected because it's all fixed. Like, we're going to be the ones screaming election fraud next time.
Right.
They have to pass a voter law. Like, fuck the infrastructure and fuck the Britain. Like, none of that matters. It's like, I get it that he's a great guy and there's other great people running and hey, it was a good night for the progressive. Fuck it all. It doesn't matter. I'm telling you, I said this 4 years ago as a joke. I don't know if you remember this. Because when like Trump was so awful when he first got in and everybody was like, oh my God, I never thought I would be nostalgic for George Bush. Mm-hmm. But like, I'm nostalgic for George Bush. And I said, you know what that means, don't you? One day we're going to say, I can't believe I'm nostalgic for Donald Trump.
Right.
Remember when they didn't used to just execute people on the lawn of the White House? Like, that's where we're going. And I'll tell you this, when democracy is dead and the autocrats take over and they start lining people up to execute them, I am going to have a lot of trouble having a lot of sympathy for Merrick Garland when it's his turn to get a bullet in his head, because and it's going to be his fault. Because what is going on? Like, he could bring charges, cut the head off, bring charges against Donald Trump and Ivanka and Jared. Like, he's got it all. What is going? And now we're getting the subpoenas. How long ago was January 6th? And now these guys are going to say, who's Eastman is going to come in, and what's he going to say? I refuse to answer, or go fuck yourself. Right. And we're going to go, oh boy, we really won that round.
Well, we need to find out what happened on January 6th. Don't we need to find out what happened?
Yeah, we need to find out what happened.
We need to get to the bottom of what happened on January 6th.
Yes.
And who was behind it. We need to find out. Yeah. Yeah, I do not watch MSNBC. I do not watch CNN. I get clippings of it. The coverage of this infrastructure bill is beyond. They don't talk about what was in the infrastructure bill. The Washington Post kind of did.
They do, but I think even if they did, people don't pay attention. I mean, it's such a tiny fraction of the population. I mean, did you see Gosar today had something where he put on his site an anime of him killing AOC?
No.
And yeah, him like killing AOC. It's an anime of him. And he's like, hey, everybody, look at this. He's from his private account. And everybody's like, hey, that's pretty good. I like this guy. How are these people elected by our population? I don't think. Yeah, Matt Gaetz is still roaming free. Why is that? And Gosar. These people are literally insane. Green, right. Boebert, and there's a lot of them. And the fact that 0 Republicans would vote for anything of any value, and yet we want to blame, the Democrats. There's insanity happening. I'm flummoxed. I'm not speaking clearly. I'm sorry.
Right. So how are things up in Peepers country?
Well, it's there are phases. We're in the kind of bronze golden phase where everything's kind of turning brown. It's very beautiful. So it's getting cold. I'm wearing my winter hat, alpaca hat, because we're getting the cold nights now. Lovely.
And what are you reading? How are you relaxing? It's cozy, right?
Yeah, I'm reading a Ray.
By the way, I can't believe you remember that. Not only did you remember that it was Kenny Moore, but you remembered every line of it, beat by beat. You didn't miss anything. That's incredible.
I own the tape. I did watch it many times because I would have to show it to everybody. I wouldn't let it out of my hands. I mean, you were one of the few people I allowed.
Hey, what happens to these tapes? Do they degrade? I have all my tapes in an attic somewhere. Yep. They're going to degrade?
I went up into my attic to get them, and I was going to go, I'm going to put these on DVD. And so there's a place you can send them and they'll like burn them onto. And I like took them out of the box and I opened them up and they like turned to powder in my hands. Like,
really?
Raiders of the Lost Ark. You know, they were just like, they were nothing. They were turned into dust.
Shit. All my.
Yeah, it's sad. But there's part of me that's like, yeah, I don't need the evidence.
Yeah, remember when Jim Earl dug up that video of me doing stand-up in 1986? And we won.
Well, it's not as bad as the one of me where Janine Hansen had me put on that makeup and I looked like a marionette.
More like a French hua. That's right.
Yeah.
You look like. How did you survive that? Seriously, I mean, I've had my humiliations, but how did you survive? This was PBS. This was around America. We were just starting out. Everybody is going to see this. People you went. This was the one show that the PBS did out of San Francisco that highlighted the San Francisco comedy scene, and it was our way of showing the people we grew up with that were making it in San Francisco. You were dressed up to look like a French prostitute. You had lipstick on, rouge, you had eyeliner. It wasn't punk. It was bordello. You looked like you were working a bordello. It was humiliating. It really was. It was disgraceful. And it was nationwide. And I remember watching that, and I was so happy it was you and not me. And I remember thinking, he will never survive this. He will never, ever be able to put... How did you survive that? That utter humiliation.
First of all, you know how much money I made on the way home that night? That took some of the sting out of it. No, I honestly
Did you know you were being humiliated?
That's the thing, is the value of back then where there was no internet and there was no video. It was hard to see. I don't think I saw a copy of it until so long after the thing even happened. I didn't even know until I saw it. When I saw it, it was sort of like, oh my God, like take that thing out. I can't watch anymore. I just have to forget about that. But
the guys you grew up with guys in Jersey, and you're now in San Francisco. Not that there's anything wrong, but back, what do you sometimes wonder? Maybe a couple of friends of yours thought you went to San Francisco for something other than stand-up, the way you looked? Not that there's anything wrong.
Friends.
Huh?
Friends. How about my family? How about my family? Right. Brought my wife home for the first time. They were like, "Oh, okay, good. This is great." Really? Okay. Wow. Good for you.
Was that the most humiliating thing you ever went through as a stand-up?
You know, honestly, I was not human in the moment. I had a great set. I destroyed.
Of course, they were laughing for the wrong reasons.
Maybe, I don't know, but I had a great set, and so I wasn't humiliated in the moment, and then like I said, I don't think it was like months later that I saw the video, and I had already kind of moved on from there.
Right.
So.
Right. That's the great thing about stand-up, is you can have a public humiliation, and next night you kind of somehow make it to the stage, and in front of 50 people you kill, and it's like nothing happened. You're back, right?
It's like being a relief pitcher. You know about being a relief pitcher?
No.
You give up the game-winning home run. You come in with the game on the line in the 9th inning, the tying run on second base. And you give up the game-winning home run to the other team, and it's like you got to shrug your shoulders and go, well, coming back tomorrow night. You got to leave it behind, and you got to be able to come out the next night and have confidence that you can get the strikeout of the guy and end the game and get the save.
That's why Tim McGraw is such a great performer. Who was his dad?
Tug McGraw, you got to believe.
Yeah, Tug. Now we got that nickname.
Uh-huh.
It involved something. It was not a baseball, but it was some kind of. So, what was the greatest night of doing stand-up for you? The greatest show where you thought, this is, I'm gonna make it.
Well, I probably have a truer answer than this, but this is probably a better story. All I wanted was to be on Letterman, right? And Bob Morty was booking Letterman, and he had seen me a bunch of times, and he was kind of like, "You're not ready, because you're really more of a writer." And I was like, "No, man, I'm the real deal."
Have you heard my set? You've heard my jokes? I'm not a writer.
And so he was like, "You're not quite there." He goes, "You'll get there." And one night, and this was in LA at the Improv, and I went up and I just had the set in front of him, and it was just no question about it. And even he was like, "Call me on Monday." It was a Friday. Over the weekend, he leaves the show. I don't know what that. Remember when he left?
Yeah.
And it actually was. I think I called a few times, and it was like, "Oh, he's not in," and eventually it was, "Yeah, he's gone. He doesn't work here anymore." And I was, "Oh, are you kidding me?"
That's how great. That's how undeniably great that set was. I have no choice but to quit, because I'm not putting this MFer on Letterman. So I'm quitting. What did he quit for? Did he go someplace else?
Yes, he did. He went to some other cable late night thing or something. I think Letterman kind of wanted somebody else.
Yeah.
So
I remember Robert Morton came to San Francisco, and Larry Brown and I realized that San Francisco, this is not fair, but it was like Mayberry. People were showing up. Like, we were auditioning for Morty to get on Letterman. And then other people started showing up trying to meet Morty. And I don't want to mention any names. These weren't comedians. These were like people like Hank. And I'm going, what are you thinking? Like, why are you trying to meet Morty? I realized how small the town was. It was like a jet had landed there for the first time. Now, there's the famous story about you and the Capizios.
You keep telling this story and you keep calling them Capizios. I've never owned a pair of Capizios. I had a new pair of shoes.
They were Capizios.
They were, I don't even.
You didn't know they were Capizios. They were Capizios.
How do you know what that kind of shoes they were?
Because Warren told me.
Warren told you.
That you had bought new shoes.
There's a reliable source of information. No, and I slipped jumping onto that tile stage, and I went down, and rather than make some dumb joke about it, I just went on.
And Warren spent, 3 hours the next day regaling us in the story of your public humiliation. That the fact that you jumped up, I'm not doing it any justice, but Warren says, and he jumps up on the stage, Mr. Enthusiasm, and he slips and lands right on his ass, which is the funniest thing you can possibly do, fall on your ass. And he gets up and goes, "Hey, how you doing, everybody?" Like you acted like it didn't happen. Are you getting pissed off? Are you getting a 30-year sense memory?
I mean, it's the same story every time you come on. I feel bad for the audience who's hearing it for the first time.
No, because I'm digging up something here that makes you uncomfortable. That's the difference between you and me. I was never humiliated in San Francisco doing comedy. Never. Not once did I ever say or do anything on stage that would give me a... Did you ever just like have a complete and utter breakdown on the road? where you just were?
Well, I don't know if it was a breakdown, but a guy was heckling me once, and I started saying really mean things to him, and I kept saying that I go, this isn't a joke. Like, you're a piece of shit, and I'm better than you. And like, people laugh, and I go, see, they're laughing, but I'm serious. In any metric you can come up with, I'm a better person than you. I'm smarter than you. I'm healthier than you. Go outside, let's have a race. I'm faster than you. And I everything I said, I have more money than you. I will always have more money than you. I said, and people were laughing, and he was like, all right, I've had enough. And I went, no. We're going to keep going. It got really ugly, but it was fun.
Yeah.
So that was maybe the closest I got to kind of snap. I didn't care how the rest of the show went. I wanted that guy.
Did you ever punch anybody?
No.
When's the last time you got into a fight, a fist fight? You play baseball? You play baseball?
I play baseball, yes. But baseball is there's not too many jerks. There's more jerks in softball, believe it or not, than baseball. Because baseball is more of a humbling game, and that ball's hard, and a pitcher can throw it hard, and he can hit you in the head with it. And so, and there's more distance. The geography of baseball is more. Softball, like, guys can hit 800. You know what I mean? Like, you can go up and get a hit every time. You can be, and you're right on top of the. I used to play in the entertainment league in Hollywood, and there was really a lot of assholes. And when I started playing baseball, there were a lot fewer. There was one guy who was on steroids that I played baseball with, and he was a little bit nuts. And I think he got thrown out.
What is to prevent somebody pretending the catcher is Ray Fosse and you're Pete Rose?
You mean just running somebody over?
Yeah.
What stops them? That you'll get. There's no collision rules. You do that, you're out. There's guys who've been thrown out either for a game or two or permanently.
And what is to prevent you from thinking the catcher is Bob Fosse? Ray Fosse just died, right?
Did he?
Yeah.
I don't know.
From a bad case of jazz hands, I believe. I believe Ray Fosse, he had to stop catching because he had jazz hands. I don't know what that means. So
it must be close to the end, right?
No. Actually, we have to, in all honesty, we have to kill 19 minutes. I swear to you. I just looked at the calendar. I just saw you're scheduled for another night. I'm being serious. Did you know I didn't know you signed up. We were booked for this long. Somebody booked you. We have 19 minutes to kill. So
here, do you watch Succession?
I watch the porno version, Suck Session. I told you.
Sitting on that?
I told you we have 19 minutes to go.
Do you watch Succession?
I've seen parts of it. I've enjoyed it.
Yeah, because I know you like to talk about how The Sopranos is a comedy,
right?
And Succession is so funny. It's unbelievably funny.
Well, why don't we watch it right now?
Okay. Do we have a clip?
Wait. So you've been watching Suck Session?
Yes, and it's just it's great. It's a really great show. It's very funny. You understand when you realize Adam McKay and Will Ferrell exec produced it. You go, oh, now I get it. But it gets harder to laugh at stuff. You understand that it's funny. Oh, you got the clock up. Sure. I'll start going over some of my tweets that they're calling Donald Trump Yara's new nickname?
No.
Yam Tits. Calling him Yam Tits.
Really?
On Twitter. And I think that's, as much as I dislike the guy, I think that's disrespectful to call a former president that. So that's why I call him Sweet Potato Bosoms.
Sweet Potato Bosoms.
Yeah. I think
the way Grandma used to make them.
with potatoes.
So we have 16 minutes to go here. Whew.
Let's go. How much have people donated so far?
Let's go to the tote board.
Tote board.
They took money back. We're in negative territory. And what are you reading?
I told you I'm reading the Price book. What's his name?
The guy who wrote Clockers.
Yeah. I don't love this one, but I'm reading it anyway.
And hang on, let me do this right. This is going to be funny. Hang on.
Okay, a little visual humor for those of you who are listening to the podcast.
How did you get booked for a full hour? Did you know you signed up for Agreed?
No, I didn't sign up. I said, your flunky,
yes,
Anna,
sent
me and said, can you do 8:30? And I went, you got anything earlier? And she came back and said, how about 8? And I said, well, that's certainly earlier than 8:30. And she said, well, we have a TBD at 7:30. If that opens up, I'll let you know. And I said, okay, I'll be ready for 8.
A lot of TBDs on today's show, by the way.
Well, nobody told me.
Yeah, nobody wanted to do the show today. Why don't you interview me? Why don't I should have a guest.
Okay.
You should be a guest. Like, I should take, a lot of people say to me, why don't you take 1 or 2 years off from the show? You seem tired. Yes. So you be the guest host.
All right.
And you interview me.
All right. What was your greatest night of stand-up, a single night of stand-up that you can remember? The best.
The single greatest night of stand-up. Well, what does that mean?
No, you asked me, so it was your question that I'm throwing back at you.
Like
what does
that.
It mean to you?
The first time I did Feldo the Clown at Foo Bars in front of Billy J and Steve Kravitz, and the crowd went nuts.
And did you think, oh my, this is it? Like,
this is it.
I'm going to ride this all the way to the White House.
Yes. It was the flip side to a month earlier. I had done the comedy competition and came in last place. Mm-hmm. And a close friend of mine said, you are not funny. There's nothing you could do to make you funny. Even if you wore a clown suit, maybe if you wore a Bozo the Clown suit, you would be funny. So I don't remember. Who was the person who told me that?
See, I'm not mean. I think Billy J said that.
No, you told.
I said, actually, you should do that. That would be brilliant. A clown doing dry political humor, going Raymond Donovan in a clown suit and then honking a horn. Like, how great would that be? Where did you get that suit?
Well, first of all, it was your idea. And then Steve Kravitz and I were opening for Billy J at Foo Bars in Pleasanton, California for a week, suburb of San Francisco. And Steve Kravitz and I went to a costume shop and we picked out a Bozo the Clown outfit. And I went up on stage and did it. And I killed.
Yeah.
And I thought, this is it. I got a brand. I got a character. I'm set. And this is when people were doing characters like Goldthwait.
Yeah. And I remember you coming back from that and feeling like, I knew it. I told you this was a genius idea. And then it never went as well again. And
never.
I kept thinking, like, what are you doing wrong? You're fucking it up. This is a great idea, and you proved that it works, but you can't repeat it. Why not?
And because it was not, because I was still trying to do political humor and not clown stuff. Anyway, it was 3 years.
Here's my question.
3 years.
And answer truthfully.
Yes.
Did you ever have sex in the suit?
Yes, I did.
I knew it.
Yes, I did.
Wow.
There were 2 suits, and women loved the humiliation. No, of course not. Do you know how humiliating it was to wear a clown suit? I think I wore it nonstop for 2 years, and then like the 3rd year, off and on. Never.
What was it like the first night out of the suit, getting on stage?
It was in Seattle. I was opening for Kevin Rooney, and he said, "Take that shit off."
Was it like in Shawshank Redemption, like you were Morgan Freeman and you got out and you were like, I can't handle it. I got to go back to the suit.
Once I took it off, I never put it back on again. No, yeah. I just like, ugh. It was, yeah.
What about wearing it for the podcast?
It's somewhere, and it's in the attic, and I don't know if it's. I
bet it still fits.
I hope so. Yeah. Next question.
What about most humiliating? Was it in the suit?
No? I would say the set at the comedy. The comedy competition that made me go get the put on a class.
Is that the one where you open with Doesn't All Music Suck?
Yes. Stephen Pearl told me to open with Doesn't All Music Suck, and then it went downhill from there.
Well, he did not tell you to. You asked, what should I open with? Which is insanity to be at a thing where people spend months crafting their set, and then to moments before you go on, say to a group of comedians, hey, what should I open with? And then Stephen Pearl, who was a genius, was just trying to be funny to the other comics, thought to himself, I'll think, what is the worst thing anybody could say as an opening line? And if I thought for 100 years, I wouldn't have come up with, doesn't all music suck?
Well, what he originally told me to say was we should make the guy who killed John Lennon a saint.
Is that true?
What about sainthood for the guy who killed John Lennon? And I looked around and everybody laughed. And what was my reaction? You remembered my reaction, how desperate I was.
Like, whoo, everybody's laughing.
I know. I thought, what? And then I went, no, I can't do that. He goes, well, just say, doesn't all music suck? It'll be edgy. So I went up and said, doesn't all music suck? And people go, no, we like music. And the most humiliating.
It just sounds like a setup. And
I know.
So people just sat there waiting for, okay, then what? And you just went, ah.
I wanted Stephen Pearl and you and all the comics to like me. So I thought if I did that joke, I could hang out with you guys. I figure I'll take a hit, so I'll be accepted. And then there's this, the encore point. Remember this?
Yes, keep going. You ain't getting it.
So you would do, and blah, 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 thank you and good night. And the crowd applauds. And if they applaud long enough, you get an encore point for the comedy competition. And you're supposed to stand to the right of the stage in the pit with the audience. And this woman in a wheelchair looks me straight in the eye. I'm like, she's in the front row. She goes, keep walking, asshole. You ain't getting it. Keep walking. You ain't getting it. That was the worst night. That was the worst night I ever had as a stand-up, where I just realized I'm not funny, and I made decisions to please you and Stephen Pearl, and there was a pact. I cared more what you and Pearl and all the other comics thought of me than the audience. It was bad.
Yeah.
Bad. I was a grown man.
And then when did you make the decision to move down to LA?
I got called down. I got drafted.
Because you you were still living in San Francisco when you worked on the road with Tom Arnold? Is that what happened?
I went up. I performed at the Improv one night and bombed. And Tom Arnold walks up to me and goes, "That's great stuff. You want to work on Roseanne?" And I said, "Sure." Like, I thought he was joking. And next thing I know, I moved to LA, and bombing is not the worst thing, actually. I always say.
I mean,
I really bombed in front of Tom Arnold, but he loved it.
Well, comics can appreciate a good bombing of another comic, and I mean, we used to watch Jeremy Kramer bomb in front of audiences, and we would be in tears, not laughing at him, laughing with him. He was just so funny, and they just didn't get it, but we got it. And I never really saw him, very few times, do really well with a crowd. Do you?
Well, the same. He and Kevin Meaney. I think Kevin Meaney eventually started to kill because he became
there was a period of time in New York City where he ran Catch a Rising Star, and I mean, when I say ran, I mean he dominated that place. He went on at the peak of the night every night, and it was just pandemonium. He destroyed that room. The walls were shaking.
Right.
He would do I Don't Care and We Are the World, and it was monstrous.
Right.
I mean, his set on The Tonight Show, where Johnny about it and said, "You got to come back and do that exact same set in 2 weeks." Like, nobody had ever done that.
Right.
He God, audiences loved him.
They loved him, but in San Francisco, What?
It took a little while for him to really start, like, for them to get it. Like, he didn't care what anybody thought.
Right.
And he just did his thing. And then eventually it just like caught. You know what I mean?
He and Kramer inspired me. I would go because I realized watching them that if something's funny, it doesn't matter what the audience thinks. And I can remember I remember going to watch some sitcom whore, but male whore who had a sitcom, and he was in town to do stand-up, and he sucked, but he was famous and was packed. And I remember going, "This is unbelievable how bad it is." And he was killing. And then I went to the Punchline to see Kevin Meaney, and he was, absolute genius, but he was headlining, but he wasn't lifting the lid off the place in terms of audience response. And I remember thinking, this is just so much better. But he had to be famous.
I did not have that kind of bravery where I could withstand the silence for very long.
I had no choice.
What's that?
I had no choice.
Yeah, you had to learn to. No, yeah, I would just and they would feel bad because within my material, I had the stuff that I liked better, and then the other stuff that worked that was a little bit more physical, or it was about sports, or it was about animals. It was easier, more accessible, and I would just pull the ripcord on the stuff that I really wanted to do, and then just go to the stuff that was working because I just couldn't stand. I couldn't stand the failure,
Right.
So.
Hey, we have. I wish we had more time.
Oh my God, are we?
We're all out of time. Where does the time go? We're down to one.
Euthanize this section.
No, it's great. I have to. I'm not going to share this with the listeners. There is a comedy special that's out there that is being praised that we have to watch together. It is breathtakingly horrible, where you just go, wow. It will bring much joy to us to share what is being passed off as critically acclaimed comedy. It's unbelievable.
I would love to come down to the city and have a little Feldo time.
I mean, I don't know. I'm going to watch this with you, and I'm just going to who thought that this should be shown to people? And then it was shown to people, and it got great reviews. And I'm going, no. This is everybody agreeing that the sun revolves around the earth. This is not correct.
Well, look, I don't like to,
yes, you do
anymore. Well, it cost me so much to have had that attitude for so long.
At this point,
honestly, when he was at his destroying, I would watch Dane Cook and go, I'm not being mean. I just don't understand. I don't even see where the joke is. I don't even understand what was funny about that. And people would be laughing and screaming and be packing places. And I'd be looking around like, is this I thought it was like a goof on me. Like this was like an elaborate prank. I honestly had no idea what was funny about any of it. It was just a lot of energy and guys saying crazy things. That made me feel old.
Right. I remember we're out of time. John Ross, where does the time go? The clock on the wall says, whew, glad that's over. It was great. People should follow you on Twitter at Fun with Friction. You're tweeting.
I think I have 230 some odd followers, and I think that's the entirety of your audience. So
that's more than my audience. That's okay. How many do you have?
I don't know. I have no idea.
200. You said that's about 200 more than listen to this show. Follow John over at Fun with Friction. Thank you, sir.
Bye.
Bye.
Enjoy the rest of the show. I look forward to listening to it.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. I didn't know you were going to be forced to do an hour. This is
like the old days at the Holy or at Cobb's when John Cantu took over and there were no comics and you'd be on stage, you had 5 minutes of material and he'd be on the side going, stretch, and you go, oh, okay.
Right. Hey, there's a documentary about Tom Sawyer.
Really?
Yeah.
Well, we need to have a film festival, you and me.
Yeah, we could do it here on office hours. We should have Tom on the show, actually. I always say that he was the best gatekeeper there was because he didn't approve of my act. No, he had taste. He really did. Yeah. Thank you, Johnny Ross. Right. Thank you. Thank you. Bye. Let us now go. You know what? I'm going to play a song by Professor Mike Steinel, and I see that Professor Marianne Cummings is here, and we don't have Professor Mike Steinel here tonight. He is busy, so we will be back right after this. But first, I don't have. Did I clean this out by accident? Here, I'll show you something. Here, why don't we bring Professor Marianne Cummings? I think I could show this. Professor Marianne Cummings is Parks Commissioner of Aurora, Illinois, and she's a physicist. Somebody sent this to me when I was working with Triumph the Incel Comic Dog. This was during the impeachment. And we sent Triumph the Incel Comic Dog down, I think it was Colbert, sent Triumph down to cover the impeachment. And the Robert was getting into trouble with the Capitol Hill police, so he couldn't do what he wanted to do. So let me see if I can find it. Here we go. So this was us during the last impeachment.
Ms. Jones, and I thought that was inappropriate in the way some of the women were treated. But having said that, I accepted the verdict of the Senate, and the cloud has been lifted. So, there you go. Thank you, bud. So the point of Lamar is that to those who
that was my can you hear me?
Yep, I do.
Yeah. That was my experience. This is why the insurrection for me was so painful, watching the police treated that way, because for the listeners, Robert was being hassled by the Capitol Hill police, and as Triumph, he's like sneaking up and and Lindsey Graham's giving a press conference. So I had to go sneak up behind him as Triumph and hold up a sign that says, "We'll lie for rubles." And you can see the police firmly, gently escorting me off. And I'm not a big fan of most police officers, but those Capitol Hill police officers were something else. They understood freedom of speech. They understood Medea Benjamin and Code Pink and the purpose of spectacle, that it was part of this kabuki dance of democracy. And they were great. They laughed. They said, "Don't do this again, or we're going to have to take you in." And I think we've lost that because of January 6th.
They weren't so nice and pleasant when Black Lives Matter had their very peaceful march around the Capitol.
I know, but I'm white. I'm white. It's a different
and you probably don't look as dangerous as you want to think you are. But
they were not nice to. Yes, you're right.
Yeah, they were not even worth beating up. That's kind of demoralizing on some level.
Yeah. Anyway, that was just.
Oh, so I would have listened to your war stories about stand-up comedy. Hey, you guys kind of, nothing terrified me more, at least in my earlier years, than going to see a stand-up comic, which I did a couple times. And I was a graduate student, and I went. It was we were in LA, we were in a little physics conference, and we went out to a comedy club, and 3 guys were featured. One of them was Sam Kinison, who had never seen before.
Wow.
And he actually started screaming at me, and then he started screaming at my boyfriend at the time, which was actually kind of awesome, because he was like trying to be Mr. Cool. He's getting to be Mr. Nervous there. Mm-hmm. But, but the thing is that it's not so much... I'm not terrified by what they would do to me. I have the kind of terror like watching a high wire act without a net. It's kind of horrifying on some deep level. So
that to me, to me, that's why I enjoyed stand-up. That I got to a point where it's got to be, for me, it's got to be dangerous. It's got to be win the audience and then lose the audience. Because it just sharpened my mind. And I only found stand-up satisfying unless I was constantly in danger of pissing off the crowd, which I would do, and then I have to win them back. To me, that's just what I enjoy seeing.
Well, my friend was back in Boulder in the 80s, was a stand-up comic. He was Buddy Idol. Buddy Boulder. First he was Buddy Idol, then Buddy Boulder. And he, one night when they were doing their shtick, we came to do a shtick, Robin Williams was a headliner. And that was just when Robin Williams it was the first year of Mork and Mindy. So the comics knew who he was. So he gets on, and of course he's insane, and he grabs the whole house. And then after he leaves, not a single other comic wanted to go up and follow that act.
Right.
So, of course, the only one who was willing to do it was my friend Buddy. And apparently, since Buddy, I've seen some of his tapes from that era. He was just outrageous, fearless, out there, weirder than Robin Williams. And he did win the audience back, and he ended up, being at the bar having a few drinks with Robin Williams later. A month later, he gets a call from Robin Williams saying that, hey, offering him to be an opening act. At which point my friend said, no effing way am I going to be an opening act night after night after night. So they went and saw, he and his girlfriend at the time went and saw Williams about a year later after that in Denver. And there was a comic that got up. And man, the crowd went from being kind of heckling to kind of downright hostile with this poor guy. And Buddy turned to his girlfriend and said, hey, that could have been me. And his girlfriend said, nah, you're just too wild a guy to have just kind of skittered off the stage like this guy for him.
Yeah.
But, in general, to me, it's just about as raw. I don't know, that is, in terms of performing arts, that's about as terrifying to me as it would get. Apart
eventually it stops being
without a net.
When it stops being terrifying, it's no longer funny. To me, my taste that if the audience isn't terrified and the performer isn't terrified, it stops being fun. That's why Kinison, who I never approved of because it was kind of right wing and he meant it, he was a genius.
Well,
he was genius.
Comedy should shock.
Yes.
And I remember seeing him again on the TV where it was kind of safe for me. But I would laugh at stuff I knew was wrong.
Right.
Like when he said something like, and he's kind of building up the way that preachers do. And, the pagan babies, I remember that from early childhood. And these poor people with their bulbous heads and bodies and blah, blah, blah. And then he would just break out and start screaming, "Wake up! You live in a desert! Stop having kids, you morons!" And, it was funny because it was like part of you is thinking, yeah.
Right.
It's like, of course, that's ignoring the entire geopolitical reality of everything. But, comics kind of get to let people release that way. Like he said it, I didn't. But laughter is kind of involuntary. So it's like.
Right. I mean, he and Hicks pretty much started, I think they started the Velveeta Room in Austin. And Hicks was just better. He was saying stuff that holds up to this day. Yeah. I watched Sam Kinison with my mother 2 years ago, his first HBO special. Oh. My mother and I were laughing so hard at just the misogyny, which he got away with because, he was a victim. You could tell he was the victim in the marriage, but he
would slam the gals, then slam himself harder, and then end up with, "Hey, you gals were right. Every single one of you, God bless you." Right. So that sort of made up for his previous sins of the last hour. But
this stuff that's been going on with cancel culture has been going on since the early 80s. They were picketing and boycotting Sam Kinison. They were picketing and boycotting Andrew Dice Clay. This has been going on.
I remember that.
By the way,
Sam Kinison also got himself banned from Saturday Night Live. Remember that sketch?
No.
Oh, he was taken off after preachers and religious, and he says, "Oh, Jesus told you so. Jesus is speaking to you, huh? Wow, did you consult the Easter Bunny? Maybe Santa Claus had something to say on this."
Right.
And then he said, and that would have been okay, except that he ended it with, "The last time anybody physically heard Jesus say anything was," and then he gets on the floor and starts hammering like he's hammering. And my friend, I was a graduate student, and my friend who grew up in a very Catholic house was laughing so hard he couldn't catch his breath. I literally had to slap him behind. He was gasping. He was laughing so hard. I'm going, whoa, he's not coming on Saturday Night Live anytime soon.
I can't imitate Sam, but he would scream it.
No. Well, I did there was a boyfriend who was kind of problematic I had several years ago. Yeah, it's fine, but he's a little bit of a hothead. And the dial tone when he would call was a Sam Kinison, scream. And everybody would hear that. "Who's that?" "Sam Kinison." I was like, "Oh, that's my honey bunny calling me."
Have you ever listened?
Yeah.
Have you listened to Bill Hicks?
I haven't.
So Bill, here's the thing with Bill Hicks. I
listened to a little bit of Phil Oakes too, so I'm not culturally.
Bill Hicks is so great, and my son got into him. And I don't like to listen to Bill because it upsets me, and I really didn't watch him all that much because I didn't want to be influenced by him. But my son has just forced me over the years to listen to Bill Hicks, and it's more timely now than it was.
Really?
Yeah, it's incredible. It's incredible how prescient he was.
I should listen to that because I've been spending some time at a friend's house the last 2 nights I've been helping out, and he's a big Two and a Half Men devotee, and so I've been watching several episodes. Number one, the ensemble acting is terrific. I mean, I have to say, it is funny. Number two, I'm like, ooh. I mean, that was considered edgy then, but a lot of that humor is kind of gay humor, trans. I mean, it's kind of like you guys are really heavy-handed with that stuff, and it's now borderline offensive.
Right.
I know that they were kind of making fun of each other, but that's an example of humor that is still kind of funny in its own setting, but not aging all too well. Well,
so speaking of not aging too well, I
know
the Duchess of Cornwall, Camilla, claims that she was talking to the President of the United States in Glasgow, and he let one rip. Have you heard this? That Joe Biden?
No. I mean, let a joke rip, or just
was one of the sources of methane. Was talking to Prince Charles and Camilla, and not only did he fall asleep, but he also, dropped a Bezos.
This is a nice way to introduce what I just heard this morning. I was seeing the polls this morning. So Biden is 21 points underwater. But even more astounding is Kamala Harris is like 24 points underwater in the polls, favorable, unfavorable. I'm going, how does a vice president, poll so badly? It's like she's hardly doing anything. So I'm thinking, wow, Harris Buttigieg, 2024, right? I don't think so.
But he is going to be a player because of this infrastructure bill. He's the Secretary of Transportation, and a lot of money.
Yeah, I know what's coming down the pipe there. But yeah, that's going to be. Now, there's something else that I got off another Zoom meeting for our Progressives of King County, but it's something just struck me today. Years ago, somebody once said, I'd heard, that every senator looks in the mirror in the morning and sees a president. And that's why presidents have a hard time with the Senate in particular, because there's a whole bunch of bulls that want to be head bull. And it just occurred to me that Manchin probably looks in the mirror and says, I'm already doing Joe Biden's job. I mean, I'm setting the agenda. Why not me? Yeah, so I'm.
I hope. How great would that be if he ran for president?
Yeah, well, that would be great. How great it would be if Bernie Sanders just decided, screw it, I'm running again, because this is just ridiculous, all of it. And and the problem is Joe Biden among the corporatist Dems, he's probably their best guy. I mean, he's sunsetting pretty dramatically now, but he does have a certain political skill set. Anybody who can be such a corporate tool for so long as him and still have a Joe lunch pail kind of persona, now that's a political skill. That's, he's got something. And, they can't run him. I mean, they could barely run him this time around. And, Sanders did not have killer instinct, but, they can't really have him in public around. So I don't think he's going to run again.
I do.
Unless there's a complete disaster. Do you think he's going to run? No, maybe that's because Jill wants him to run. Of course, the whole hive around him, it's, there's always a swarm of people around whatever candidate or politician you have, and their fortunes are kind of hitched to that star. So I don't think the Biden people are going to want Kamala to venture out on her own, and elbow them to the side. So
I don't see Harris getting the nomination. I just don't.
Well, because we haven't seen her getting anything.
Right.
I mean,
they don't represent. So this infrastructure bill.
Mm-hmm.
I tried, now Professor Juan Cole says.
Yes, I did read that.
Yep, he says there's stuff in there. And I was reading David Dayen over at the American Prospect says there are goodies in there.
Yeah, I read, Milan Cole wasn't being very specific. I didn't read Dayen's article, which I almost always, I always read his stuff.
Right.
But here's the problem with that. I mean, they were constructing we'll call it Bernie's bill, the BBB bill, to complement the few shards that were left in the infrastructure bill. For instance, there's like $9 billion in credits for a hydrogen economy. Well, that sounds good, except how is the hydrogen produced? I mean, there's a very carbon intensive way of producing hydrogen. There are other ways of producing hydrogen, not carbon intense. There's zero carbon footprint if you get hydrogen out of a subcritical nuclear reactor, but that's a whole nother set of technologies.
I don't want to have to debate you on. I'm kidding. I don't understand anything.
There's a lot of things in there, like credits for electric cars. Okay, incentives for electric car, that's fine. Nobody in this neighborhood is going to be able to afford one, but basically you are, subsidizing people who are better off. But what if you don't have an energy grid for that electricity? I mean, there were many things in that infrastructure bill that could branch out, could be the link to the present and the future if we had the full 3.5 trillion bill, which we do not. And that's the problem, because I've been telling you, I know people do not like, nuclear, but I don't advocate that nuclear is the one silver bullet. It's got to be the entire system. It's got to be everything from our food production to our housing to our transportation system, but particularly our energy grid, which can't accommodate any of this stuff at the moment. So it's the fact that you have these things in the infrastructure bill, which is, just a massive giveaway. I mean, there's all kinds of giveaways to fossil fuel. The fossil fuel industry, I was reading some of the outline of it, and I realized that, that's right. That's the Use It Pro bill that was being pushed in the Senate like 2 years ago. And the Use It bill was basically a combination of carbon capture and sequestration and enhanced oil recovery. And as John Lash pointed out in his column for Howie Klein months ago, that it seems to be in more and more enhanced oil recovery. What is that? So you've got a whole bunch of older mines with older wells that don't have so much head pressure because they're being depleted. But if you can go in there with water or fluid, it's like hydraulic mining, fracking. Only it's pushing out oil rather than natural gas. And you're, in principle, not cracking open any substrates. So, so that gets all under the rubric of clean, net carbon neutral with a whole lot of, non-existent technology.
Well, let me just, because we owe it to the listeners, it's $550 billion in new investments. It's $1.2 trillion. 550.
Repurpose, yeah.
So they're going to. What's 1.2 minus 550 billion? It's like what, 600?
Yeah, it's about 600. It's very close to, as I said, the history was about 8 months ago or 7 months ago. It was. Biden came out with a $2.5 trillion infrastructure bill that had a whole lot of clean energy stuff in there. And then that got stripped. And Mitch McConnell countered with a bill that was a little over $500 billion.
Right. So let me ask you, let me just go through the numbers here.
Right.
110 billion on roads and bridges. So who gets that money?
Well, that's a good question. I mean, does it go through the states?
Yeah, and it gets privatized. There's a mandate.
And it goes through companies
and public-private partnerships.
Mm-hmm.
railroads,
and the ability to raise these kind of bonds, this particular kind of bond, which is basically tax money going directly, that will be going directly to these companies. The problem with that is that there seems to be very little oversight on how that money gets spent.
Right.
So that's about, this is over 10 years, right? So we've got
I think 5.
Or 5 years?
Yeah, I think some of this is and Pete Buttigieg is in charge of this.
We are the last time I heard, about a year and a half or 2 years ago, there was numbers like $2 or $3 trillion worth of decaying infrastructure. Right. And this is just negligence. This is just stuff we should have been keeping up with. The government wasn't working.
Right.
So now it's just it's like saying that, I'm going to make improvements to my house, but what I'm doing is fixing the roof that's been leaking for the last 10 years.
Right. They're taking a victory lap for something that they're supposed to do. $66 billion for railroads. Some of that goes towards Amtrak. A lot of it goes towards
to private companies who own these railroads.
Right.
And
like Warren Buffett.
They're doing is that they're overlaying, they are running far more trains than they used to have before. And they're running them. So, I've just noticed that I'm getting stopped at this out in the country. I'm just getting stopped at train stops where I hardly ever used to get stopped at before. And and God knows what's in some of these cars.
Right.
Because they're, pipelines are still being held up because of egregious environmental concerns. So a lot of this sludgy stuff gets transported by rail. And there was that infamous fire outside of Quebec a few years ago when one of these trains. So anyway, it's like you're subsidizing, you're making repairs that should have been done decades ago. You're subsidizing private industry.
Right.
And, and you're doing subsidies. And this is a whole other conversation I should have, because I think Professor John said something very important the other day when we were talking about energy. We were talking about energy in general, but nuclear and fossil fuel in particular. Just the vast amount of subsidizing that goes on. Well, all energy sources are subsidized. The windmills are heavily subsidized. The solar panels are, and that's fine because we need that. But the subsidies they don't talk about is that all of this infrastructure is handed over to private industry. And so private industry, there is no reason why, like the head of Exelon, which is the nuclear power plants, or the head of these big coal operating plants should be getting $15 million a year. And then they're asking for subsidies on top of that.
Right.
That's basically and as I said, one of these maybe office hours, I think we should watch Planet of the Humans.
Yes.
And go through it, because I think they buried the lead in that. And it wasn't, the takeaway wasn't that that the renewables aren't up to the task. They aren't up now, and not the current technology. But the real takeaway was once you put all of this public R&D, the results of public R&D into the hands of corporations, they don't want to change. There is no incentive for them to modernize, which is why the nuclear industry hasn't been modernized. That's why the coal and fossil fuel industry get to pollute. I mean, at least the nuclear people have to take account of their waste. But I mean, the gas companies, the oil companies have been contributing to climate change, which they've known for decades now would be disastrous for the planet. And yet, there's no accountability. There is absolutely they privatize. They privatize all the profits, and they not only socialize the losses, which are damage to economy, but they've just they've socialized the costs. All that money that went in to this technology. And I don't care what technology you're talking about, anything that has solid state controls on it, anything that has cryogenics, that's particle physics to first order. But all of this stuff was developed by R&D that was, mostly donated by the taxpayer.
Exactly.
And we don't charge royalties on any of this. So we're at a place where we can't, and this is the last thing I wanted to say, and then I wanted to get Peter Collins' take on this. We're in a place where it appears that we cannot solve problems anymore because we've allowed this commodification of our industries, of our entire government to take place. It has to be our two scientists in the House, Foster and Kasten, saying that it has to be market-driven solutions to solve climate change. And the kids are just saying, you're out of your freaking minds.
Yeah.
So anyway.
Yeah, I mean, I was talking with, earlier, we were talking about private-public partnerships. Why can't the federal government or the city government do the hiring? Why, if you're going to spend $50 billion on rebuilding roads, they're spending more. Why can't the Army Corps of Engineers do the hiring? Why? There's like the economist was saying that there's like a 25% cost overrun baked into this.
Oh yeah, look. When it was scientists and engineers and government funded, Fermilab came in on time and under budget. The one molten salt reactor was built on hardly any budget and ran for 5 years down over at Oak Ridge. And there were several reactors over at Idaho National Lab that did the same thing. You get these contractors, private contractors in there, and they just always jack up the price. That's partly why the big collider in Texas didn't happen, because we got a Navy admiral, I think, who became the project manager. And that kind of mentality, instead of just, everybody on board, all hands on deck, this is war, and everybody, when Wilson built Fermilab, he told even the theoretical physicists, no, you're not going to sit behind your desk. Everybody's going to be an accelerator physicist until we get this thing built.
Right.
And we don't have that anymore. And that's kind of the problem we're in. I don't know. Have to think more on this later.
Yes. Before you go, I think the progressives should have killed the infrastructure bill. I do. I think.
Where were look, not only AOC, but Rashida Tlaib and Ilhan Omar have millions of Twitter followers and Instagram followers and TikTok followers now. And where they should have gone on the road with this. The fact that they couldn't get 20 members of the Progressive Caucus to vote with them tells me something about their leadership ability, but it also tells me something about Pramila Jayapal's leadership sensibilities. This is crazy.
This bill, I look at what people are saying who aren't following it too closely. It's something. It's something. It's a start. No, it's what they should have done 20 years ago, and it is a transfer of wealth to the richest 1%. This infrastructure bill, this bipartisan infrastructure bill, transfers money to broadband, the people who give you broadband. It transfers money to the military-industrial complex because they make a lot, like Martin Marietta makes a lot of construction equipment. This stuff we're paying way too much because it's not the government building the infrastructure. It's private enterprise.
Exactly.
We're subsidizing.
We had a discussion on batteries.
Yeah.
We were talking about how there's lots of private companies for decades have been working on lithium batteries. But I know that culture. A lot of those companies, they're getting money from the same pot that my company gets money from. And we're desperately trying, to help high energy physics and in the energy sector. But for a lot of these people, the incentive is just to get intellectual property.
And there will be lobbyists
And we don't have the battery. I mean, they're brilliant people. That's not the problem. It's just the incentives is not to work for a collective good. The incentives is to get rich and get intellectual property. That's why we've been over 20 years, and the energy density of batteries is lithium is like 1.5% of oil.
Right.
And anyway.
Well, Professor Marianne Cummings, before we go, you had a question for Peter B. Collins. Peter B. Collins joins us from Marin County, up near San Francisco. He was recently inducted into the Bay Area Radio Hall of Fame, and Professor Marianne Cummings wanted to ask you a question.
Well, good evening to each of you, Mr. Feldman and Professor Cummings. I'm delighted to see you both.
Please, Mr. Feldman is my father's name. Call me Professor Feldman, please.
Show me your paper, your sheepskin.
That I can't
Hi,
do.
Marianne.
No, it's, we probably heard a little bit of the discussion that, there have been some people that have, like people who we respect, like Juan Cole and David Dayen, who have said that there is some good stuff in this infrastructure bill. And I countered that the possible good stuff was only good stuff if it was bridged by what was going to be in the $3.5 trillion Build Back Better bill. So if you subsidize hydrogen cars, if you subsidize electric cars, you need a grid because you need to put up charging stations everywhere, like you have gas stations everywhere. And that grid, where is that electricity coming from? Coal?
Mm-hmm. Right.
Oil?
Yeah. Well, Marianne, yeah. I heard about the last 15 minutes of your comments, and I echo many of the things you said. To answer your question directly without hopefully offending too many vegans, this is Jimmy Dean's pure pork sausage. Mm-hmm. And, there's some good stuff in Jimmy Dean's, along with the sawdust and whatever fell on the floor of the slaughterhouse. Mm-hmm. And this is a collection of earmarks. It is one of those massive packages that is intended to deliver something to every senator and his or her respective state, and to every district for members of Congress. And that includes Republicans who will brag about delivering the pork that they have obstructed the entire way. And I have not steeped myself in the intricate spending plans that this bill will fund. But I did note that Joe Manchin is getting money in West Virginia to complete an interstate highway link that Bob Byrd, who was the longtime senator who recovered from his racist past, to become a master of pork barrel politics. And West Virginia has some of the best freeways in the entire country. So they're going to complete that link. And there is also money to clean up the toxic waste and damage from mountaintop mining of coal. And I think I saw in the New York Times that $2 billion of that is going to go to West Virginia. And the other thing that, because I'm retired, I don't obsessively study these things quite the way I used to, but I used to keep track of the amount of tax dollars that a given state pumped into Washington and the dividends that they got back. And I am just going to speculate here, but it's probably a pretty good guess that, West Virginia is not a net donor state to the federal treasury.
Exactly.
And
I'm guessing that's probably right.
Yeah.
And so when you look at the mechanics of this, yes, we have, really serious backlog of infrastructure projects, some of which are as dangerous as that bridge that fell down in Minneapolis. The Brent Spence Bridge. I grew up in Cincinnati, and that's the I-75 connector between Mitch McConnell land and Ohio. And these are badly needed projects. But Marianne, you correctly pointed out and David, you too, that these are sops to private corporations. And by not using a national contracting system like you suggested, David, they are permitting, to the extent that many cities are run by Democrats, they're permitting this money to be spent with a whole lot of that Jimmy Dean grease to take care of political favors that have long been owed. Some of that's going to go to labor unions, and I'm a pro-labor guy, but that doesn't blind me to the way that unions sop up the pork in the same way that corporations do. So this is an old-style package, and I do want to make some comments about Pramila Jayapal, but I don't want to dodge your question if I haven't answered it completely.
No, that is, you brought up a very good point, particularly unions. Unions have been part of the problem people in the state of Illinois and our local Sunrise Movement groups have been having, because they're all for keeping the coal-powered plants open. There's a lot of coal power plants in Illinois, and Dick Durbin is a big promoter of clean coal. And even though these jobs won't be forever, I mean, they don't look to like 5 or 10 years out. They look to, are we getting contracts next year? Mm-hmm. But this is a fractured labor movement that has no sense of solidarity. You know, if we had a serious infrastructure program handed out by the federal government, there would be like 10 times the jobs. And this would be a long-term, not only to completely restructure our energy grid, but to maintain and to keep expanding into the renewables and things like that. This is going to be like all hands on deck, like, you know, New Deal type of project. And it's unfortunate we have no leadership.
Let me ask Peter. And the problem with unions is the self-interest that they see short-term for their members. And let me name names. I have a lot of friends in the International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers. Mm-hmm. And IBEW was a sponsor of my syndicated radio show and for a time, my podcast. But they've been on the wrong side of climate for as long as we have articulated the climate issues. And it's because they see benefits in cozying up to the utilities that generate electricity, whether it's from nuclear, and I'm not entirely opposed to nuclear except for the cost overruns of the plants and the lack of a reasonable plan for dealing with nuclear waste.
And 65-year-old technology that they have no incentive to upgrade.
Well, our fleet, yes, as they call it. I love that.
Yeah, it's a fleet, like a murder of crows. The proper term is a fleet of nuclear reactors.
Yes, our fleet is as aging as the Democratic leadership.
As aging as the people who need a fleet enema.
Well, and that ties into something that you touched on a little while ago, that our Democratic leadership is on its last legs. And they have held on to power to the point that we don't have much of a bench. You're talking about Kamala Harris, a daughter of California, who I've tried to, kind of turn the page since she was installed as vice president. But her history in California is terrible. And it does not bode well for a national run for office under the microscope of a Trump-style campaign. And so there will be no challenge to Joe Biden if he chooses to hold on in 2024. And once again, we won't have the kind of primary. There was CPAC, the conservative gathering in Las Vegas over the weekend, and there are a dozen people who are Republicans who hopes Trump will go to jail or drop dead before 2023, starting with Chris Christie. CNN improperly said former President Mike Pence. in a pre-recorded
Freudian slip there, maybe. Yeah.
Well, it was in a pre-recorded package that they didn't bother to correct. It's one thing for a live reporter to slip, but this was package. Anyway, there are people lining up from Nikki Haley to, Mike Pompeo, a lot of knuckle draggers, some with polished nails, who hope that Trump will not be their candidate. But we don't have any bench like that at the presidential level, nor do we have it particularly in the House. Nancy Pelosi has promised this is her last term, but she also promised the moderates that there would be a vote on the infrastructure package by the end of September. And now, to come back to Pramila Jayapal, I've lost a lot of respect for her because, she was spinning things appropriately to try to reach compromise and get things passed. But as late as Wednesday, which was after the exaggerated impact of the defeat in Virginia of bagman Terry McAuliffe, she was standing firm. But by Friday night, the deal had been worked out where Pelosi, who is an excellent vote counter, knew that she had some Republicans, which permitted the squad to vote against the package. And I can't say that I respect any of them because I disagree slightly with David. I don't think they should have killed this package. They should have stood firm and not decoupled it from the pared down reconciliation bill.
But they did decouple it.
Yes.
So they would have had to prevented the vote then. Pramila Jayapal should have said no vote.
Yes.
And then Joe Biden supposedly got on the phone and ironed out an agreement that you should trust me. We'll give it 2 weeks. Let the CBO, the Congressional Budget Office, score Build Back Better.
What bullshit. I mean, this is simply an invitation for Joe Manchin to oil up his chainsaw that he keeps in the trunk of his Maserati. And he's just going to cut this thing to shreds. And David, at the end of our conversation last week, you had a kind of diabolical projection of the two Joes, Manchin and Biden, and that they have this mano a mano understanding that Manchin is going to kill this after he shrinks it to the size that it can be drowned in Grover Norquist's bathtub. And when Nancy Pelosi reinstated the family leave provision that we know Joe Biden believes is, as evil as limitations on coal-fired power plants.
Joe Manchin.
Yes. Did I say Biden?
I believe.
You wanted to clarify which Joe.
Yeah. Yeah. Manchin. Yes. That's a poison pill. Now, it can be stripped out in the Senate. Then the bill has to go to conference, and the House will have to vote again on the amended package. It's unlikely, given the cave-in and the decoupling, that that's going to be a serious problem. But it is a sacrificial lamb. And it does give Joe Manchin another opportunity to invoke Republican talking points and to say that, gosh, inflation and supply chain, and we can't afford this, and our children. And I mean, this is what passes for political debate. And I'm prepared to talk about the McAuliffe loss and the media malpractice in covering it.
Yeah.
But the biggest omission of the media is the obstruction of Republicans. And they focus only on the squabbling of Democrats, and they blame progressives. It's all their fault. They just will not be moderate. And then they praise Abigail Spanberger and Josh Gottheimer. And by the way, Spanberger didn't sign on to the piece of paper that Pramila Jayapal is now saying is the commitment of the moderates to hold a vote and to pass the BBB in the House the week of November 15th. We know that is not going to happen. And she is, looking into the camera and pretending that, oh, by golly, we're going to trust these moderates. And, Joe Biden co-signed on their agreement. And Biden can't deliver the Senate. He really can't.
They should have. Think, Peter, I'm sorry, but what do you think of the fact that Joe Manchin may be thinking that since he's gotten a little, he's got a little bit of a chance to flex power, maybe he doesn't want to give Biden another win with the BBB Act. Maybe he's thinking of running against Joe Biden.
It'd be so great if he did.
I honestly haven't thought of that because he's always focused on pandering to the majority Trump voters in West Virginia. I don't know if his Coal Baron buddies have some polling going on out there to see if Manchin, in a matchup with Trump, could actually perform better politically than Biden. That's a really interesting scenario.
It's the only way to get even with him, because if he runs for president, then, I'm a big believer in the politics of personal destruction. I'm not joking around. And we can destroy his wife and daughter. Everything will come out, and the closer he gets to the White House, the more likely he, the wife, and the daughter will be indicted.
It'll be like a big, inflatable who will be punctured by an EpiPen that costs $600.
Before we talk about the lesson from last Tuesday, the fake lesson, I wanted to ask you a couple of questions about San Francisco and the Bay Bridge, because that was a major infrastructure build. The earthquake was in 1989. The Bay Bridge was pieced back together, but it had to be replaced. And they rebuilt. This was a major infrastructure bill that I'm going to assume the federal government funded a little, and the state and the county. They overcharged. They underpaid. Did they take foreign bribes? I know they had their. I know China was making the cement, correct?
No, China made the steel. But David, let me clarify a little bit, because the Bay Bridge, the impact of the earthquake was one section of the Bay Bridge. I do not recall what exactly that repair cost, but it was done within about 60 or 70 days, and the cost was covered by the state of California. The larger reconstruction project was the freeway that collapsed on the Oakland side. And it's the Harbor Freeway that connects to the Nimitz, Interstate 880. And interestingly, the Clinton administration did appropriate several $1 billion to rebuild that freeway. But in the interim, the Northridge earthquake destroyed important freeways in Southern California. And so Governor Pete Wilson screwed Oakland and diverted the federal money to speed up the repair in the Northridge area. And then Oakland actually had to wait for another 2 years. So basically then federal money came in for the Northridge project, and that was diverted to Oakland. So to your question, yes, they did buy the steel. And then they also rebuilt.
But it was collapsing, wasn't it? Wasn't it shoddy? I remember reading the bridge was. They were trying to save money. Go ahead.
But this is actually well after the earthquake. They rebuilt the eastern span of the Bay Bridge entirely. And that was during the Schwarzenegger administration. There was federal money, but a lot of it came from California. And it partly is funded by tolls on bridges and freeways. They raised the fees for all of the Bay Area regional bridges, except for the Golden Gate. That's a whole separate entity. And so we, the California taxpayers, paid the bulk of the bridge project. And there were two things that jacked up the cost. One was that Willie Brown was mayor of San Francisco, and he didn't like the ugly utilitarian bridge that Arnold Schwarzenegger had approved. And so he said, I want a pretty bridge. And as a result, they renamed the western span of the bridge for Willie Brown.
Right.
And in fact, it's a prettier bridge on the eastern side. But there were huge cost overruns. Of course, it took longer. And yes, they did buy the steel from China. They claimed that there were no more steel mills that could produce the grade and probably the lengths of the steel that was required for that project.
And it was shoddy, right? It wasn't. Things were collapsing.
Well, there was a UC Berkeley professor who, after the construction was completed, went public with a study, and they did have to go back and reinforce key parts of the buttresses for the structure connecting to the towers in the water. What do you call that? The support structure. And there were parts that had rusted out, these hella long bolts and the nuts that secured them. And so there was a project to repair those, and we have completely forgotten about that. But someday it will probably rear its ugly head again.
Who are these people who build these bridges and tunnels? These are defense contractors. Is it Bechtel? Who Halliburton? Who is going to be getting the lion's share of this new infrastructure bill?
Honestly, that's hard for me to predict at this point. Halliburton, to my knowledge, doesn't get into infrastructure deals. Bechtel does, but usually outside the United States. Bechtel was the company that rebuilt the Diablo Canyon nuclear power plant after the first contractor installed the cooling system backwards. But by and large, these are regional companies who have juice with the state government where they're located.
Does it concern you that most of this the spending will be determined by Pete Buttigieg, a McKinsey guy?
Well, Pete's going to parcel it out to the state level. Some of these are alleged shovel-ready projects.
Right.
But you can just bet that there are going to be all kinds of companies at the trough. And, here in Northern California, there is an Italian company, and I don't want to make any inference that they are mobsters just because they're Italians. But they managed to, it's the Gelati family, they managed to get all of the business basically from San Francisco up through Marin and Sonoma counties. And so separate from this, and this goes back 50 years, but when I at one point I was married, and my father-in-law, he and his brother owned a construction company that built 3 of the interstate highways in Ohio. And his brother, my father-in-law was a pretty straight-o potato guy, but his brother was the one who wined and dined local and state officials to get the contracts. So I would just guess that that's how it will be replicated in each locale.
Before we turn to last Tuesday, I've played clips of Ayn Rand saying, government does not create jobs. That is received wisdom, that government is a hindrance to job creation. The truth is, government could make jobs, but corporate interests prevent it. We could spend this $550 billion more efficiently if we did the hiring and didn't give this out to contractors, right? This would be done more efficiently if we had an army of workers installing all this stuff.
Well, first of all, the term job creation is a little slippery because, these are short-term jobs. Working on infrastructure projects are typically a year or two.
The big dig, cost overrun, they know how to make these things.
Okay, but there isn't enough consistent work for it to become a career. So the laborers and the skilled construction workers are still journeymen and women who go from one job to the next. And I'm reminded of the breakdown of the jobs projections for the Keystone XL pipeline. And they exaggerated and pressed up the numbers so far that it included bartenders and hookers and other people who would benefit from the short-term projects that, brought workers, and they would rent, dumps to live in, and they would be spending their paychecks locally. And so just like the way they create these incredible numbers for the impact of the Olympics, when we know that every city that hosts the Olympics gets taken to the cleaners, it doesn't stop them from making these same kinds of projections. But, what I think you're talking about is similar to the Depression era jobs that were created. And, some of those were people who would move from place to place. And, I wouldn't object to having a federal workforce that, builds the bridge in Ohio to Kentucky and then moves on to Illinois.
Right.
And that might break up the some of the corruption, because I lived in Chicago for a number of years before I moved to the West Coast. And I'm pretty familiar with the layers of political influence and the patronage systems that work not just in the Chicago machine, but it's a statewide issue there in the land of Lincoln.
Last question. What would have happened if Pramila Jayapal said nothing? Nothing. You want to play with us? You need this $1.2 trillion infrastructure bill. As you pointed out, the giveaways to West Virginia, the giveaways to the oil companies, all the people who are Joe Manchin's constituents, all of Sinema's constituents. McConnell wants this. McCarthy didn't, but McConnell in the Senate wants it. What would have happened if Jayapal said, she's the head of the Progressive Caucus, said, no, you're not getting it, and we're prepared to walk away entirely? Now, we're not taking anything away from the American people by killing the infrastructure bill. There's nothing the American people are going to lose. 1/3 of our bridges are creaky. I get it. We need about $3 trillion worth of money for the next decade spent on infrastructure. But you walk away from this infrastructure bill that got passed Friday, the American people aren't losing anything. Nobody's taking away your bridges and tunnels. They're just not going to get fixed. The people who have the most to lose are the Republicans who want it and Joe Manchin. What would have been the fallout if the progressives said, we'll walk away from it? There's nothing in here we need.
Marianne, you want to take a shot at this? I do have some comments, but.
Well, the thing is that you wouldn't even walk away from that bill. I mean, this is a bill that has to get passed. Joe Manchin and Kyrsten Sinema, their donors wanted that bill passed.
Right, it has to get passed for the Republicans and the right wingers in the Democratic Party. But the left didn't need that. The left doesn't need that infrastructure bill.
I understand. So it's like you're absolutely right about this, David. She could have walked away and said, "We're passing. You pass this $3.5 trillion bill. We'll pass your bill. We'll get the stuff that we wanted. You get the stuff that you wanted." And that's how bargaining works. You're not bargaining when you're giving everything away.
And people will say,
away for nothing.
People say, no, but rural areas will get internet. Well, yeah, you're not taking rural internet away from the American people. You're just not giving it to them. The American people would not lose anything if the progressive wing killed the promise of new infrastructure and repairing something.
So, but as I said, you're right about that. But furthermore, it was a bill that was going to have to pass. It was just kind of like they could have held out months ago with the Recovery Act, because that was a bill also that had to pass. If the progressives had stood firm and said $15 minimum wage in there or no go, they wouldn't have killed the bill. It would have had to go on back to the negotiating table.
When you say had to pass, you mean the right wing, the corporatists had to get this passed, but not for the good of the country.
There had to do something. I mean, we were still in the throes of a depression, COVID depression, and the vaccines were being distributed, but we were a couple months from having at least half the first shot. The problem is they had to pass something. It's just kind of like the defense bill. Those bills have to get passed also. That's when the progressives can use their leverage. And they failed to use their leverage. Jayapal, if she had told her progressive caucus to stand firm, she would have had a lot of people standing firm. That wouldn't have killed the infrastructure. I mean, the infrastructure bill would have been deferred. That's it. That's all that would have happened.
Here's the deal, folks. Here's the deal.
Okay, no malarkey, right?
I believe that Jayapal had a pretty firm grip on the Progressive Caucus until sometime around Thursday. And this is speculation. I don't have any inside sources. It's based on media accounts. But it appears that at the behest of Joe Biden and with the help of his godfather, James Clyburn, that the Black Caucus basically caved. Right. And when they did, Jayapal lost the leverage, or at least the full leverage that she thought she had. And when it came to the smackdown on Friday, she was left with a way to save face. The other card that Pelosi pulled out was the 13 Republicans who broke with the total obstruction orders from McCarthy. And these are people in the so-called problem solver caucus. They operate from very safe seats, and they don't need to fear McCarthy or a further right primary.
They probably got permission from McCarthy because, he said, fine, go ahead. I mean, they're going to stand firm against the Republican leadership. It was going to stand firm. But as David pointed out, they're going to get the goodies from this. And most people aren't even paying attention or maybe not connecting, the Byzantine politics of legislation with something they eventually get in their district.
And you would think that Pramila Jayapal would have seen the Congressional Black Caucus giving her trouble months in advance on this.
Well, there are a number of Black Caucus members who are also in the Progressive Caucus.
Right.
And the other piece of this, if you remember, I mentioned the surprise that Pelosi reinserted the family leave 4 weeks into the bill.
Build Back Better, not this bill.
Yeah.
Into the reconciliation.
Right.
But she did that before the cave-in and the decoupling on Friday night.
Right.
And I again, I'm just guessing that there was some sort of horse trading there with the progressives. And the squad, to its credit, refused to hold their noses and cave in. But Pelosi knew that there are only 6 of them and that she could outflank them with the Republican votes.
Before we go to Tuesday, I'm putting up on the screen an Economist YouGov poll. Every week, The Economist polls the American people and asks them what are the most important issues facing this country. And you're asked to put it in order of priority. Number 1, healthcare. 19%, nearly 1 out of 5 Americans think healthcare is the number 1 issue. Not Democrats, Americans. Healthcare is the number 1 issue on people's mind right now. Number 2 is climate change. Number 3 is the economy. Number 4 is civil rights. Number 5 is government spending. So that would be the one conservative concern, government spending. Only 10% are concerned about government spending. Number 6 is immigration, so that would be a right-wing concern. Number 7 is national security. That's a right-wing concern. 8th is education. That's a right-wing concern, but maybe not. 9th is abortion, a right-wing concern. 10 is crime, a right-wing concern. And at the bottom, gun control. That would be the 11th. That would be a left-wing concern. The first 4, the top 4, healthcare, climate change, the economy, that could have a right-wing bent to it, actually, and civil rights, number 4. I would say 3.5 of the biggest concerns of American people are left-wing concerns. Is that fair?
Yeah, but, they don't poll the donors, David.
Right. Yeah.
No, I mean, the polling, one of the smokescreens that's thrown up repeatedly in this media frenzy is Americans don't know what's in the Build Back Better bill. Well, damn it, they do. Particularly, they know the things that would benefit or affect them. They may not know the exact dollar amounts and the length of time. That's all been rejiggered. And even the people in the House only got the bill a few days before they voted on it. But they know the general thrust of the package, and they know, particularly on childcare, on early childhood education, they know what will benefit them. And every one of those items polls at well over 60%, in many cases over 70%. Right. And so the will of the people is not a material issue here.
Right. Well, the lesson from Tuesday, obviously, Peter, I'm very grateful you're a regular on the show. You find time for us. I think Professor Marianne Cummings and you and I agree that the message from last Tuesday was a stentorian call to reel back the left. That what happened, I know Professor Marianne Cummings believes that Terry McAuliffe lost because of wokeness because we're just too woke. I can't even pretend. I can't even. What happened on Tuesday?
Terry McAuliffe lost by 2%. And this is being seen as a blowout, a drubbing. I mean, the language of the media, I grabbed a few headlines today from the Times, a couple of them here. The Democrats, no good, very bad day, changes the landscape. Rough night for Democrats, exposes the party's weakness.
Wow.
In rural areas, this is the Sunday Times, 5 days after the narrow loss. In rural areas, prospects sink for Democrats. And so all this is being projected from Virginia. And the two biggest misleading facts are that Biden won it by 10 points a year ago. Well, those were Republicans who didn't want Trump.
Right.
And they did not suddenly become blue and decide that they want a more liberal state government. Ralph Northam did some interesting things after his blackface scandal, on the death penalty, the removal of Confederate statues. But the payback for COVID has hit a lot of Democratic governors. And so this idea that this off-year election in Virginia is any kind of a bellwether is just pure bullshit.
Yep.
And there were only a handful of contests, and they want to look at Buffalo, New York's mayor's race. They want to look at the defeat of the police reform bill in Minneapolis and the socialist candidate who lost in Seattle, and try to make out that these are critical and measurable national trends. And that, too, is bullshit. These are local issues that are hardly connected. And it's only in the minds of the media and the fact that the cable channels decided to overcover election night. And yes, Murphy in New Jersey is holding on to a slim lead, and Ciabatta, or whatever his name is, he is playing the Trump game and saying, I'm not going to concede, and I think it was rigged. Well, New Jersey is not the least corrupt place in the country. So, I support candidates who wait for a certified result. But I'm sorry, I can't think of the guy's names. It's Chittister or something like that. He clearly is appealing to Trump voters with the stop the steal kind of message. But these are not any indications of a failure of progressivism, that, the obstruction in Washington, again, this is the big omission from the whole narrative, that the Republicans are forcing the Democrats to squabble among themselves because they won't touch anything that they believe would give Biden a win. And so, here's another one, Virginia governor's race, flashing red warning sign. The black newspaper in Philadelphia, the Philly Trib, election, a warning for Pennsylvania Democrats, all the way out to Northwest Arkansas, the Democrat Gazette. Election results raise alarm for Democrats. And then we have the New York Times piling on in a way that they didn't do to squelch the Tea Party movement, but they are using to squelch the progressive movement in this country. And so you got Maureen Dowd, who cites James Carville, who is as much of a Clinton and corporate tool as Terry McAuliffe, and acting as if he is this wise man. And what did he do? Here's the quote. There's some truth in what Carville told Judy Woodruff on PBS. What went wrong is this stupid wokeness. Don't just look at Virginia and New Jersey, look at Long Island, look at Buffalo, look at Minneapolis, even look at Seattle. I mean, this defund the police lunacy, this take Abraham Lincoln's name off of schools. So
that was San Francisco. One school in San Francisco removed Abraham Lincoln's name. One.
No, they actually never went through with it. And to be fair, it was a rogue school board that actually listed 40 schools that should be changed to PS 21 or something like that, including Dianne Feinstein, who is not a hero to me, but, you know, she was mayor here. She's been a senator for too long. And to name an elementary school after her, to me, is not something that people should be getting all woke about. But, you know, police reform in Minneapolis is a really important issue. And Carville joins Bill Maher and the Republicans in denigrating the concept of wokeness, which diminishes the racial disparities and injustices in this country, and which is something that began with Trump. When he was able to tweet, he attacked wokeness. Even though 94% of the BLM protests in the summer of 2020 were peaceful, there was looting in Los Angeles, there was looting in Portland, and he made it out that that was what happened everywhere. So to see this pile on, and then I want to give credit to David Sirota, because he broke down and unpacked a lengthy op-ed that was published in the Times today under the byline of Mark Penn. He was Hillary's pollster, and Andrew Stein. And both of these guys are up to their necks in conflicts of interest. Penn is involved in hedge funds, private equity. He is connected to the dark money group called No Labels, funded by big donors, that's been vilifying Democrats' reconciliation bill. It declines to mention that Mark Penn advised Trump during his first impeachment, and nor does it mention that Stein is the guy who literally ran Democrats for Trump. So these are the bedfellows that the New York Times is hopping into the sack with in order to just obliterate any sense of a progressive movement and declaring it dead on arrival. Now, we've discussed this before, David, the mechanics of gerrymandering and the general trend that in the off-year elections, the party in power loses seats. The Democrats have, they've got to pull off a miracle next year to hold on to the House. Before you bring any of Virginia or these extraneous issues that are being, packaged in with Terry McAuliffe's singular loss. And let me take a couple of minutes here to talk about McAuliffe, because I have interviewed him twice. During the Bush years, there were these events in Washington called Take Back America. That was a left concept at the time. And so we'd go to this gathering and there'd be these radio rows. And so I would do my show from there and they would assign you guests. You could, reject a handful of people, but basically, they would tell you, I've got Terry McAuliffe for you. And you got 15 minutes with him at, a certain time slot. Well, I got this smarmy asshole twice. And he is so condescending. Now, most people who come on to a radio show, and you've experienced this, David, they offer at least some respect to the host. But McAuliffe is the guy who comes in with his ego leading, and he considers himself a superstar. And he's full of the Bill Clinton era, third way, Democratic Leadership Council. He's a corporate tool. And he believes that, like Carville, he defines what is moderate and what is outside of the acceptable lanes for the Democratic Party in the left lane. Mm-hmm. And so he came into these interviews with me with a chip on his proverbial shoulder. And whatever the question was, he's a very skilled polemicist. He never answered the question. He just said what he wanted to say.
Exactly.
And he would bulldoze the hosts to get his talking points across. So, coming into this second attempt in Virginia, the term limits are that you can't serve consecutive terms, but I guess you can have at least 2 terms and maybe more. They just can't be back to back. So here's a guy who his only political office that he's ever held is governor of Virginia. It was engineered by Bill and Hillary to take care of their bagman. And he did not distinguish himself in his first term. So he comes up for a second term. He, wins the primary. And I don't even remember who he lost to. But it was ugly because everything Terry does is ugly. So the polling shows that he's neck and neck with this Republican who dances around Trump. And Youngkin, has his own issues by, acknowledging Terry McAuliffe's weaknesses. I'm not imputing strength to Youngkin. But he took advantage of this situation where he, got the Trump voters' support without having to totally kiss Trump's ass. Now, McAuliffe then decided to try to emulate what Gavin Newsom did here in California, which was to say the recall was Trump engineered. In fact, it wasn't really. It was engineered by people who were upset about COVID mandates and masking and the lockdowns that occurred in 2020. And I don't agree with the backlash about that. I think that our governors, even Republicans, were confronted with a public health crisis. Not only the lack of leadership from Trump, but his open, he threw monkey wrenches into every, he didn't coordinate the acquisition of masks and ventilators when we thought that those were the most critical things that we needed. The whole PPP shortage, not to mention the TP shortage. Governors were confronted with a crisis that they didn't expect. We know there was a playbook that the Obama White House left behind and Trump shredded it. So they were on their own. And, I don't think Gavin Newsom deserved to be recalled. He did make a number of serious blunders, like allowing the unemployment agency to be fleeced for billions of dollars, and we still don't know exactly how much and who got it. They tried to blame it on prisoners when prisoners got only about $500,000 of the estimated 11 to 30 billion that was, defrauded. And so I'm not an apologist for Gavin Newsom, but he didn't deserve to be recalled. And when the talk show host Larry Elder, an African-American conservative from LA, became, he eclipsed Caitlyn Jenner, who was the first to challenge Newsom in this bizarre recall process. So, Newsom has a very skilled political team, and the polling showed that he really just needed to get the people who had voted for him originally to vote for him again. And so he ran a base election in California, and he did run against Trump. But he did it by tying Larry Elder to Trump, and Elder was a sitting duck because he was so pro-Trump. Youngkin was more adept at pretending that he wasn't totally in the tank for Trump. And so, given all of these factors, Terry McAuliffe deserved to lose. And the media is taking this and flipping it as if he were entitled to win, and that this then becomes the template moving forward that only moderate corporate tool Democrats should run, and that, that's the only way to beat the national Trump machine, all these people who have genuflected to the Donald. And it is exactly the recipe for disaster. And so I'll wrap up this rant.
No, it's great. I really appreciate it. And it's infuriating, and it's a lie. This was going to be the conclusion no matter what. Had McAuliffe won, had it been a blowout in New Jersey, the conclusion would have been we have to move to the center. No matter what the results on Tuesday were going to be, it was already predetermined. They would say the lesson was move away from the left.
And so to take this and instantly put it in the microwave, heat it up and exaggerate it, and then say that Biden hasn't had a win without mentioning that the real reason for that is the Republicans who are, following Trump's orders to obstruct, and obstruct. This was then turned into this gospel. And it is now the conventional and accepted wisdom. I was watching a panel with Jake Tapdancer on CNN today, and they're all just there. Oh, yeah, sure. Moderates, Bernie Sanders, they got to go. And we come back to the explicit results of the polls, which show that not just the Democratic base, not just progressives, but a majority of Americans support the elements in the reconciliation package. So I'll note one more thing, and Peter Van Buren is an unusual guy who I got to know. He got bounced out of the State Department by Hillary and has become a Clinton hater. He also offended a lot of people. He got bounced off Twitter even before Trump. He's written a lot of stuff that normalizes Trump, and I do not embrace any of that. But he wrote a piece. The only place he can get published now is at the American Conservative. And so he does pander to that audience. But he makes a very strong case at the American Conservative website today. He said, of all the things Terry McAuliffe is, mediocre former governor, racemonger, liar, visa fraudster, tech scammer, he is also the last bit of Clintonite pollution in the body politic. And this, I do think, is an important takeaway, much more important than all of the bullshit in the corporate media saying that this is the, harbinger of death for progressives. McAuliffe really is the last Clinton appendage. Andrew Cuomo was the other, who was a spawn of the Clinton administration. And so if there is a positive takeaway, we can hope that the personified elements of the Clinton machine are now pretty well purged from the system. But just like Trumpism has not subsided, the pro-corporate, moderate, pro-death penalty, pro-war elements of Clintonism that have infected the Democratic Party are thriving.
Mm-hmm. Well said, sir. I appreciate it. Thank
David,
you.
I have one personal thing to pass along. I ran into another Radio Hall of Famer, Michael Krasny, at the post office last week.
I love him.
Well, he said he was at your wedding.
Yes, he was.
And he wanted to send his best to you.
Well, why don't you bring him on?
Okay, I'll ask
Professor Krasny. He would love this show.
Well, I have no idea what his political positions are.
I think
because he was in the cage at the San Francisco NPR station for so many years. Before that, he was on as a liberal talk host on KGO, the commercial station.
Right.
But he's been, in that cage where opinions are not permitted for so long.
But he's an English professor. He's a he taught English at SF State. We'll have him come on. We'll talk English. He speaks English. We speak English.
He does. He'll run circles around us in literature, though.
Right. But he's also a student of comedy. I would love to have him. Did he retire? Is he kind of...
He retired from KQED in February.
Is he still teaching?
He has been doing a seminar at Stanford, from what I understand. But I think he's got grandkids and he's enjoying not working.
I believe he's a Michigan man, the same way Professor Marianne Cummings is, I believe.
It's either Michigan or Cleveland. It's a Great Lake.
Yes, it's one of the lakes. I'll email. I would love if he could find time for him to come on. For him to come on the show, we could just talk about English literature and pretend I know what he's talking about. Peter B. Collins, fantastic. Professor, go to peterbcollins.com for a treasure trove of podcasts and interviews and radio shows. Peter B. Collins, Bay Area Radio Hall of Famer. I hope to see you next week. Thank you.
I'll be here. Good to talk to you, David. And thanks for being with us, Marianne.
Yeah, great job.
Oh, my honor.
And Professor Marianne Cummings, thank you for joining us. I think Ethan was supposed to be here, but...
Yeah, hey.
Oh, so you are here.
Yeah, the anonymous caller into the show.
Oh,
I've been listening on my phone. I'm in the middle of a long car ride, and that was brilliant, that Peter B. Collins. Oh, my God.
Well, I thought the mystery caller was Terry McAuliffe.
It's Terry McAuliffe. Yes, we have Terry McAuliffe with us.
How dare you talk about me that way? How dare you call me smarmy?
Ethan Hirschenfeld is... thank you, Peter. Thank you so much. Ethan Hirschenfeld's new special is streaming right now on YouTube, Thug Jew. We spoke to him Thursday night, right before he was going on, and I was worried. Somebody said I was trying to get into your head, and I was, but I wasn't trying.
No.
Well, it
didn't feel like that.
You have been, you've been under a lot of pressure, a lot of Oedipal pressure this week. On Thursday's show, you performed for your mother, and then you took her to the Paris Theater to see the new movie that you star in. What is the name of the new movie you're starring in?
I don't star in it. Nothing could be a less accurate description of my role. I don't star in it. No, I play an Egyptian billionaire who is I'm a linchpin in the plot. I won't give anything away, but I'm a very important part of the plot. But my screen time is pretty brief. But the stars of the movie are The Rock, Wonder Woman, and Ryan Reynolds. So they are reputed to have each made $20 million on this movie. So so my role is pretty small. But
what is the name of the movie?
To the plot.
What is the name of the movie?
Red like the color, and Notice like Notice.
Red Notice.
It's an action comedy.
And it was at the Paris Theater. That's unusual. Is it in French?
No.
Isn't the Paris Theater for French movies?
No, I'll tell you what it is. It's a Netflix movie, but I guess in order to be awards eligible, these movies now have to be on a big screen at least a little bit before they start streaming. So for the week, at least a week. So the movie is going to start streaming on Netflix on Friday in a few days.
Wow.
But a week before that, they start projecting it on some big screens.
Was this the movie you were filming in Georgia? We would talk to you and you were going down?
Exactly. That was a year ago we were shooting it. That's it. It's out. Exactly.
And this was during COVID and you were constantly being tested. And this is exciting.
Exactly. Yeah.
And
it's exciting. It was fun. It was fun to see, I already have quite a large skull, but to see your skull, then, your cranium projected on a big screen, then you have a really, really big noggin.
Mm-hmm.
So it's it's kind of fun when you're sitting next to your mom, and then she sees your giant noggin on the screen, and she elbowed me like, "Hey, there you are." It was fun.
And she said, "You have no idea how painful." Now you have an idea of how painful the birth was. Look at the size of that head. And she was proud.
Yeah. I guess, yeah. I mean, we had a good time. We laughed. We got
your mother's. I know for a fact. I know for a fact that your mother is very proud.
She was proud.
Yes, I know for a fact.
Yes, yeah, of course.
Now, when were you more nervous?
And
performing stand-up in front of her on Thursday night, or taking her to see you in a movie?
Oh, that's the nice thing about seeing yourself on screen. There's no nerves. It's already cooked. It's already baked.
And had you seen it already?
But
had you seen it already?
No. I saw my scene during ADR when we were recording some extra dialogue lines, so I knew it looked pretty good. But I thought there was another scene. They had me go back down in June to shoot an extra scene. And then that extra scene didn't make it into the movie. So that extra trip to Georgia in June, it turned out to, I wouldn't say for naught, because we picked up some other shots also.
And you get paid.
Yeah, it's pretty amazing. I got paid. It was nice. It was a real godsend, this whole gig, because there wasn't a hell of a lot else going on for that whole pandemic year. Yeah.
Tell me about.
Let me just tell you, David.
Yes, sir.
The comedy, it went well. I had notes out because everything was new. I thought I had kind of spent the day memorizing it, but I haven't been getting on stage a lot. And I decided to do a whole new 20 minutes. I did about 22 new minutes. I closed with that vegan joke I told you. It really landed very hard. It was good, and I have a joke about the Jewish space laser that worked really well also.
You were talking about Marjorie Taylor Greene and the Rothschilds.
Yeah, except in my retelling of it, it's that, in fact, there is a Jewish space laser. People think there isn't, but there actually is. And I'll tell you what it is. You ever look on Zillow, and then you go to the open house, and you say, no, there's no way this is 800 square feet. And then the agent takes out this device, and it beeps, and then you look at it, and it says 800 square feet, and that's the Jewish space laser.
I see. Okay, I guess you would have to.
It's a real estate.
It's a real estate
situation.
Right. Now you're in the car.
Yeah, I'm in the car. I was going to be in New York for a few more days, but I decided to come back up here to Truro because one of our dogs, the old guy, is having some difficulty, and I want to be there. The family. It's me, my girlfriend, and the three dogs. I got to tend to the family.
Right. And how old is he?
He is 14 and 3 months.
What's his name?
Which is a lot of... His name is Loki, and he is a shepherd mix, and he came with that name. He's an amazing dog, just very sweet and very good-mannered, even as a puppy. He was found in Rockaway in Queens in a box with some other puppies, and they were all named after Norse gods like Chaos and Thor, and he's Loki. And so he's been my dog.
You've had him since you've had him since he was a puppy.
14 years.
Yeah, and you had him since he was a puppy.
Yes. Yeah, he's the longest relationship of my life.
The second longest relationship with a German in your life. He's a German Shepherd, right?
That's right. That's right. He's a Shepherd. He's a German Shepherd mix.
And where are you now, as we're speaking?
I'm just one town away. It just timed out that I left New York in the afternoon, and I'm now in Wellfleet. I'm just one town away from my destination.
Wow. So is COVID over? The messaging we're getting today is
no. No.
It's not over.
Did you read about Saxony? In former East Germany, there's a whole new spike. They have their highest number of cases per day of the entire pandemic right now. There's a spike in Germany, all because of these vaccine deniers in East Germany, and then in Trieste, in the northeast of Italy, they have a giant spike there because they're holding anti-vax rallies, and the anti-vax rallies become the super spreader events. It's brilliant.
Right. But so, I thought there was some good news. What? The pill.
Oh, some good COVID news?
Yeah, the pill.
That's good news. Oh, that's right. Yeah, the pill, yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
All right. Yeah. Are you going to come on the show Thursday?
Absolutely. It's, it's the linchpin of my week.
We love you and your dad.
How many, you. Now, how many more hours of the show happens? I'm never on this late. Does this go till about 2 a.m.?
No, you're the last guest. I didn't realize that.
Oh, my God.
I didn't realize that you were coming to us via phone. So I know, because I tried to go in the normal route through my phone, and then it was asking me to punch in all kinds of codes, which would have been fatal while driving. Right. But you should have done it anyway.
Yeah.
Okay.
I should have done it. I know. Priorities.
Now, what's the story with Renan? Are we going to get him on the show or not?
I think so, but that's pretty fancy. He had a set at the Comedy Cellar tonight, I think is what he said.
Right, but he's got this big special that he's recording on the 21st of December. And he's been on has he outgrown the show?
I don't think I don't know, but I think he would be happy to come on.
I think I've outgrown the show.
I'll ask him what day works.
Okay, where are you performing stand-up next?
That's a good question. I'm going to do that Christmas Eve show at the Comic Strip, which is an annual event that's very fun. So that's one thing I know for sure. Before then, I'm not positive, but everything I'm focused, in my head at least, I'm focused on polishing up all this new material and then recording it for one of those dry bar comedy specials out in Utah in the spring.
Great. All right.
Big plan.
Thank you.
All right, David. Thank you.
Let's do Mondays. And, I like having you on the show as much as possible.
I'm game.
We love you.
Let me know. I'd love to.
Yeah, I'm sorry
Okay.
Thank you. Ethan Hirschenfeld.
No problem.
And go see his special right now on YouTube, Thug Jew, and Red Notice. Red Notice,
yeah.
And here's what we're going to do. We're on Netflix, and everybody, I was going to say everybody should write in the comments on Netflix how much they love Ethan, but that might look suspicious.
Yeah,
right?
I don't even know if there are comments on Netflix.
Oh, okay. Well, give him a thumbs up on YouTube. Thug Jew.
Yeah, thumbs up. All right, thanks, David.
All right, give my love to Loki, please.
Will do. Thank you. Thanks very much.
Thank you.
Bye.
Bye. Ethan Hirschenfeld.
Bye.
Thank you. Bye-bye. Bye-bye now. I love...
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. I love old dogs. Puppies and old dogs are the best. I see we have some calls. John Hayes, are you here? And we have 2 hands raised.
Yes.
Sorry to keep you waiting. I just checked the people who were on hold.
Yeah, slight wait. So you had Dutch on a few weeks ago, and I invited him to office hours. I also invited Daniel Lee to office hours about 9 months ago.
Oh, really?
Yes. So I was shocked and pleased to see him today. And,
right. Yeah, he's great. He's great.
I met him at Occupy LA. He was part of that home movement.
Right. Have you been following? John is a union brother, a member of IATSE. Hey, what is happening with IATSE? Is there a settlement yet?
No, we had a 2-hour meeting yesterday morning for my local. I'm sure the others have been doing the same thing to describe the contract and what we're getting, and general, and just taking questions mostly. And I was also chiming in a bit critically at the end. I was like the next to last person to ask a question, and the business agent is kind of touting it something we should vote for, but I'm gonna vote no probably. And
we made a deal.
Who I've worked with also said she's going to vote no because we need to show that we're not totally 100% on board with this thing. We got to have some opposition, and I agree. That's why I almost always vote no.
We worked so hard on making this deal. We worked so hard on negotiating with the studios. You don't know how hard it is. We worked so hard on this $1.2 trillion infrastructure bill that's really just $550 billion. We worked so hard. Don't we deserve any credit for working so hard on this lousy deal?
Yeah, it could be worse, no doubt about it.
Everything.
But it could be better too.
Yeah.
It's like politics in general.
Yeah. At some point, I'm cranky, but at some point, the people who are supposed to be representing us have to stop. I'm not saying this about IATSE. I don't know what the final deal is. But they tell us it's compromise when, in fact, we're just giving stuff up. What is the compromise? I don't know enough about the IATSE, but what's the compromise that Manchin made on the infrastructure bill? What did he give up? What did he lose?
Yeah, he doesn't compromise, but we have to.
Yeah, we have to compromise, even though we've outnumbered him. But we have to compromise.
Well, I did point out on this meeting, there's about 150 members on this Zoom meeting. I did point out how IATSE has a pretty despicable origin and past. And again, we've never gone on a strike. And why does our president of our union make about $500,000 a year? And he explained that as, you got to pay because he's dealing with the AMP.
Well, did you ask him? Wait, hang on for 1 second. Did you ask the president of the union that question?
No, not him. This is our business agent. He's, Matthew Loeb is our president of our international. So he's the top of the hill. So my business agent.
And what's their defense for the head of IATSE making at least 5, maybe 10 times what the rank and file earn?
Yeah, there are. Now, you were saying, what was your deal? Is like the head should be making how much? The highest ranking,
make no more
paid person?
The head of the union should make no more than the highest paid member of the rank and file.
Well, I will have to say there are some cinematographers who probably make something like that. Maybe not as much, but they're definitely in, well into 6 figures. So that could be an excuse that they could use. But they're also saying he's dealing with these major corporations, and the compensation has to kind of match comparable compensation for other people.
Really? You don't think somebody with dirty fingernails and a plaid shirt and comes in and starts negotiating with these pricks, these lawyers? No. This idea that you need somebody with clean fingernails,
in a suit, always, of course,
in a suit. Why don't they dress?
These guys don't get elected initially. They get appointed by their predecessor, who retires before this term's over, in order to install somebody. So they'll already be the incumbent when the next actual election comes up, which gives them a favorite votes.
Well, we know about. I don't want to get you into trouble, but they're IATSE. I don't want to say anything about IATSE and its reputation. Thank you,
he
John.
Also was, but he was giving us some of the fear stuff, which, as we know, works very well with getting people to vote a certain way. It's like, well, yes, we could go back to this table and maybe we'll lose everything, or we might get more. But no, we might lose everything. Scares a lot of people. Yeah. You got to take a chance if you want to get anywhere. You got to take a risk. And he was also talking about right to work states where they can get people to take our jobs that way. And I was like, I'm pretty dubious about that because they would be so incompetent that production would be a mess, you know, if they really tried to do something like that with inexperienced people doing these jobs. I think that would not turn out so well for producers.
These people are so full of shit. They just are. They're just completely full of shit, and they will say anything to hide the fact that they're just greedy and they don't care about us. I'm not talking about the leader of IATSE. I'm just talking about the leadership in general.
Yeah, my own business agent, he's better than we've had before, than I've had in the 31 years that I've been in this union, 32. He's better than any of the others I've seen. There were some that were legitimately corrupt. I mean, actually were charged with corruption in my time in the union, in my local. But this he's like the best one we've had, and I do appreciate him overall. I would have to say that. So I don't have to. I want to say that.
Right. All right. Thank you, John, in Los Angeles.
Mm-hmm.
Rodrigo in Mexico. For those of you who are not regular listeners of our show, Rodrigo is calling from another country, so that means he has to speak 4 different languages. If he came to America, he would only have to speak 1 language. That's the best thing about being American. You only have to learn 1 language. Hello, Rodrigo. Oh, okay. I guess. Are you done? Rodrigo? Rodrigo.
Hi.
Oh, I just unmuted you. Hang on.
Okay.
How are you? Rodrigo. What? Rodrigo, are you there?
Hi. Yes, I'm here.
How are you tonight?
I am depressed, but I wanted to share something about Mexican politics that might entertain you.
Okay.
You've heard me ranting and raving about Manuel Bartlett Diaz, who stole the 1988 presidential election and is now in charge of Mexico's federal power company.
Okay, so this is the guy who was president of Mexico in 1988.
No, he was in 1988. He was the equivalent of the Secretary of State, and
he stole the election.
He was in charge of organizing the election, and he was running the computer systems that crashed the day of the election. And
okay,
you heard me explain how Cuauhtémoc Cárdenas was winning, then the computers crashed, and then a few hours later the computers came back up and he was losing. And eventually Cuauhtémoc Cárdenas kept running for president. He managed to install the current president as mayor of Mexico City. And a couple of decades after that, it was Andrés Manuel López Obrador's turn to lose 2 elections in a row. So in 2018, he knew that he needed help, and he made a deal with allegedly, that's Manuel Bartlett Diaz, who stole the election from the guy who made him. And 2 weeks ago, a Mexican reporter finally asked about this voter fraud, and Bartlett said something absolutely hilarious. And if you can laugh at your own misfortune, you're still laughing about this, because he said that yes, there was voter fraud, but it was organized by his future boss and the other party that lost the election in 1988. Why these two groups would work together when he was in charge of organizing the election and he was running the computers, I don't think we'll ever know, but you might call this the Trump effect. People are no longer afraid of the pitchforks coming out. They just say, oh, I didn't steal the election. The guy who was going to be my boss and this other party who also lost the election and lost the next election too, they're the ones who stole the election from me. But that doesn't mean I'm incapable. That means they're the bad guys.
Great.
I wonder if you can make a joke about...
No, but I think you've got me depressed now.
Is there a word for someone who murders democracy and then it comes back to life 30 years later, becomes the guy running the country's power grid?
It's certainly tragic enough. Let me read up on it, okay?
Okay, and just one more thought. I wish you could spend more time saying, well, maybe Jayapal is not the hero we were waiting for.
Pramila Jayapal,
but maybe we should send more people to Congress instead of backseat driving and saying, well, here's everything that Pramila Jayapal did wrong, and I'm not going to run. I'm not telling people to run. I'm just saying this is what she did wrong.
Right. No, I agree with you, but you also have to hold her feet to the fire. I agree with you. The reason Bernie could not win in 2020 is there was nobody to support him within the Democratic Party. He was just, it's a miracle that he got that far. There was nobody in the infrastructure of the Democratic Party to help him. And had he been elected, the entire Democratic Party would have turned on him and undermined him, because we don't have enough leftists inside the halls of Congress to support him. So I agree with you that as we were talking about earlier, the Congressional Black Caucus did an end run around the Progressive Caucus and cut Pramila Jayapal off at the knees. But she should have seen that coming. She should have protected her flank. She should have known that this was coming down the line. She should have known what Clyburn is capable of. He did this to Bernie in the South Carolina primary. So I got to run. Thank you.
Thanks, Xavier.
Thank you, Rodrigo. I'll see you Thursday, I hope. Don't be... I can't say don't be... Don't be depressed. Things get better. They do. Well, what did we learn today? We learned that... I think what I learned is that Manchin, Sinema, his donors, Pelosi, McConnell, who supported this infrastructure bill, who wanted it passed. What we learned is that the Democrats are in trouble because they can't run on this infrastructure bill in the midterms because they gave the Republicans something to run on as well. This is bipartisan. Pork has been delivered to both sides of the aisle. Both sides of the aisle can run on this infrastructure bill. So this was not a victory for Biden. It was not a victory for the Democratic Party. It was a victory for bipartisanship, but really a victory for the right wing of the Democratic Party and the corporatists in Washington. They needed, this is what I've learned today, that the corporatists needed that $1.2 trillion infrastructure bill more than we did. And personally, I don't know that much. I think we should have walked away from it. I think we should have killed it. I think that as we find out more and more about all these little goodies in that infrastructure bill, we will find that it is a transfer of wealth, our tax dollars being transferred up once again to the wealthiest 1%, while this social safety net bill, Build Back Better, will languish in Congress. And if it does pass, there will be nothing in it. Maybe we'll be surprised. Maybe we'll be surprised. I think that when you exercise your muscle, when you walk away and flex your muscle, that muscle gets stronger every time you use it. And if the progressives want to get stronger, if the left wants to get stronger, they have to realize how powerful they are. And that is by destroying bills, walking away, and being willing to walk away from it. There is this 8th grade thinking that this bill is something. I see this on Twitter. I had some friends who said to me, but it's something. Just because you pass something doesn't make it good. When Obamacare passed, what was it, 11 years ago, everybody said, well, it's something. It's a start. The Ivy League populists in the Democratic Party back in 2010, when Obamacare passed, they were saying, it's something, it's a start. It's a start. No, actually, Obamacare was an end to Medicare for all. And so the Democratic, the faux populists, the Ivy League populists in the Democratic Party, who've never had to worry about their own health insurance or somebody else's, they say to us that Obamacare is the beginning of something big. It was the end. Obamacare was a payout to health insurance companies. It was a payout to big pharma. The big pharma, the health insurance companies, they didn't compromise at all on Obamacare. This was a subsidy to big pharma. Obamacare was a subsidy to big pharma and to the health insurance companies. Yes, you couldn't be refused health insurance due to pre-existing conditions, but that cost to the insurance companies was offset by all the subsidies they were going to get from the federal government. Obamacare was a massive transfer of wealth from our government to the health insurance and the pharmaceutical companies. More Americans now have insurance, but they can't afford to use it because of skyrocketing premiums. More Americans have prescriptions, thanks to Obamacare, but they can't afford to get those prescriptions filled. Obamacare subsidies go directly to the hospitals, to the insurance companies, to big pharma. It's costly, it's inefficient. It's why America continues to spend more money on health care than any country in the industrialized world. We spend more and get the worst care in the industrialized world. But when Obamacare was passed, the Ivy League populists in the Democratic Party assured us that once America got used to Obamacare, once we saw how great Obamacare was, then we'll move to a single payer. But there was no pathway in Obamacare to single payer. They got rid of the public option. All Obamacare did was make the insurance companies richer. It made the insurance companies more powerful. It gave them more money to spend on lobbyists, which makes the likelihood of single payer or Medicare for all impossible. You cannot beat the health insurance companies. They have skyrocketing profits because healthcare costs are skyrocketing. But the Ivy League populists, the same people who sold us this $1.2 trillion infrastructure bill, assured us it's a start and we can improve upon it. And who's to say that this is the only infrastructure bill? It is the only infrastructure bill we're going to get for the next 20 years. We're not building off of this. That's it. We got an infrastructure bill passed, and there'll be another one in 20 years, and it's not enough. So when people say it's something's better than nothing, actually, sometimes nothing is better than something. And maybe the left should have killed that infrastructure bill. Maybe. We'll find out. We'll see who's going to get all that money in that infrastructure.
Can I suggest a radical idea, David?
Oh, yes, you're back. Well, I'm wrapping up, but very quickly.
Very quickly, what if all the leftists told CNN and MSNBC, I'm not watching you anymore. I'm not going to bother with boycotts of this or that show. I'm going to stop watching CNN. I'm going to stop reading CNN.com. Would that scare them into being a little more objective, you think?
Maybe. I don't know why anybody would watch CNN. I have no idea why anybody would watch MSNBC. I would assume that there are people in the Zoom room right now who have MSNBC going on in the background. I would assume that most of MSNBC tonight was about January 6th and Michael Flynn and Trump. I would assume they weren't talking about what is inside Build Back Better. I would assume they're not telling us what's inside that infrastructure bill and where exactly the money is going. I would assume Pete Buttigieg is not making the rounds of the cable news networks. He's the Secretary of Transportation. He's not answering questions like, okay, you got an extra $550 billion. Where's that money going? Who's getting it? How do you prevent the cost overruns? Why isn't the government doing the hiring? Why is this a public-private partnership? No, they're talking about it as a big win for Joe Biden and what it means for the midterms. So I don't know why anybody would watch CNN or MSNBC. They have become a propaganda arm for the Ivy League populists in the Democratic Party, who are not only destroying the Democratic Party from within, they're getting us killed. They're, climate change. There's nothing. Anyway, yes, do not watch CNN or MSNBC. You're getting your news. Don't get your news from millionaires. Millionaires will lie to you and say anything they need to say to make you stupid and complacent, including Rachel Maddow. If you're getting your news from millionaires, you're being brainwashed and manipulated and terrified into compromising. Don't get your news from corporations. All right. I want to thank our guests. Good point there, Rodrigo. I want to thank all our guests, and I can't remember who they were. I have to look it up. I do. Let me see if I can do it. Dan's asleep. Dave Cyrus, John Ross, Howie Klein, Peter B. Collins, Professor Marianne. I can't remember. Remember
with Howie?
I'm sorry?
Who was with Howie?
That was somebody we should donate money to. That would be the
Daniel Lee.
Daniel Lee, yes, and Mark Breslin and Ethan Hirschenfeld. All right, I'm going to get some sleep. I've been sleeping. I find if I listen to this show, I go out, boom, out. Remember to friend me on Facebook, follow me on Twitter, subscribe to the newsletter by going to my website. And if you'd like to participate in the show, join our Zoom room, hit the attend a live taping, office hours every Friday night. I'm David Feldman. Remember to stay strong and protect the weak.
It's time right now for the David Feldman Show. He's talking politics and comedy too. Now tell a dirty joke if you want him to. He's just a lefty from way back. He's a union man with an Emmy for writing. Someday he's mad and he feels like fighting. It's time right now for the David Feldman Show. To get your ears on right, buckle in real tight. He's got a lot to say and he's coming your way. It's time right now for the David Feldman Show. So get your ears on right and buckle in real tight. He's got a lot to say and he's coming your way. He's got a lot to say and he's coming your way.